Chapter 1639. Hong Long. Long Shan executed his secret art and clashed with the northern and southern dynasties. Although the sky and earth were about to collapse, there was still no clear winner. However, when Long Shan saw that tyrant had taken out the god-trembling monument, the situation had basically stabilized. At least, the five elements grand formation could still be sustained for a short period of time. As long as it could last until Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the fiery stairs, it would be enough. Therefore, Long Shan didn't care about what was happening below and focused on dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. After all, he was very confident in the strength of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Now, with the addition of new helpers, their overall combat strength had increased by a notch. Today, the northern and southern dynasties will determine the winner and loser. Long Shan's black hair fluttered in the wind. The imposing manner of the immemorial battle spirit pervaded the air, causing the void to tremble violently. He was like a source of energy that could release an inexhaustible amount of tyrannical energy. Humph! Monkey, even if you are a powerful immemorial battle spirit, you are still no match for me. My northern and southern dynasties follow the heavenly Tao and must walk the path of an emperor. Whoever stands in front of me will die. Do you think you can defeat me again just because you have defeated me before? This is ridiculous. My northern and southern dynasties are invincible. Today, I will let you see how terrifying my sovereign technique is. What immemorial battle spirit is nothing in front of me? I am the reincarnation of a great sovereign. I will eventually become a great sovereign. Today, I will kill you, extract your immemorial bloodline, and make it my own. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant. His every move was shocking and tyrannical. He was like a peerless emperor, and no color could cover his radiance. He was the true pride of the heavens. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the inheritor of the heavenly Tao. The northern and southern dynasties had long regarded him as the son of heaven, and wanted to be the master of the world. Everyone had underestimated his ambition. Without a doubt, the northern and southern dynasties were very terrifying characters. Most peerless geniuses would find it hard to even encounter a single defeat in their entire lives. Thus, a single defeat would cast a great shadow over their hearts, making it difficult for them to advance. In fact, they might even come to a halt, ruining their entire lives. However, even though the northern and southern dynasties were defeated by Long Shan and had their celestial eyes destroyed, they did not give up in the slightest. Instead, they quickly recovered their celestial eyes and successfully leveled up, becoming even more terrifying than before. In the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, there was no such thing as failure. If one lost, they would kill their opponent to fill the gap in their path to becoming an emperor. Emperor. Great sovereign. Haha, northern and southern dynasties, you are truly a laughable fellow. You think that you are high and mighty, but it turns out that you are only this capable. What is there to be arrogant about as a reincarnation of a great sovereign? I, Ancestor Dozhan, am a supreme god. My immemorial divine bloodline is not something a mere reincarnation of a great sovereign like you can compare to. What arrogance do you have in front of me? Long Shan ridiculed. If the northern and southern dynasties wanted to use the arrogance of a great sovereign on him, they had found the wrong target. The bloodline of an immemorial battle spirit was much nobler than the bloodline of a great sovereign. An ordinary immemorial battle spirit, such as the heaven-devouring devil ape that was imprisoned in Genius Prefecture, although he was also an immemorial battle spirit, the bloodline in his body wasn't pure due to the passage of time. Therefore, he couldn't be considered as noble. However, Long Shan was different. He possessed the complete bloodline of the battle clan, inheriting the divine abilities and means of his ancestor. This was the true noble bloodline, a truly peerless being. From this point of view, a reincarnation of a great sovereign from the northern and southern dynasties, indeed didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of Longsher San. You're right. It's a pity that there are no longer any divine spirits in this heaven and earth. For countless years, the great sovereigns have been the reigning supreme in the immortal world. Divine spirits are illusory and illusory. Perhaps they don't even exist. Great sovereigns are the end of cultivation. They are the people who stand at the peak of the northern and southern dynasties, the supreme figures of the heaven and earth. Even if you have the bloodline of an immemorial battle spirit, you're nothing but an object in the bag of the northern and southern dynasties. You're all stepping stones on my path to becoming an emperor. The northern and southern dynasties were still as arrogant as ever. They didn't even put the bloodline of an immemorial battle spirit in their eyes. In their world, they were the noblest existences, and would eventually become the most powerful figure in the heaven and earth. They were the gods who would be worshipped by millions of people. Then cut the crap. Let's fight. Longsher San was enraged. He wanted to use practical methods to tell the northern and southern dynasties who was the noblest. He wanted to use the battle saint art to defend the prestige of the battle clan. Longsher San waved his hands in the air, directly tearing it apart. His black hair fluttered in the wind, each strand piercing into the void. The might radiating from him was simply too powerful. At this moment, even his hair had become a weapon. Any strand of it could destroy immortal weapons. Battle saint art, Do character art. Fighting against the heavens, bringing boundless joy. Longsher San's fiery golden eyes gleamed with fiery light as he instantly unleashed the powerful Do character art. This was the most powerful attack of the battle saint art, containing the true intent of battle. Not only was the attack incomparably powerful, it also contained a powerful will, the will to fight against the heavens. It was rumored that the ancestor of the battle clan once used an iron cudgel to stir up the four seas, causing the heavens and earth to be unable to contain it. Even a hole was pierced through the sky. From this, one could see how terrifying the Do character art was. Longsher San formed seals with his hands and blasted out an ancient imprint of divine valor. This imprint shone resplendently, resembling a totem god imprint. After it appeared, the heavens and earth trembled as a huge hole appeared in the sky. Go! Longsher San bellowed. An enormous divine imprint was launched at the northern and southern dynasties. The battle between him and the northern and southern dynasties had attracted a lot of attention from the beginning. After all, the northern and southern dynasties were all heaven-defying figures, the reincarnations of great sovereigns. Just this gimmick alone was enough to attract people's attention. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, they must have become even more terrifying. However, a young man had emerged who dared to fight the northern and southern dynasties head-on. Everyone wanted to see what this young man was capable of. As a genius of the same generation, the emergence of every dazzling star would attract countless attention. What a powerful combat technique! That ancient and mysterious imprint has even caused the heavens to tremble. What exactly is the background of this young man? This kind of combat technique is rarely seen in this world. It's too powerful. It contains the chi of a divine soul. The pressure is extremely strong. Could it be that an immemorial battle soul has been born? There are just too many monstrous geniuses in this heavens and earth. I really don't know if it's my misfortune or fortune to be living in the same generation as them. Let's see. This young man is merely an intermediate immortal emperor. He believes that he won't be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties are almost invincible in the same realm. Back then, he had almost killed Imo Wuching when he was only an early immortal emperor at the Broken Edge Cliff. No one wasn't shocked. Such an earth-shattering battle was bound to attract the attention of all. If Longsher San could defeat the northern and southern dynasties, his name would immediately rise to fame. Everyone in the immortal world would know about him. Even if he was defeated, it would be enough for him to stay alive in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. For God's sake. The battle saint technique of the battle clan is truly powerful. Monkey has only mastered 1% of its essence, but he has already displayed such powerful chi. Such an immemorial battle soul really can't be underestimated. De Huang Dog didn't forget to sigh while controlling the 5-elemental grand formation. On the opposite side, upon seeing the attack of Longsher San, the facial expression of the northern and southern dynasties changed slightly. Their impression of Longsher San rose by 30%, but they didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. The power of Longsher San had completely aroused their combat intent. Imperial heaven and earth, I am the monarch, the hand of heaven. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered wildly. Their mouths were chanting incantations. Every word was like the rumbling of thunder. Their entire being had turned into the monarch, like the supreme being of the heavens and earth. The eye of heaven was also glowing. At this moment, the northern and southern dynasties had become one with the heavens. They were the heavens, striking out the hand of heaven. The terrifying hand of the heavens was golden and dazzling. It was at least 300 meters long. After this hand appeared, it became the only existence in the world, an existence that would never change since time immemorial. Tens of thousands of people submitted to it, and a casual move from it could destroy everything in its path. Hong Long. The dose symbol art and the hand of heaven collided violently. This was an incomparably noble attack that carried a supreme will. One merged with the heavens, while the other could fight against the heavens. It was hard to predict who would emerge victorious. The sky was completely destroyed. The battlefield instantly turned into a state of chaos and nothingness. The figures of the northern and southern dynasties and Longsher San were drowned in the chaos, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. No one wasn't shocked. Even the monstrous geniuses of the immortal court, Xia Xiaotian and Zhang Yulang, were shocked. Both of them were powerful inheritors with powerful bloodlines. Their cultivation base was about to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, but they didn't have the slightest confidence in fighting Longsher San or any one of the northern and southern dynasties. I didn't expect young Master Long to be so terrifying. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The people of All Pleasures sect are really unlucky to have encountered him. If young Master Long can marry our saintess, it will be a great thing for exquisite paradise. It's definitely not a bad thing for us to befriend such a genius. That's right. I can see that young Master Long is interested in our saintess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed her to All Pleasures sect to save us. Besides, our proud saintess seems to have fallen in love with young Master Long. Let's not talk too much. Even if the saintess wants to marry young Master Long, she has to ask the immortal venerable. Without the consent of the immortal venerable, the saintess can't make the decision herself. The female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley sighed. The strength of Longsher San had indeed exceeded their imagination. Hong Long. Chapter 1640. If more people attack, his grand formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Also, that stone tablet is an incomparably mystical divine item. It will bring us endless benefits if we obtain it. Someone yelled. He was a member of Nanbei family. They hated Jiang Qin to the bone because of the fire Qilin. Plus, they had received the order from the northern and southern dynasties. Thus, they did everything they could to kill Jiang Qin and stop Wuningshu. In Nanbei family, the status of the northern and southern dynasties was above everything else. Even the patriarch of Nanbei family had to act according to the mood of the northern and southern dynasties. To put it bluntly, the northern and southern dynasties were the hope of Nanbei family. The ambition of an individual was basically equivalent to the ambition of an entire family. Nanbei family was naturally unwilling to be mediocre. It wasn't easy for them to produce such a figure in the northern and southern dynasties. The ambition of the entire family had changed. They were no longer willing to stay in East Xuanyu. Even in East Xuanyu, they wanted to be the only boss in East Xuanyu. They believed that the northern and southern dynasties would certainly lead the entire Nanbei family to dominate the world, and even become a major power that could contend against the immortal court. More and more people joined in and began to bombard the five elemental grand formation. Tyrant, support the grand formation. I'm going to kill him. Jiang Chen left behind these words and flew out of the grand formation with a sway of his body. His footsteps were mysterious as he executed the 9 phantom wolves. In an instant, his shadows were everywhere in the void, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Such a technique that could confuse vision was the most terrifying, especially in such a chaotic battle. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had already appeared in front of the disciple of Nanbei family. The heavenly saint sword was already at the center of his eyebrows. The disciple was still shouting for the others to attack. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would abandon the grand formation and appear in front of him so quickly. I'll let you shout. Jiang Chen thrust his long sword forward, piercing the center of the Nanbei family's disciple's brows. His eyes widened as he died in despair. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would die so quickly. He was still waiting to perform well in front of young Master Chao so that he could receive some sort of reward when he returned. Now, Jiang Chen had given him a reward in advance, the reward of death. Bang! With a jolt of sword chi, the head of the Nanbei family disciple was directly shattered. After killing one person, Jiang Chen didn't stop his actions and charged towards the other 2 disciples of Nanbei family. Many members of Nanbei family had gathered together. Although Jiang Chen didn't recognize them, he could recognize the clothes. Many of them were wearing the same clothes, which immediately made them the targets of Jiang Chen's slaughter. As for the 5 elemental grand formation, Tyrant was enough to support it. Jiang Chen had to teach these guys a bloody lesson, letting them know that they had to pay a heavy price for doing such a thing. Arg! 2 blood-curdling screams resounded. The 2 disciples of Nanbei family had also died under Jiang Chen's sword. Both sides were simply not on the same level. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy when he attacked, especially towards the members of Nanbei family. He didn't even blink when he killed them. Today, no matter how many members of Nanbei family came, he would kill them all. He wanted to make Nanbei family pay a heavy price. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had chosen to take the initiative, which was very advantageous to the defense of the 5 elemental grand formation. It was much more advantageous than him guarding it together. With his strength alone, it was enough to turn the enemy's camp into a complete mess, making them unable to attack the 5 elemental grand formation with their full strength. Sword chi soared into the sky. Jiang Chen's sudden attack caught many people by surprise. In addition to his decisive and ruthless attack, in the blink of an eye, a few more people died under Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly turning the scene into chaos. Kill Jiang Chen! Someone yelled. A late immortal emperor lunged at Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't want to entangle with him at all. The dragon wings on his back flapped, dodging the attack in the blink of an eye. His long sword carried endless killing intent, slashing at those with weaker cultivation base. The current Jiang Chen was already at the peak of late immortal king realm. He was only a step away from advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm. So, his combat strength was terrifying. Plus, he was going to attack without reservation. Any ordinary intermediate immortal emperor would die if they encountered him. As for those late immortal emperors, Jiang Qin had already made up his mind not to confront them head-on. His goal was very simple: to kill. The more people he killed, the greater the deterrence he could create. Jiang Qin wouldn't be lenient in killing these people. In his point of view, anyone who tried to stop Wu Ningzhu was an enemy and deserved to die, especially the people of Nanbei family, Divine Line sect, Huangquan Gate, Great Cloud Empire, Corpse Ean sect and Limitless Sword sect. They were the main targets of Jiang Qin. The enmity between him and these major powers couldn't be resolved. So naturally, he wouldn't hold back when he killed them. Roar! The frenzied dragon roared furiously. The combat sword in Jiang Qin's hand was swung like raindrops, killing a few times. When he saw a few disciples wearing the uniform of Nanbei family, he immediately rushed towards them with his sword. Be-starred. At this time, a late immortal emperor struck out a powerful attack at Jiang Qin. His name was Nanbei Jing, a famous genius of Nanbei family. If it wasn't for the existence of the northern and southern dynasties, he would be the monstrous genius that Nanbei family valued the most. However, not only did Nanbei Jing not complain about the northern and southern dynasties, but he also obeyed them without the slightest neglect to the orders of the northern and southern dynasties. This showed how lofty the status of the northern and southern dynasties had been in Nanbei family. As long as he was present, the disciples of Nanbei family would be united against external threats. Such an atmosphere was incomparable to the other major powers, especially for a major power like Great Qian Empire. The competition between the disciples of Nanbei family was just too intense. Humph! I'll kill you sooner or later. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The 9 phantom wolves was cast out once more. The dragon wings on his back merged with the flaming wings of scarlet flame. It was basically impossible for Nanbei Jing to trap him. Jiang Qin didn't choose to confront Nanbei Jing at all. His speed was just too fast. He evaded the attack and killed a genius of Nanbei family at the same time. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Nanbei Jing was infuriated. He continued to lock his chi on Jiang Qin and lunged at him. He felt that his face had lost its luster. No matter what, Jiang Qin was just a puny little immortal king. How could he accept this? Late immortal emperors, spare your hands and kill Jiang Qin. As long as he's dead, the formation below will be broken automatically. Nanbei Jing yelled to the surrounding people. Upon hearing this, numerous late immortal emperors began to lock onto Jiang Qin. The reason why they wanted to kill Jiang Qin wasn't just because they wanted to destroy the Grand Formation to stop Wu Ningzhu. More importantly, they had witnessed the terror of Jiang Qin. Such a monstrous genius was just too heaven-defying. He already had such a powerful combat strength at the late immortal king realm. If he was allowed to continue to grow, no one could predict to what extent would Jiang Qin grow. Plus, this man was cruel and merciless. Now that they had already established a hostile relationship with him, they absolutely couldn't let such a figure continue to live, because he was a potential threat to them. Jiang Qin laughed wildly. Given his current ability, no matter how many late immortal emperors there were, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, he could still escape. This was an extremely easy thing to do. Jiang Qin transformed into a dragon, rushing and killing in the crowd. Those intermediate immortal emperors were still fine. They could still resist some of his attacks with their own strength, but those early immortal emperors and half-step immortal emperor geniuses were much weaker. They simply couldn't resist a single attack from Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin wanted to kill them, it would be a complete massacre. They wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Everyone present was a genius among geniuses. Some of them were still very young. The death of any one of them would be a great loss to their sect, but Jiang Qin didn't care about this. Jiang Qin, how dare you kill the people of my heavenly Jade dynasty? You are courting death. Someone bellowed. Bullshit, heavenly Jade dynasty. If you offend me, I will bomb your imperial capital one day. Jiang Qin had gone mad. Heavenly Jade dynasty was one of the 3 major dynasties in East Xuanyu. From now on, apart from befriending Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, Jiang Qin had offended all 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. There was also Zhuge family that hadn't clashed with Jiang Qin yet. As long as Zhuge family and Nanbei family didn't attack him, Jiang Qin might not have a huge conflict with them. At this point, Corpsine sect, Huangquan Gate, Divine Line sect, Limitless Immortal sect, Great Cloud Empire, Heavenly Jade dynasty and Nanbei family had been completely offended by Jiang Qin. In the entire East Xuanyu, it was afraid that only Jiang Qin had offended these 7 major powers. To anyone, offending so many major powers was almost equivalent to courting death. There was no place in the entire East Xuanyu to hide. Arg! Arg! Jiang Qin would change his location every time he attacked. At least a dozen geniuses had died in his hands. It was incomparably difficult for those late immortal emperors to besiege him. Jiang Qin was very smart and cunning. He would rush towards the place where there were more people, giving them no chance to lock onto him. However, those late immortal emperors weren't weak after all. Very quickly, 4 to 5 experts formed a circle from different directions, besieging Jiang Qin. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin revealed a faint smile. This time, he didn't choose to evade. It seemed like he was ready to clash with these late immortal emperors. If he could restrain these late immortal emperors by himself, the 5 elemental grand formation would be able to hold on for a longer time. The most urgent matter now was Wu Ningzhu. The reason why Jiang Qin restrained these experts was to buy time for Wu Ningzhu. Chapter 1641. Jiang Qin was killing his way through the battlefield. He was besieged by 4 to 5 late immortal emperor geniuses. Not only was he able to hold back so many powerful experts, he didn't forget to kill the others. The whole scene had become extremely chaotic. The entire void was torn apart, shaking the heavens and earth. Most of the people were still spectating. After all, there were still a lot of clear-headed people who felt that even if Wu Ningzhu was stopped, they still wouldn't have the chance to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. The inheritance of the great sovereign had its own inheritor. If an inheritor died, the inheritance would probably fall silent again. More importantly, there were already too many people who had attacked. If all of them attacked, they would lose their face. As the geniuses of the young generation, they still needed some face. Below, the 5 elemental grand formation was unbreakable. The pressure of the god-trembling monument was immeasurable. Tyrant was sitting cross-legged on the monument. His chi had fused with the monument. With the suppression of the monument, it was a very difficult thing to break the grand formation. Even though the grand formation was on the verge of collapse with every attack, it was still very far away from breaking. De Huang Dog's chi was rising constantly. The 3 drops of great earth immortal milk were pushing his cultivation base to the terrifying late immortal emperor realm, but it wasn't an easy thing to do. However, it was true that De Huang Dog's combat strength was constantly improving. Yang Lang, Grandmaster Hao Ran, Lan Lingji and Hua Xiaoqian were doing their best to control the grand formation, channeling all their energy into it to stabilize it. If it was any other ordinary expert, even if they could still maintain the grand formation, they were afraid that each attack would severely injure them. The sky was destroyed and the earth was sinking. This was a great battle. Hundreds of experts attacked at the same time. Only Jiang Qin and the others could stop them. Jiang Qin had transformed into a true dragon and merged with the heavenly saint sword. He was fighting 5 enemies at the same time, but he kept falling into a disadvantageous position. His body was trembling from the attacks, but he was still able to keep the 5 great warriors at bay, preventing them from dealing with the formation below. There were a lot of late immortal emperors, about 10 of them, but not all of them could deal with Jiang Qin alone. They had to join forces with the others to attack the 5 elemental grand formation. If they didn't attack, it would be almost impossible for the grand formation to be broken. That's right. Now, not only did they have to stop Wu Ningzhu, many of them had also noticed the god-trembling monument of Tyrant. The blood-red monument was emitting a strong ancient qi. It was extremely powerful and could suppress the heavens and earth. Even a fool would know that this was a rare treasure. If one could get it, the benefits would be endless. It was no less than getting a treasure. On the other side, the battle was also the most intense. Long San had casted the Battle Saint technique to the extreme, colliding with the Monarch technique of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Every attack of the 2 peerless monstrous geniuses changed the color of the heavens and earth. The 2 of them had been fighting fiercely since the beginning. Several of the battlefields had been broken, but there was still no winner. Damn it! My Northern and Southern dynasties have always been invincible in the same realm. I have never met a worthy opponent, but today, I can't even take down a monkey. The golden eye of the Northern and Southern dynasties was spewing out flames of anger. The more he fought, the angrier he became. He was arrogant and overbearing, never putting any opponent in his eyes, but the current Long San was giving him a hard time. Even the mighty hand of heaven and Monarch technique couldn't do anything to him. As an immemorial battle spirit, Long San's Battle Saint technique was invincible. The Northern and Southern dynasties were indeed enraged, but so was Long San. If the Northern and Southern dynasties were arrogant, Long San was even more arrogant than the Northern and Southern dynasties. As a Battle Saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit, his bloodline was one of the best even among the high and mighty deities, comparable to the 5 divine beasts. Now that he had encountered the Northern and Southern dynasties, he could be considered to have met an extremely powerful opponent. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was already incomparably terrifying for Long San to be able to fight the Northern and Southern dynasties to such an extent. Long San had already made a name for himself. After this battle, his name was destined to spread across the entire immortal world. Not only the ethereal immortal domain, but the other 3 immortal domains would also know of his name. He was the peerless monstrous genius born in Golden Horizon, a powerful immemorial battle spirit. Heaven swaying, Monarch's demise. Nanbei Chao struck out another ancient secret art. He was indeed worthy of being the reincarnation of a monarch. Each of his attacks carried the will of a monarch. He was high and mighty, above the masses. Just his aura alone was enough to give people endless pressure. A terrifying will descended, turning into a peerless monarch. It was an illusory figure, radiating golden brilliance from head to toe. It was the embodiment of will and energy. Extremely terrifying, it pressed down on Long San. Monkey, let me see how you are going to resist this. The voices of the Northern and Southern dynasties shook the 9 heavens like the rumbling of thunder. Humph. You're just a fake monarch. In front of me, a monarch is just an ant. Your dignity is useless in front of me. Your nobility isn't even 1/10,000th of mine. I'll shatter your nobility and make you fall apart. Long San harumphed coldly again. With a sway of his body, he transformed into the original appearance of a Battle Saint ape. Then, his body continued to grow taller, turning into a golden giant ape that was 30 meters tall. Roar! Long San threw his head back and roared. He transformed into his true form as an ancient might gushed forth, causing even the sky to tremble. At this moment, Long San transformed into the king of all demons, causing all living beings in the world to tremble. Battle Saint art, extermination symbol art. Long San's voice was like a great bell, reverberating unceasingly on the battlefield. After the word extermination appeared, it directly transformed into a rune and fused into his body. After that, Long Shersan's aura changed once more. His entire body was filled with the will of destruction that couldn't be erased. This was the destruction of others. Long Shersan acted. He transformed into the god of destruction, and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the illusory monarch and punched out with his golden fist. Rumble, a part of the battlefield, was directly destroyed. Long Shersan originally carried the will of death. Even the illusory monarch couldn't resist it. The illusory monarch directly followed after him. The figures of the northern and southern dynasties trembled as their countenances turned pale. The power of the battle Saint Art had far exceeded their imagination. At this moment, they had no choice but to take Long Shersan seriously. However, even after the illusory monarch was destroyed, the expressions of the northern and southern dynasties didn't change at all. Instead, their auras rose once again. Heaven shaking, I am the monarch, suppressing all living beings. The figures of the northern and southern dynasties spat out ancient runes. They had activated the ancient monarch's secret art. Their bodies began to change. In just a blink of an eye, they had become as tall as Long Shersan. They had truly become a peerless monarch. Their eyes were as bright as the sun. The eye of heaven could see through all illusions. They had turned into a true monarch, annihilating all living beings and making them submit to him. The two enormous figures collided with each other in the most terrifying way. The battle Saint Art and the monarch Heaven Art had begun, a pinnacle battle. Everyone was shocked. My God! What kind of monstrous geniuses are these two? Aren't they a little too powerful? Such terrifying combat strength is beyond everyone's imagination. The immemorial battle spirit versus the reincarnation of a great sovereign. This is the true pinnacle battle. Although they are only intermediate immortal emperors, even a late immortal emperor would die if they fought them. They are the two most dazzling stars in the immortal world. They are even more dazzling than the peerless figures like Little Xia and Zhang Yulang. But look over there. Compared to the two of them, I think Jiang Chen is the scariest one. That's right. Although Jiang Chen's current combat strength isn't comparable to Long Shersan and the northern and southern dynasties, his potential and aptitude are simply earth-shattering and rare. He is merely a late immortal king and hasn't even reached the half-step immortal emperor realm, but he can already fight 5 late immortal emperors. This is a battle that transcends a major realm. Who else in the heavens and earth can do that? Jiang Chen is only a late immortal king, but he can easily kill intermediate immortal emperors. I have never seen such a heaven-defying figure in my life. His future achievement is destined to be limitless. I'm afraid that he will surpass Long Shersan and the northern and southern dynasties. It's a pity that he has offended too many people and powers. I'm afraid that the monstrous genius of this generation is going to die in the cradle. There were just too many monstrous geniuses in this era. There was no need to talk about figures like Xia Xiaotian and Zhang Yulang, but there were also plenty of geniuses like them in the immortal court. Today, the ones who shocked everyone were Long Shersan and the northern and southern dynasties, as well as Jiang Qin. They could represent the pinnacle of this era. Hong Long. The intense collision between Dragon Shersan and Nanbei Chao was still going on. Both of them fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. No one knew how many battlefields they had destroyed. The entire sky had fallen into chaos, and the sky was filled with big holes. The battle between the Battle Saint technique and the Monarch technique still couldn't decide the winner. However, Long Shersan's help to Jiang Qin was undoubtedly tremendous. If he couldn't stop the northern and southern dynasties, who else could? Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties were old enemies, but Jiang Qin's current strength was limited. he couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties. If Longsher San couldn't stop the northern and southern dynasties, the five-elemental grand formation would have long been broken, and Wuningshu's inheritance of the great sovereign would be severely disturbed. In the center of the five-elemental grand formation, Wuningshu walked forward step by step. She was already not far from the fiery stairs. She seemed to be walking with difficulty, but she never stopped. Her eyes were full of desire and fascination. Chapter 1642. Zhang Yulang was the monstrous genius of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. His body contained the bloodline of an ancient creature. Of course, his bloodline was incomparable to that of Longsher San. Putting aside the fact that his bloodline wasn't as noble as Longsher San's, Zhang Yulang had only inherited a little bit of the bloodline. Even so, it was already very terrifying. What was truly terrifying was Zhang Yulang's cultivation base. His current cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm. Such a figure was incomparably terrifying. A late immortal emperor like Nanbei Jing couldn't be compared to him. Dong! Zhang Yulang was ready to strike. He took a step forward, creating a huge hole in the void. Immediately, he unleashed his powerful qi and appeared on the battlefield with a sway. Look, that's Zhang Yulang. I didn't expect him to join the battle. I heard that Zhang Yulang has a good relationship with the northern and southern dynasties. He's also very close to Nanbei family. It seems like he's going to help the northern and southern dynasties. This is only one of the reasons. To put it bluntly, Zhang Yulang still hasn't given up on the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. He isn't willing to let a woman who came out of nowhere get it. However, if he strikes now, Jiang Chen and the others will be in real danger. The grand formation is already on the verge of collapse. If Zhang Yulang attacks now, I'm afraid that it won't last until the woman reaches the 100-step fiery stairs. Many of them were shocked to see Zhang Yulang's attack. In any case, Zhang Yulang was a famous figure among the young generation. He was the pinnacle representative of this era. There were already two figures like him in front of them. One was him and the other was Xia Shaotian of Radiant's immortal domain. Xia Shaotian seemed to be watching the show and didn't seem to have any intention of joining the battle. More importantly, Zhang Yulang represented the immortal court. The immortal court was the supreme ruler of the entire ethereal immortal domain. No one had ever dared to disrespect the immortal court. Anyone who offended the immortal court would have nowhere to hide in the immortal world. Not good. A powerful bastard is going to strike. Great Master Howren said worriedly. For God's sake, this son of Abtch is as shameless as the northern and southern dynasties. Sister Ning will reach the fiery stairs in 3 minutes. If this guy makes a move, along with the attacks of the others, I wonder if the array will last for 3 minutes. The Huang dog cursed rudely, but his words were filled with worry. He was trying his best to refine the great earth immortal milk, so he couldn't fully exert his combat strength. As a matter of fact, given his current strength, he could restrain Zhang Yulang, but he and Tyrant were the center of the five-elemental grand formation, the main force. Neither of them could leave, or else the grand formation would crumble under the opponent's powerful attack. Jiang Chen and Longsher San were already engaged in a fierce battle and had no time to spare. Zhang Yulang's sudden attack was undoubtedly a disaster for the five elements grand formation. It was a very serious blow. Clad in martial attire, Zhang Yulang came to the sky above the battlefield with a single step. He glanced down at the grand formation with a contemptuous look, then formed a seal with both of his hands and slammed the grand formation with a loud bang. An incomparably huge energy that was enough to destroy the heaven and earth collided with the grand formation with a loud bang. Ka-sie. With the addition of this energy, the five elements grand formation shook even more violently. Not only did it shake, but countless cracks also appeared on the surface of the formation. The god-trembling monument buzzed. The Huang dog was flustered. He wanted to repair the grand formation as soon as possible, but there were just too many cracks. It was impossible for him to repair it all at once. Yang Bufan, Hua Xiaoqian and Great Master Haoran were slightly weaker. Their faces turned pale after receiving the extremely strong shock. The grand formation seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. It seemed that as long as Zhang Yulang joined forces with the others to attack it again, the battle would be broken. Damn it! The Huang dog's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't wait to rush forward and fight Zhang Yulang, but he couldn't leave now. He needed to repair the grand formation. If they lost this battle, they would be overwhelmed by countless enemies in an instant. At that time, it would be difficult for them to protect Wuningshu. No, this can't go on. Zhang Yulang is too strong. We can't resist his attacks at all. I'm afraid that the grand formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Yang Lang shouted. Today's situation was extremely dangerous. There were too many enemies and they were too powerful. Wuningshu was only a small distance away from the fiery stairs, but this distance had almost become a heavenly moat. It would be extremely difficult to cross it. You have to hold on even if you can't. You have to hold on for me. The Huang dog was flustered and exasperated. He knew too well how important this opportunity was to Wuningshu. The inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao. What kind of peerless luck did she have? Once it was destroyed, it would be almost impossible to get it again in the future. Everyone gritted their teeth. Just like what the Huang dog said, they had to hold on no matter what. They had to help Wuningshu successfully step onto the fiery stairs. This was an unimaginably great opportunity that they couldn't afford to lose. The Huang dog was indeed a powerful figure who was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations. The cracks that appeared on the five elements grand formation were being repaired by the Huang dog at the fastest speed possible. Although it was impossible to repair it completely in an instant, it was much better than before. You're repairing it very fast, but no matter how fast you are, you can't stop my attack. Zhang Yulang's face was filled with coldness and his tone was full of ridicule. In his point of view, what the opponent was doing was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wang wang. Powerful energy began to surge from Zhang Yulang's body again. He was ready to attack again. It was conceivable that the power of his second attack would be much stronger than the first. It was hard to say whether the five elements grand formation could be preserved or not. Zhang Yulang, if you dare to attack again, Jiang Qin, swear to kill you. Jiang Qin, who was fighting against the five great experts, shouted at Zhang Yulang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yulang turned to look at the infuriated Jiang Qin and said, "How dare an ant talk to me like that? That sentence alone is enough for you to die 100 times." As a monstrous genius of the immortal court, Zhang Yulang was naturally arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone, but he did have the right to be so arrogant. Hong Long. Just as Zhang Yulang was about to launch his second attack, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly rang out in the distance. Soon after, a black demonic wolf soared into the sky. Even though it was very far away, everyone could clearly feel the huge commotion over there. My God! What a powerful demonic wave! Is the immortal vault of a peerless ancient devil coming out? It's indeed the immortal vault of an ancient devil, but it seems to have been taken away by someone. Look, he's coming this way. Unparalleled demonic might. This is the arrival of a powerful demon emperor. It was hard not to attract the attention of the crowd. The terrifying aura of a devil emperor pervaded the world. Under countless horrified gazes, a silhouette arrived above the battlefield like a black stream of light in the blink of an eye. The black devil chief vanished very quickly, turning into a handsome young man. He had a head of white hair and a chiseled face. He stood there like a true devil emperor. His cultivation base was incomparably terrifying. It had already reached the late immortal emperor realm. There was a heavenly devil sword above his head, like a peerless devil dragon. No one dared to look at him directly. Ah Yen. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Qin, the Huang dog and tyrant exclaimed almost at the same time. Their eyes glowed with blazing light, surprise, excitement and uncontrollable excitement. The brothers had reunited. They hadn't seen each other since they parted ways in One Line Sky. They hadn't seen each other since they ascended to the immortal world. Today, the brothers could finally fight side by side with each other. That kind of excitement was like returning to the time when they were in Saint Origin World. But now, they were already standing on the stage of the immortal world. Here, they could already look down on all the experts. What surprised Jiang Qin and the others was that Han Yan's cultivation base was too terrifying. Judging from the commotion just now, Han Yan must have entered the immortal vault of a peerless devil venerable and obtained endless benefits from it. That was the reason why his cultivation base could improve so much. The devil sword above his head was obviously a peerless devil sword, a venerable grade immortal weapon. It's him. He's the holy son of profound Yin religion in North Xuanyu. I have never thought that he would improve so fast. He has already reached the late immortal emperor realm. That's right. He's the holy son of profound Yin religion in North Xuanyu. It hasn't been long since he went to North Xuanyu, but he has already made a name for himself. It seems like the master of profound Yin religion has a good eye in choosing the holy son. It's getting more and more lively. The holy son of profound Yin religion seems to know Jiang Qin and the others. I heard that this man is the reincarnation of Gu Tianmo. That's why he was chosen by profound Yin religion. Sounds of discussion rose and fell. Many people in North Xuanyu had recognized Han Yan. Profound Yin religion was a famous devil sect in North Xuanyu. Naturally, there wouldn't be anyone who didn't know their holy son. Leave this man to me, Han Yan said. With a stretch of his palm, the devil's sword above his head immediately fell into his hand. With a sway of his body, he carried endless devil might. His speed was even faster, and he appeared in front of Zhang Yulang in the blink of an eye. Without any superfluous words, he struck out his sword. Feeling the terror of Han Yan, Zhang Yulang's facial expression changed slightly. He knew that his opponent was very strong and that the people of devil religion weren't easy to deal with. Immediately, he struck out his divine seal to resist. Hong Long. Chapter 1643. As soon as Han Yan spoke, a majestic black-robed man walked out from the crowd. His devil chi soared to the sky. Who else could it be if he wasn't Mo Wuqing? Mo Wuqing took a step forward and joined the Huang Dog's group, helping them maintain the grand formation. The addition of two great experts had turned the situation around in the blink of an eye, allowing Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog to heave a sigh of relief. As the supreme genius of profound Yin cult, Mo Wuqing didn't accept Han Yan. He had been brooding over the fact that Han Yan had become the holy son, but Han Yan's bloodline was nobler than his, so he couldn't say anything about it. However, Han Yan's cultivation base wasn't as good as his, so Mo Wuqing had always ignored this new holy son. But now, after seeing Han Yan's rapid progress, obtaining the ancient devil immortal vault, advancing to the late immortal emperor realm, and having combat strength that surpassed him, reaching the level where he could fight Zhang Yulang, Mo Wuqing was instantly convinced. Mo Wuqing was a straightforward person. In his mind, the belief of the strong was incomparably firm. He only worshipped the strong. As for those who were weaker than him, he wouldn't give a damn even if that person was the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Just like now, Han Yan had ordered him with the tone of the holy son, but Mo Wuching didn't have the slightest complaint. Moreover, Mo Wuching had once been defeated by the northern and southern dynasties, almost losing his life. There was a hidden resentment in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. In this battle, Jiang Qin and the others were full of courage, which made Mo Wuching admire them very much, especially Jiang Qin and Longsher San, who were also hot-blooded people. Mo Wuching had wanted to fight them just now. The appearance of Han Yan had given him a good excuse. 9 layers Devil Wave. Han Yan and Zhang Yulang directly opened up a huge battlefield. Han Yan put away his demon sword, and with the might of a supreme demon emperor, he unleashed the 9 layers Devil Wave that he was so proud of. A terrifying devil dragon wreaked havoc on the battlefield, rushing towards Zhang Yulang. When did such a powerful holy sun appear in profound Yin cult? Zhang Yulang frowned. Even with his cultivation, he still felt pressured. However, Zhang Yulang wasn't afraid in the slightest. His methods were also incomparably terrifying. He grabbed at the ground with his bare hands, and a mountain was directly picked up by him. After imbuing it with terrifying energy, he smashed it towards Han Yan. The two of them fought fiercely as soon as the battle began, and the outcome was actually the same as the battle between Longsher San and the northern and southern dynasties, where it was difficult to determine the victor. Countless sighs resounded once again. There were simply too many monstrous geniuses. First, there was Longsher San. Now, there was Devil Emperor Han Yan. The monstrous geniuses of this era were truly overwhelming. Gu Tianma's bloodline is just too powerful. He has just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, but he can already fight Zhang Yulang without falling into a disadvantageous position. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Sure enough, the holy sun chosen by profound Yin cult isn't an easy opponent. It seems like it's impossible for Zhang Yulang to intervene. That girl is about to step on the fiery stairs. Once she steps on it, no one will be able to stop her. After this battle, I wonder what kind of enmity will arise. I'm afraid that the immortal world won't be peaceful anymore. No one wasn't startled. Han Yan was just too powerful. He had already cast out his combat devil physique. Terrifying devil waves were constantly pressuring Zhang Yulang. Both of them fought fiercely. Judging from their momentum alone, they weren't any weaker than Longsher San and the northern and southern dynasties. The sky was turning dark and the earth was turning dark. The battle was getting more and more intense. Everywhere was white hot. Many people were moved. They had never seen such a battle before. It was worth it to experience such a battle in one's lifetime. The disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley had long been shocked speechless. They had always swaggered around in their own sects and thought highly of themselves. But now, they knew what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Many of them suddenly felt that they couldn't be considered as geniuses compared to them. They couldn't even touch the edge of geniuses. Dragon Shirsan and Nanbei Chao's battle was the most intense. Both of them wanted to defeat each other to establish their prestige. However, both of them were so powerful that it made people speechless. The Battle Saint technique and the Monarch technique had been fighting for a long time, but there was still no winner. It seemed like it was almost impossible to determine the winner of this battle. Hong Long. The spatial zone within 1,000 miles was destroyed. The cruel battle was still going on. Xia Xiaotian looked like a teenager and didn't attack from the beginning to the end. Buzz. All of a sudden, the Xiaoyao zither emitted a strong buzzing sound. The fiery stairway trembled violently, and the boundless fire of the sun spread out, causing the void to become incomparably hot. Finally, the remains of the great sovereign changed again. Wu Ningzhu walked with great difficulty and finally succeeded in setting foot on the first step. Success! Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with excitement. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu had finally stepped onto the fiery stairs, more than a dozen people actually disregarded everything and rushed towards her. It seemed like they had already lost their minds due to the killing and the battlefield. Just as Yang Lang was about to stop them, he was stopped by De Huang Dog. Don't do anything. They are courting death. Once they set foot on the fiery stairs, they will be in the range of Empress Xiaoyao. Whoever dares to attack will be blasphemy to Empress Xiaoyao. De Huang Dog said. Only then did they feel relieved. They looked at the dozen of people with pity. The consequences of blaspheming the dignity of the great sovereign were almost imaginable. Sure enough, before the dozen of people could get close to the fiery stairs, they were suddenly attacked by the fiery stairs. More than a dozen fire arrows rushed out and penetrated their bodies, turning them into ashes. Everyone, stop attacking. She has already set foot on the fiery stairs. Attacking is equivalent to attacking the dignity of Empress Xiaoyao. That's courting death. Someone shouted, waking the others up from their stupor. It was simply courting death to fight against the great sovereign. The power of the great sovereign was unfathomable. Even if it was a relic from tens of thousands of years ago, they couldn't be neglected. Any sudden change could take their lives. In front of the great sovereign, they were just ants that couldn't withstand a single blow. Voila! Seeing that Wu Ningzhu had successfully set foot on the fiery stairs, many people stopped their attacks and fixed their eyes on the fiery stairs. Many of them only attacked for the sake of the great sovereign's remains. Now that there was no hope for the remains, they also lost the desire to attack. Besides, it seemed to be an extremely difficult thing to destroy the opponent's battle. Chapter 1644. The scene quieted down all of a sudden. The battle between Longshan and the northern and southern dynasties had ended. Although the two of them were fighting fiercely, there was still no clear winner. It seemed that if it wasn't for the fear of affecting Wu Ningzhu, Longshan wouldn't stop. When the northern and southern dynasties saw the power of the fiery stairs, they seemed to be a little fearful of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, so they stopped their actions temporarily. Furthermore, they knew very well that it was meaningless to continue their attacks. It was impossible for them to defeat Longshan, let alone kill him. No matter how arrogant and domineering the northern and southern dynasties were, killing required great strength. The northern and southern dynasties didn't make a move for the time being, but they were secretly swearing in their hearts that the first thing they would do after advancing to the late immortal emperor realm was to kill this monkey and that heaven-defying Jiang Qin. The battle had stopped, but as a matter of fact, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were the most aggrieved ones, especially De Huang Dog. He couldn't stand the sight of anyone and couldn't wait to bite them. It wasn't just him. The same went for the others. They had no idea how long it had been since they had experienced such a useless battle. They could only defend passively during the whole process. Compared to them, Jiang Qin, Longshan and Han Yan were much happier. At least they had gone out to fight. To De Huang Dog, he never cared how powerful or how many enemies there were. He only cared if he could kill to his heart's content, but today, he was really unhappy. Right now, the faces of Jiang Qin, Big Yellow, Han Yan and Tyrant were filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of disturbing Wu Ningzhu, these four guys would have already started killing those people. They didn't care what kind of impact this would cause, and no matter what the consequences would be, they just wanted to kill to their heart's content. Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the first step of the fiery stairs. She stood there and didn't continue forward because the countless rays of light emitted from the Xiaoyao zither had completely enveloped her. Ancient musical notes hovered around her as if they were alive. They were the musical notes emitted from the Xiaoyao zither. Wang wang. The fiery stairs rippled violently. The number of musical notes increased. The intense sun fire spread around Wuningshu, but it didn't cause her any harm. Why doesn't Miss Wu continue forward? Lan Lingji asked puzzledly. She's accepting the final test of Empress Xiaoyao. No, it's at most a test to see if she has the qualification to become the true master of the Xiaoyao Qin. If she passes the test, I'm afraid that there will be a real test. The Huang dog spoke. It seems like it won't be easy to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. Yang Lang sighed, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If the inheritance of the great sovereign could be obtained so easily, wouldn't it mean that anyone could get it? The Xiaoyao Qin had been hiding here for tens of thousands of years. It wouldn't have come out to find its master until now. The fiery stares buzzed. It seemed like the test would still take some time. Innumerable eyes fell upon Wuningshu. Those who made a move earlier were hoping that Wuningshu would fail. Of course, it was just a wish. No one dared to make another move. The power of the inheritance of the great sovereign was just too powerful. Countless people had died under the sun fire. No one wanted to be the next one. Ah Yen, I didn't think that you would go to northern Xuanyu and become the holy son of profound Yin cult. We were worried about you before, but it seems like we were worried for nothing. You've been living a good life. A rare smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face as he looked at Han Yen. There was nothing happier than a reunion between brothers, and it happened at such a critical moment. Jiang Chen was overjoyed to be able to see the brother he had been worrying about every day grow and improve so much. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. That's right. Ah Yen, why are you doing so much better than us? You even obtained the ancient devil's immortal treasure after coming to the Golden Horizon. For God's sake, comparisons are odious. Master Dog is jealous. The Huang dog bared his teeth and said, "Go to hell. You damn dog, you are so fat and strong, yet you still say that you're living a bad life." Han Yen kicked the Huang dog's butt. The atmosphere between the brothers was still the same as before, joking and joking, cheerful and warm. After that, Han Yen and Tyrant gave each other a big bear hug. Ever since they ascended from Saint Origin World, they had never met each other. They were always worried about each other. Now that they had finally met, the brotherly love between them was fully revealed. Brother. These two guys, one is a Buddha and the other is a devil. I can't believe they have such a close relationship. Long San clicked his tongue. Buddha sect and devil sect had always been at odds with each other. This was the first time he saw someone like Tyrant and Han Yen. Where did you come from, monkey? How can you understand the affection between us brothers? Han Yen said to Long San. These two guys really didn't know each other. Han Yen didn't know Long San and Long San didn't know Han Yen. Back then, when Jiang Chen obtained the wondrous stone in the ancient tomb, they had parted ways with Han Yen. Therefore, Long San naturally hadn't seen Han Yen along the way. However, both of them had witnessed the battle just now and showed a certain amount of respect for each other, especially for Long San, who was able to fight the northern and southern dynasties to a draw. Han Yen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You two haven't met each other yet. Han Yen and Long San are my life and death brothers, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. The words life and death brothers had pulled two unrelated people together. It was inevitable that they would be inextricably linked in the future. Whether it was Han Yen or Long San, both of them knew Jiang Chen very well. There weren't many people who could be treated as life and death brothers by Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had said it, it proved that he had a life and death friendship with Jiang Chen. In the face of danger, he was worthy to be saved by Jiang Chen with his life. Little Chenzi, back then, we were unstoppable in the Saint Origin world. Who would have thought that one day, we would stand on the stage of the immortal world with the same attitude. We would still be unstoppable and fight against thousands of enemies. The corner of Tyrant's mouth rose. His expression became incomparably arrogant. His words had pulled the thoughts of all of them. That's right. The scene in the Saint Origin world had now moved to the immortal world, and it was even more lively than the one in the Saint Origin world. They might have imagined such a day, but they had never thought that it would come true. However, to them, fighting against the world was a small matter. The most important thing was that their brothers were growing. They could still stand together like before, never forsaking each other in life and death. This was the brotherhood that surpassed all sentiments in the heavens and earth. They cherished this brotherhood immensely. For ordinary people, they might not be able to enjoy such sentiments in their entire lives. In the cruel laws of the immortal world, they weren't fighting alone after all. This brotherhood was what they relied on the deepest part of their hearts. Voila! At this moment, a commotion was heard from the top of the 100 Steps fiery stairs. The musical notes that were lingering around Wu Ningzhu shattered and returned to the Xiaoyao Qin. Then, Wu Ningzhu began to walk towards the second step. Look, the musical notes have shattered. Sister Ning is still moving forward. She has passed the test and obtained the true approval of the Xiaoyao Qin. Han Yen said happily. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy upon seeing this. Don't be happy too early. The 100 Steps fiery stairs is Sister Ning's next test. She needs to climb the fiery stairs step by step and reach the highest point to obtain the Xiaoyao Qin. Only then would it be considered a success. If I'm not wrong, it won't be easy to reach the highest point of the fiery stairs. De Huang Dog said. His eyes were sharp and omniscient. He seemed to have a certain understanding of Empress Xiaoyao. Sure enough, when Wu Ningzhu reached the 5th step, her body began to sway, and it seemed like she was having a hard time. Upon seeing this, everyone's heart began to tighten. There were still 95 steps left. No one knew what kind of cruel test Wu Ningzhu would have to face. Look, that woman has just reached the 5th step and it's already incomparably difficult. It seems like this is the test of Empress Xiaoyao. There are still 95 steps left. I guess she won't be able to reach them. That's right. Her cultivation base is just too weak. She's merely a half-step immortal emperor. It will be incomparably difficult for her to reach the highest point of the fiery stairs. As long as she can't reach the highest point, all her previous efforts will be in vain. Ha! It seems like we still have hope. How can such a weak woman reach the highest point of the fiery stairs? It will only get harder and harder for her to reach the highest point. Everyone on the scene was a genius with sharp eyes. They could see that Wu Ningzhu was finding it harder and harder to walk. This was only the 5th step. How was she going to hold on to the remaining steps? The scene fell into silence once more. Only the buzzing sound of the fiery stairs could be heard. All eyes fell upon Wu Ningzhu, wanting to know what would happen next. One should know that the inheritance of a great sovereign wasn't that easy to obtain, especially the inheritance left behind by an ancient sovereign like Empress Xiaoyao. Smiles began to appear on many people's faces. If Wu Ningzhu failed, it would be the happiest thing that could happen to them. Under countless gazes, Wu Ningzhu climbed to the 20th step with difficulty, but when she reached this point, her body began to sway violently. The energy in her body was almost drained. Her face was pale, as though she would fall at any time, but Wu Ningzhu's eyes were still as firm as before. Her eyes were beautiful like the most beautiful stars in the heavens and earth. She looked at the Xiaoyao Qin above her with unswerving determination. What should we do? Miss Wu looks like she can't hold on any longer. There are still 80 steps left. Hua Xiaoqian spoke worriedly. Naturally, they hoped that Wu Ningzhu would succeed. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Chapter 1645. Hua Xiaoqian's worries were also what everyone was most worried about now. It wasn't easy for them to send Wu Ningzhu to the fiery stairs, but now she was facing the most severe test. However, they were also very clear that Wu Ningzhu could only rely on herself to pass such a test. The others couldn't help her at all. We can't intervene in the test of Empress Xiaoyao at all. We can only watch helplessly. De Huang Dog shook his head and said, I believe that Sister Ning will succeed. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably firm tone. His confidence in Wu Ningzhu was well-founded. Wu Ningzhu herself was a person with great perseverance. As the saintess of Profound River Palace, she wore a veil for the sake of her mother. Her lifelong goal was to reunite with her mother one day. How could such a person who had such a great ambition from a young age be weak? Furthermore, those who could ascend from the mortal world must have strong perseverance and mind. Otherwise, how could they become immortals? Moreover, Jiang Chen believed in Empress Xiaoyao's vision. An ancient emperor wouldn't be casual in choosing an inheritor. Since Wu Ningzhu was chosen by Empress Xiaoyao and passed the test, it meant that the Xiaoyao Qin had already acknowledged Wu Ningzhu as its master. It also meant that in its subconscious, Wu Ningzhu would definitely pass the test, ascend the fiery stairs, and pick herself up. Of course. How can anyone who Empress Xiaoyao fancies not succeed? But even if she succeeds in the end, it will be a very difficult process. As the saying goes, a phoenix will rise from the ashes. This is a great opportunity for Sister Ning, but also a great tribulation. De Huang Dog said. His thoughts were the same as Jiang Chen's. He had no doubt that Wu Ningzhu would eventually succeed in obtaining the inheritance of the great emperor, but the process would certainly not be easy. However, any successful person would have to go through hardships. If Wu Ningzhu couldn't even ascend the fiery stairs, she would be destined to be ordinary for the rest of her life if she was abandoned by Empress Xiaoyao. On the fiery stairs, Wu Ningzhu gritted her teeth and lifted her foot towards the 21st step. Boom! However, just as Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the 21st step, the fiery stairs immediately underwent an extremely intense change. The fire of the sun suddenly launched an attack on Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu's entire body was covered in flames. Even from afar, people could see that the fire of the sun was burning Wu Ningzhu's body. Not good. Han Yan exclaimed. Everyone became nervous. At first, they thought that Wu Ningzhu would be under some kind of invisible pressure on the fiery stairs, which was why she moved slowly. They did not expect that after reaching the 21st floor, the flames would start to attack her. Don't panic. This is the real test. As the saying goes, a phoenix rises from the ashes. Elder Sister Ning is going to be reborn in the fire of the sun. The fire of the sun will let her be reborn, allowing her to possess the complete bloodline of the Golden Crow. Empress Xiaoyao is the supreme empress of the Golden Clan. In order to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and control the Xiaoyao Qin, one must possess the complete bloodline of the Golden Crow. This is Elder Sister Ning's true fortune. None of us can help her. However, the tempering of the fire of the sun is extremely cruel. If she really can't bear it, she is likely to die on the fiery stairs. De Huang Dog said solemnly. He was very clear about the situation in front of him. He knew that this was a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. Not only was she going to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, she was also going to possess the bloodline of the Golden Crow. However, this process was undoubtedly extremely painful and dangerous. It was not that easy to successfully inherit the inheritance and obtain the body of the Golden Crow. De Huang Dog's words made everyone nervous again. Under the burning of the fire of the sun and the pressure of the raging flames, she had to walk step by step to the top of the fiery stairs. There were still 80 steps left, which was by no means an easy task. However, in this situation, no one could help her. Even if Jiang Qin had extraordinary means, he could only watch helplessly and pray in his heart that Wu Ningzhu could successfully merge with the Golden Crow bloodline. As the saying goes, a phoenix rises from the ashes, a butterfly breaks out of the cocoon. It was not as simple as it sounded. Perhaps only the person involved knew the process and pressure involved. Wu Ningzhu gritted her teeth and continued to crawl forward. That's right, she was crawling at this moment. Every time she climbed a step, the fire of the sun would become fiercer. The essence of the flame constantly seeped into Wu Ningzhu's skin and rushed into her body, trying to refine Wu Ningzhu from the inside out and make her undergo a real earth-shaking change. By the time Wu Ningzhu reached the 25th step, the fire of the sun had turned into a sea of flames, completely submerging Wu Ningzhu. Looking from the outside, it was impossible to see Wu Ningzhu's figure clearly. She had completely turned into a flaming person. The expressions of countless people became solemn. Whether they hoped for Wu Ningzhu to fail or hoped for her to succeed, at this moment, they all had a trace of respect for Wu Ningzhu. They could all imagine the pain and suffering that Wu Ningzhu was enduring at this moment. However, Wu Ningzhu didn't say a word. She didn't even let out a scream. She just kept crawling forward. What a strong willpower. If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even if it was the remains of the great sovereign, I would have given up. The burning of the fire of the sun is from the inside out. That kind of pain is unimaginable. I didn't expect this girl to have such great willpower. I have underestimated her. However, there are still 75 steps up. If this continues, I'm afraid that she won't be able to hold on until the end. She will die tragically on the fiery stairs. That's right. It seems like the remains of the great sovereign isn't that easy to obtain. Such a test isn't something that a half-step immortal emperor can resist. Many of them were shocked. No one dared to underestimate Wu Ningzhu anymore, but they all felt that Wu Ningzhu was going to die this time, because the situation wasn't optimistic. The fire of the sun was just too strong and there was still a long fiery stairs to climb. Finally, Wu Ningzhu climbed to the 30th step with great difficulty. She finally let out a scream. Her voice was hoarse and creepy, making people feel incomparably worried. The current Wu Ningzhu's legs had been completely incinerated. That kind of pain was simply incomprehensible and unimaginable to ordinary people. Sister Ning. Jiang Qin yelled. Despite his iron blood, he couldn't bear it any longer. His eyes were red. The scream of Wu Ningzhu almost tore Jiang Qin's heart apart. He really couldn't bear to watch such a scene anymore. Jiang Qin wanted to turn his head away, but he didn't dare to. He wanted to watch Wu Ningzhu climb up. How Jiang Qin wished that he was the one standing in the sea of fire at this moment, so that he could bear the pain of Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, the memories of him and Wu Ningzhu began to surface in Jiang Qin's mind. Each and every one of them was happy or unhappy. This was his woman. Now, he could only watch his beloved woman suffer endless torture, and he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything to help. This kind of feeling was incomprehensible to ordinary people. This was the first time in Jiang Qin's life that he felt so useless. De Huang Dog, Han Yan, Long San, and the others didn't say a word. Their eyes were red and their fists were clenched tightly. One could imagine the worry in their hearts. Lan Lingji, Hua Shaoqian, and the female disciples of the two major powers turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to watch such a scene any longer. On the fiery stairs, Wu Ningzhu was still climbing up. After letting out a scream at the beginning, she became completely silent. On the 35th step, the lower half of Wu Ningzhu's body had been completely incinerated, as though she had disappeared from this heaven and earth. The fire of sun was getting stronger and stronger, as though it was going to incinerate everything in the heavens and earth. Wu Ningzhu's will was almost blurred, but the obsession in her heart didn't vanish, supporting her to continue climbing. I can do it, I can definitely do it. This pain is nothing. The obsession in Wu Ningzhu's heart kept surging. She wanted to become stronger. She didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Qin. Perhaps Wu Ningzhu wasn't a strong woman. Her greatest desire was to accompany Jiang Qin all the way. Therefore, she had to become stronger. She wanted to become someone useful to Jiang Qin and not be a burden like a flower vase. The corner of Jiang Qin's eyes finally turned moist. It wasn't tears, but heartache. Jiang Qin felt that his heart was about to stop beating. Such a scene had almost suffocated him. Sister Ning. Jiang Qin called out Wu Ningzhu's name. His voice was hoarse as though something was stuck in his throat. He could feel the obsession in Wu Ningzhu. It was an obsession that couldn't even be incinerated by the raging fire. Even if her body was destroyed, the obsession wouldn't vanish. The sorrow of the heavens and earth, the unrequited love. The reincarnation of raging fire, the unquenchable love. All of a sudden, Jiang Qin understood the persistence of Venerable Wang Qing. Even if one wanted to forget their feelings, they would still have to return to their past. Jiang Qin wouldn't forget his feelings, and it was impossible for him to do so. There were some feelings that couldn't be forgotten. Even Xiao Wangqing couldn't do it, so he had to find his feelings again. Waves of fire surged. A figure completely submerged in flames was still crawling forward. Everyone was moved, and the entire scene was strangely quiet. People did not even dare to breathe too heavily, afraid that they would disturb this heavy determination. Wu Ningzhu's obsession seemed to have materialized, drifting and moving among the crowd. Lan Lingji grabbed Long Shisan's hand and held it tightly. This was the first time in her life that she held a man's hand, and it was an initiative. She was moved by the affection between Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu. She looked at Long Shisan, wondering if Long Shisan would shed tears of heartache like Jiang Qin if she was in the sea of fire. If a woman could fall in love once in her life, it would be worth it even if she had to die. Chapter 1646. The raging fire soon reached the 40th floor. Just as everyone had expected, Wu Ningzhu was completely incinerated, as if she had disappeared from this world. However, the sea of fire didn't vanish. Wu Ningzhu's figure couldn't be seen on the fiery stairs. It was as if she had never appeared. She just disappeared. Sister Ning. Jiang Qin shouted. Although he had expected this situation, Jiang Qin still couldn't accept it when it really happened. His mind buzzed, as if Wu Ningzhu had suddenly disappeared from his world. He was caught off guard. Is she dead? Unfortunately, she still failed in the end. Alas! I knew it wasn't that easy to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. Although this woman is admirable, she's still not strong enough. She was directly burned to nothingness on the 40th floor, not to mention the next 60 floors. It's a pity. Although she's dead, she's still worthy of respect. However, the inheritor of the great sovereign is dead. I'm afraid Empress Xiao Yao will choose a new inheritor. I don't know if we have the chance. But even if we do, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to step on the fiery stairs. It's too terrifying. It's like playing with one's life. Countless people were feeling sorry for Jiang Qin, but there were also many who were gloating, such as those major forces who were enemies with Jiang Qin. Each and every one of their faces was blooming with joy. This was exactly the result they wanted to see. Jiang Qin, seeing your beloved being burned into nothingness by the raging fire, leaving nothing behind. You must be feeling terrible, right? The northern and southern dynasties said in a sarcastic tone. Hong. As soon as his voice fell, Jiang Qin and Long Shan burst out with extremely strong murderous intent. The two were about to rush to the northern and southern dynasties. Don't make a move. Sister Ning isn't dead. If she dies, the fire of sun will disappear, Empress Xiaoyao will disappear, and the remains of the great sovereign will fall silent again. Do you really think that Empress Xiaoyao will immediately find another inheritor after Sister Ning dies? As long as the fire doesn't dissipate, Sister Ning's won't be depressed. Her body will soon be condensed again. At that time, she will have the complete Golden Crow's bloodline. De Huang Dog stopped Jiang Qin and Long Shan, motioning them not to be impulsive. Others might not know about Wu Ningzhu's situation, but De Huang Dog was very clear about it. Hearing this, Jiang Qin and Long Shan were shocked. They hurriedly looked at the fiery stairs and saw that the sea of fire was still burning, showing no signs of disappearing. If what De Huang Dog said was true, as long as the raging fire didn't disappear, Wu Ningzhu's would still be there. This was the most crucial step for her to be reborn from the fire. De Huang Dog's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope again. They stared at the sea of fire without blinking. Reborn from the fire. What a joke. Not every woman can become a phoenix. A free-range chicken will always be a free-range chicken. Even if she flies up to the branches, she can't become a phoenix. Jiang Qin, I guess your woman can't come back to life. If you're in pain, you might as well cry out loud. This young master will be very happy to see it. The northern and southern dynasties continued to speak coldly. Two flames shot out from Jiang Qin's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Wu Ningzhu's safety, he would have rushed up even if he wasn't their opponent. Northern and southern dynasties, didn't anyone tell you that you're really annoying? Jiang Qin said Lang. He silently swore that he would kill the northern and southern dynasties one day and eradicate this old enemy of his. Humph. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly and looked at the fiery stairs. They also wanted to see if Wu Ningzhu could really be reborn. Seeing Jiang Qin in pain, they felt the most comfortable. 5 minutes had passed, but there was still no movement on the fiery stairs. Everyone was burning with anxiety. If it wasn't for the fact that the sea of fire hadn't disappeared, they would have lost all hope. De Huang, do you think Sister Ning can be reborn? Asked Han Yen worriedly. Either she becomes a phoenix or she's doomed eternally. The sea of fire hasn't disappeared and the Xiaoyao Qin is still hovering there. There's still a big chance. Now, it all depends on Sister Ning's will. We can't help her at all. Whether she lives or dies, it all depends on her fate. Every word that Big Yellow said made everyone feel uncomfortable, but they knew that what Big Yellow said was right. There were only two possibilities in the current situation. One was to ascend into a phoenix from the ashes, the other was to be consigned to eternal damnation. All of this was related to luck and fortune. Life and death were only a fine line apart. Outsiders couldn't do anything to help or intervene in this matter. Amitabha. I believe that Sister Ning will be able to get through this calamity. Tyrant put his palms together, seemingly praying for Wu Ningzhu. Look, there's a shadow emerging in the sea of fire. Yang Bufan suddenly exclaimed. Countless eyes were alarmed. The sea of fire was surging and there was indeed a shadow flickering inside. It was the shadow of a woman that was gradually solidifying. It's Sister Ning. It's Sister Ning's shadow. Sister Ning isn't dead. Ha! That's great. Han Yen burst into laughter excitedly. Finally, a smile emerged on everyone's face. This was the result they had been looking forward to the most. She finally succeeded in becoming a phoenix. My God. She's not dead. Look, her shadow is beginning to solidify. I can feel a very powerful ancient bloodline emerging. This woman is about to succeed in becoming a phoenix from the fire. She really succeeded. This is too magical. She was clearly burned to ashes by the raging fire, but she was reborn at this moment. Could this be the legendary rebirth from the fire? What a powerful woman. She really succeeded. Not only did she obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, but she also obtained the bloodline of the Golden Crow. I know. Rumor has it that Empress Xiaoyao is the peerless ancient sovereign of the Golden Clan. The Golden Clan has disappeared for a long time, and so has the bloodline of the Golden Crow. It seems that Empress Xiaoyao has used the fiery stairs to condense the complete bloodline of the Golden Crow. Now, this woman has succeeded. If she succeeds, she will be the last person of the Golden Clan with a complete bloodline. No one wasn't shocked. The perfect inheritance of a great sovereign, the standard example of a phoenix rising from the fire. Such a process required great perseverance, great fortune, and great luck. Without a doubt, Wu Ningzhu had all of these. Chapter 1647. The bloodline of the ancient Golden Crow, the divine bird of the sun, was incomparably powerful. Putting aside how helpful it would be to her cultivation in the future, the benefits brought by the bloodline itself were enough for Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. The inheritance of a great sovereign is really enviable. Yang Lang's face was filled with envy. This is just the blessing brought by the fusion of the bloodline. Sister Ning hasn't obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao yet. The divine melody of Empress Xiaoyao has dominated the world. If Sister Ning learns it, she will be unparalleled in the world. The Huang dog spoke with a smile. He knew Empress Xiaoyao very well. Presently, he was incomparably happy, because Empress Xiaoyao had successfully found an inheritor, and the inheritor was one of his own. There was nothing better than this. Amazing. Mo Wuqing's face was filled with envy as well. Who wouldn't be moved when encountering such a heaven-defying opportunity and fortune? There was no one who wouldn't be envious. If such a thing happened to them, they wouldn't be able to resist it. Hong. All of a sudden, a powerful force burst out from Wu Ningzhu's body. Her cultivation base had advanced to the early immortal emperor realm. After her rebirth, the surrounding fire of sun was still incomparably intense, but this time, it seemed to have no effect on Wu Ningzhu. On the contrary, after Wu Ningzhu inherited the bloodline of the Golden Crow, the fire of sun behaved incomparably intimately towards Wu Ningzhu. It could be seen that the current relationship between Wu Ningzhu and the fire of sun was similar to the relationship between Jiang Qin and the true dragon fire. She had complete control over them and merged them into one. Damn it. She actually succeeded and her cultivation base has improved tremendously. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly turned incomparably ugly. Such an ending was what they didn't want to see the most. Northern and southern dynasties, I really want to know how you are feeling right now. I know that you are feeling very unhappy. Why don't you tell us about it and make everyone happy? Haha, Long Shisan spoke to the northern and southern dynasties. How could he let go of such an opportunity to ridicule them? He would never be polite to the northern and southern dynasties. Humph. The outcome is still uncertain. So what if he inherits the great emperor's inheritance? This young master still doesn't care about it. The northern and southern dynasties snorted coldly, still arrogant and domineering. Northern and southern dynasties, if I were you, I would take this opportunity to slip away. Otherwise, once Sister Ning's cultivation improves, she will kill you on the spot. You won't be so lucky then. He had already learned from Jiang Qin that the northern and southern dynasties had their true bodies in the immortal world. Therefore, he was not too surprised to see them here. Boom! While they were talking, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base rose once more, breaking through the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Her powerful qi rushed all the way to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm before stopping. The current Wu Ningzhu had undergone earth-shattering changes from the inside out. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she had been reborn. What a golden crow goddess! She's so beautiful. Just by standing there, she gives off an unreachable feeling. She's a true goddess. She already has the demeanor of a mighty empress. Countless exclamations were heard. Everyone was moved. They had never seen such a beautiful woman before. The current Wu Ningzhu was not only beautiful, but also had the demeanor of a high and mighty goddess. That was the demeanor of a great emperor, inviolable and inviolable. On the 40th step, Wu Ningzhu turned around. She didn't speak. She glanced at the Xiaoyao Qin above and continued to stride forward. Her speed was extremely fast. Very soon, she had reached the 90th step, but the last 10 steps seemed to be a little difficult for her. That's the will of the great sovereign. In the last 10 steps, Empress Xiaoyao wants to instill the will of the great sovereign into Sister Ning. The difficulty is no less than the previous rebirth, but Sister Ning has already succeeded. Her life will no longer be in danger. As long as she carries the will of Empress Xiaoyao, she will be able to control the Xiaoyao Qin and enter the ancient palace to obtain the true inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. De Huang Dog spoke. He knew everything incomparably well. He knew that Wu Ningzhu had already succeeded. After integrating the complete bloodline of Golden Crow, all that was left was the will of Empress Xiaoyao. As long as the will of Empress Xiaoyao was successful, it would be considered complete. Wang, the pressure of the last 10 steps was incomparably great. It was no longer the pressure of the flame, but the invisible pressure of the great sovereign. These pressures were transmitted from the Xiaoyao Qin to instill the will of the great sovereign, the supreme will of the great sovereign to its future master. It's really the best decision to bring Sister Ning here this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Sister Ning will miss this great adventure for the rest of her life and miss the chance to meet Empress Xiaoyao. Jiang Chen sighed. At the thought of this, he began to feel grateful to his master, Tianji. If it wasn't for Tianji who taught him the great divination art, he wouldn't have been able to calculate it. If it wasn't for the simple calculation, he wouldn't have brought Wu Ningzhu here for the sake of safety. If he hadn't brought Wu Ningzhu here, the inheritance of the Xiaoyao Qin might not have appeared and would have remained silent forever. Buddhism's sect was particular about karma. If there was a cause, there would be an effect. These karma were all planted by Jiang Qin. The following scene was just as De Huang Dog had expected. Although the pressure of the last 10 steps was great, it didn't stop the footsteps of Wu Ningzhu. In just 10 minutes, Wu Ningzhu had successfully reached the highest point. She stood in front of the Xiaoyao Qin, her eyes shooting out the fire of the sun. The current Wu Ningzhu had completely inherited the will of the great sovereign. She stood at the highest point, high and mighty, unreachable. That was the majesty of an unparalleled goddess that couldn't be violated. She has succeeded. She has succeeded in inheriting the will of Empress Xiaoyao and gained the recognition of the Xiaoyao Qin. She's truly amazing. This is a great fortune. How enviable. We'd better leave now. We have stopped her just now. Now that she has obtained the Xiaoyao Qin, who knows how terrifying she will become. If she comes to kill us, won't we die for sure? Don't be afraid. So what if she has the Xiaoyao Qin? She's merely an intermediate immortal emperor. She can't exert the power of a great sovereign weapon. Countless people were envious. Some began to feel afraid. Those who had stopped Wu Ningzhu began to worry. Wu Ningzhu would certainly become stronger. No one could predict how powerful an inheritor of a great sovereign would be. So many of them began to slip away quietly. Of course, most of them stayed behind. They wanted to see what the birth of an inheritor of a great sovereign looked like with their own eyes. Moreover, those late immortal emperors didn't seem to be afraid of Wu Ningzhu. After all, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base was still there. On the fiery stairs, Wu Ningzhu reached out and stroked the ancient qin. The Xiaoyao qin immediately buzzed, showing its intimacy to Wu Ningzhu. The current Xiaoyao qin had already recognized Wu Ningzhu as its master, allowing Wu Ningzhu's palm to touch its body. Wu Ningzhu's eyes revealed a look of surprise. She had been proficient in music since she was a child. Her weapon of choice was a zither. Now that she had obtained the Xiaoyao qin, nothing could make her happier than this. Subsequently, Wu Ningzhu conjured a seal with both of her hands, drawing out a ball of flame from the Xiaoyao qin. The ball of flame was only the size of a fist, but it was incomparably pure. Little Chenzi, this is the tinder of the fire of Sunday. Chapter 1648. As soon as the seed of sun fell into Jiang Chen's hand, Jiang Chen could immediately feel the blazing heat and vigorous energy coming from the seed of Sunday. Little Chenzi, this is the seed of sun extracted from the Xiaoyao qin. It's incomparably precious. Hurry up and refine it. It won't be a problem for your cultivation to advance to the next level. In the future, when you fuse 4 types of flames together, your combat strength will be even more terrifying. The Huang dog hurriedly said. One should know that not everyone could obtain the seed of Sunday. If it wasn't for Wu Ningzhu today, even if the Xiaoyao qin appeared, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to obtain the seed of Sunday. Only Wu Ningzhu, who had fused with the Golden Crow's bloodline and inherited the will of Empress Xiaoyao qin, could extract the seed of sun from the Xiaoyao qin. Wu Ningzhu knew the importance of this seed of sun to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen already had 3 types of flames in his body, the true dragon fire, the true thunder fire, and the Qilin sacred fire. If he could obtain the Golden Crow's fire of sun and fuse the 4 types of flames together, it would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. Any one of the 4 types of flames that Jiang Chen possessed would be a peerless treasure that people would scramble for, especially to those alchemists, who would never be able to obtain one in their lifetime. However, Jiang Chen had obtained 4 types of flames. This kind of fortune was simply heaven-defying. Moreover, if it was someone else, even if they obtained 4 types of flames, there was no way they could refine them. The supreme flames of the heaven and earth were already difficult to refine, let alone the complete fusion of 4 types of flames. In the entire world, perhaps only the dragon transformation skill could achieve such a great feat. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the fire seed of Sunday. For him, nothing was more important than improving his cultivation base. Today's battle had made him realize the gap between him and the northern and southern dynasties. There were too many monstrous geniuses in the immortal world, especially the northern and southern dynasties. They were his mortal enemies. Sooner or later, they would have a life-and-death battle. However, the current Jiang Chen was no match for the northern and southern dynasties. Therefore, he had to do everything he could to improve his cultivation base and combat strength. Only in this way could he close the gap between him and the northern and southern dynasties. The way Jiang Chen refined the fire of sun shocked the surrounding people with their mouths wide open. Han Yan, the Huang dog, Tyrant, Yang Bufan and Long Shisan who knew Jiang Chen a little better. After all, in their eyes, Jiang Chen was the symbol of an abnormal person. No matter how incredible the things that happened to him were, it was still normal in their eyes. However, Yang Lang, Mo Wuqing and Lan Lingji couldn't accept it. They were all geniuses. Naturally, they knew what kind of existence the fire of sun was. It was the mighty fire of heaven and earth. If this flame was given to them, they could only refine it bit by bit, absorb its energy bit by bit, and gradually integrate it with the flame. This process would take at least a month. Moreover, they had to cultivate the fire attribute cultivation method. They didn't even dare to think about how Jiang Qin devoured the fire of sun, let alone doing it. Hong. The instant the fire of sun was swallowed by Jiang Qin, a powerful flame energy surged out of his body. Jiang Qin had an abnormal physique. No matter how powerful the impact of the energy was, he could still withstand it. The dragon transformation skill was circulating rapidly. The essence of the fire of sun began to be absorbed by him continuously. The number of dragon marks in his Qi began to rise. In the beginning, the fire of sun collided violently with the other three types of flames, but this situation was soon restored under the adjustment of the dragon transformation skill. Not only did the four types of flames stop colliding, but they began to rapidly integrate with each other. In his Qi, the number of dragon marks continued to condense. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's Qi had already reached 1,240,000. He was only 10,000 dragon marks away from advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm. With the blessing of the fire of sun, Jiang Qin's Qi was able to condense 50,000 dragon marks in a short period of time, allowing Jiang Qin's cultivation base to advance to the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm. Bang! Very soon, a powerful force rushed out of Jiang Qin's body. Jiang Qin's Qi began to rise continuously, advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm. A large number of immortal meta stones had been refined by him. Even this is possible? Yang Lang and Nemo Wuqing rolled their eyes speechlessly. Today, they finally saw what a true freak was. Swallowing the fire of sun was already shocking enough, but this bastard had advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm not long after swallowing it. Wasn't this a little too fast? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. How can there be such a freak? Hua Shaoqian was also speechless. They didn't pay much attention to Jiang Qin in the beginning, but from the battle just now, they had already experienced the terror and monstrousness of Jiang Qin. Now that they saw the scene of Jiang Qin advancing, they felt that they had lived their lives in vain. After advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm, Jiang Qin's Qi didn't stop, but continued to rush towards the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm. Humph! Even if you advance, you are still no match for me. I will kill you sooner or later. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu had successfully obtained the inheritance of a great sovereign and Jiang Qin had successfully obtained the fire of sun, the northern and southern dynasties were extremely unhappy. Both of your clones have died in my hands. What's there to be proud of? If I can kill your clones, I can also eliminate your true self. Jiang Qin didn't give in. In front of the northern and southern dynasties, his arrogance must never be lower. In the sky above, Wu Ningzhu was holding the Xiao Qin in her arms. Then, the door of the ancient palace opened automatically for her. Wu Ningzhu then walked into the palace with the Xiao Qin in her arms. Hong Long. The sky trembled violently once more. The fiery stairs vanished. The ancient palace was about to enter the crack of the void and disappear along with it. Seeing this situation, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog immediately became anxious. Chapter 1649. They've disappeared. Gu Palace and the Xiao Qin have disappeared. Even Wu Ningzhu has disappeared. What's going on? Don't you understand? Empress Xiao has already found an inheritor. Wu Ningzhu is going to enter Gu Palace to inherit the legacy of Empress Xiao. I'm afraid that she won't be able to come out in a short period of time, but it's conceivable that when she comes out again, the immortal world will have one more wonderful and peerless monstrous genius. That's right. Wu Ningzhu will soar into the sky from then on. Not only did she obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, but she also obtained the Golden Crow bloodline. Such a figure is destined to be extraordinary. The disappearance of Gu Palace, the Xiaoyao Qin and Wu Ningzhu at the same time had undoubtedly set off another wave of waves. After all, no one had expected such a situation. They thought that after Wu Ningzhu obtained the Xiaoyao Qin, she would immediately display her invincible might and run amok in the Golden Horizon. Unexpectedly, she disappeared along with Gu Palace. Jiang Chen stared unblinkingly at the place where Wu Ningzhu disappeared. Although he knew that Wu Ningzhu wouldn't be in any danger and was going to obtain a great fortune, Jiang Chen still felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Wu Ningzhu leave him, because he had no idea how long Wu Ningzhu would disappear. It might be a year or a half, or maybe she would appear again just like Yan Qinyu. Little Chenzi, don't worry. Sister Ning will be fine. Han Yan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and comforted him. He could understand Jiang Chen's current mood. It must be very complicated. It's not that easy to digest the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. Putting everything else aside, the divine tune of Xiaoyao alone is more than enough for Sister Ning to digest. We should be happy for Sister Ning. After all, she has obtained her own fortune and her future achievements are limitless. It's not impossible for her to become a great emperor and reach the height of Empress Xiaoyao. De Huang Dog said. Although he was comforting Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog was also telling a fact. Wu Ningzhu had been reborn today. Her future path would be the path of a higher level. The heights she could reach in the future were unimaginable by ordinary people. There was no doubt about this. I know. You don't have to comfort me. I, Jiang Qin, am not that weak. Jiang Qin smiled. When he saw Wu Ningzhu disappear just now, he felt a little sad and lost, but it wasn't to the point where he needed someone to comfort him. After all, he knew Wu Ningzhu's situation very well. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 50,000, reaching 1,290,000. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor realm. After advancing to the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, Jiang Chen's combat strength was many times stronger than before. If he was to fight the 5 late Immortal Emperors in his dragon form, he wouldn't need to rely on speed to evade, because his current cultivation base was already at the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm. To put it bluntly, he already had the strength to kill late Immortal Emperor geniuses. Little Chenzi, your current combat strength is even more terrifying than before. Tyrant said with a smile. That's right. I have refined the fire of Sunday. Not only has my cultivation base improved, but the 4 types of flames in my body have also fused together, bringing a great boost to my combat strength. I plan to create a technique that uses the 4 types of supreme flames. Jiang Qin said. He was a grandmaster in his previous life. It was very difficult to create a technique, but Jiang Qin had enough confidence. He had the dragon transformation skill as his foundation and the 4 types of powerful flames in his hands. If he could create an earth-shattering combat technique, its power would certainly be incomparably terrifying, capable of burning everything in the heavens and earth. Speaking of flames, if Jiang Qin claimed to be the second strongest in the entire heavens and earth, absolutely no one would dare to claim to be the first. Even the unparalleled Reverend Flame couldn't possess the true Dragon Fire, true Thunder Fire, Qilin Saint Fire, and Fire of Sun at the same time. Each of these 4 types of flames was a heaven-defying existence. When the 4 types of flames were fused together, the deterrent force that could erupt was simply unimaginable. However, creating an immortal technique wasn't something that could be done overnight. It required a certain amount of luck and coincidence. Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he now possessed a powerful flame. He would certainly be able to create an earth-shattering immortal technique under the guidance of the dragon transformation skill. The inheritance of the great sovereign has disappeared. Everyone, please disperse. That's right. There are still more than 10 days before the end of the golden horizon. I'd better go to other places to search for some opportunities. Otherwise, this trip will be in vain. Even the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao has appeared. I wonder if the secret of the Golden Clan will be revealed in the end. I heard that this clan is incomparably terrifying. If it appears, there must be a lot of benefits. After the ancient palace disappeared, the experts began to disperse. There was no point in staying any longer. Many of them hadn't obtained any decent benefits after coming here for such a long time. So they were rather anxious and didn't want to waste any more time here. As for those hostile forces of Jiang Qin, although they had the intention to eliminate Jiang Qin, they had to give up after looking at the forces around Jiang Qin. They knew their limits. If they rushed forward now, they were afraid that not only would they fail to kill Jiang Qin, they would also invite trouble and lose their lives here. Previously, they still had a glimmer of hope by relying on the strength of a few hundred experts. Now that most of them had left, they were no match for Jiang Qin and his allies. Humph. I'll let him live for a few more days. After I find the inheritance of the ancient venerable and advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, I'll kill Jiang Qin. At that time, I'll surely shred him into 1,000 pieces. A late immortal emperor of Huangquan Gate harumphed coldly, then flew away and vanished in the blink of an eye. Not long after that, most of the experts had left. There was still more than half of the time left in the golden horizon. It was impossible for them to be affected by the inheritance of a great sovereign. Moreover, the emergence of the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao had gathered a large number of geniuses, especially when they saw Jiang Qin, Long San, the northern and southern dynasties, Zhang Yulang and other peerless geniuses. It had greatly widened their horizons and made them aware of the huge gap between them and these peerless geniuses. As such, they had to find their own opportunities as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would never be able to stand out in this era of geniuses. Eventually, they would be submerged in the long river of history and become a nobody. Jiang Chen, I'll spare your life today. The next time I see you, I'll surely kill you. Not only you, but all of you will die. The experts of the northern and southern dynasties were condescending and arrogant to the extreme. They left a ruthless remark and turned to leave. Why wait for the next time? You won't be leaving today. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated, immediately transforming into his dragon form. Then, he yelled at the people around him, "Brothers, let's attack together. Even if we can't kill him, we must beat him up." Everything that happened today was caused by the northern and southern dynasties. If they let the northern and southern dynasties escape just like that, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Now that Jiang Qin had advanced to the peak of half-step immortal emperor, although he couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, he had the strength to fight them. There were so many brothers on the scene. If they attacked together, even if they couldn't kill him, they must teach him a lesson, beating the high and mighty heads of the northern and southern dynasties into their heads. Beat him up. De Huang Dog laughed aloud. If they wanted to beat the northern and southern dynasties, he would be the first to do so. Swoosh. Swoosh. Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog, Long San, Tyrant, Han Yan, Yang Lang, Lan Lingji, Mo Wuqing, all of them rushed out with incredible speed, besieging the northern and southern dynasties. There was no need to mention Mo Wuqing. No one wanted to beat the northern and southern dynasties more than him. That day at the Broken Edge Cliff, if it wasn't for his fast speed, he would have died in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. If he had to fight the northern and southern dynasties alone, he naturally wouldn't be a match for them, but now that everyone had joined forces, he wouldn't hesitate to beat them up to his heart's content. Who? Those who attacked were the experts of the experts. Each of them had unleashed their qi and killing intent. The Huang dog even sealed the void, seemingly intending to trap the northern and southern dynasties to death. Seeing such a formation, the faces of the northern and southern dynasties finally changed a little. If these people fought one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid of them, but when they joined forces, they couldn't be underestimated. Long Shan alone was enough to give him a hard time, let alone Jiang Qin and the others. Long Shan, Jiang Qin, don't you feel that it's a loss of face to fight me alone? Leng Leng of the northern and southern dynasties said. Face. You are a despicable and shameless guy. Why are you talking about face? If you kneel down, kowtow, and call me Grandpa Monkey, I will spare your life. How about it? Long Shan carried the iron staff on his shoulder and spoke in a strange tone. Hong. An extremely intense anger instantly rushed out from the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had never felt such anger before. What kind of person was he? He had the life of an emperor, high and mighty. People had always knelt in front of him, but no one dared to ask him to kneel. Long Shan was the first person who had said such words. Just this sentence alone was enough to make the northern and southern dynasties want to kill him. Humph. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can defeat the northern and southern dynasties just because you joined forces? Ridiculous. The northern and southern dynasties snorted coldly, and the dense qi of the emperor spread out. Cut the crap. Beat him up. Jiang Chen's qi was like a rainbow. He immediately used the Qilin's divine arm. The Qilin's divine arm and the true dragon palm combined together. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the northern and southern dynasties and smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. Roar! At the same time, the Huang dog let out an earth-shattering roar. His body became incomparably majestic. Mystical runes flickered on his glabella, forming an ancient pattern, and smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. Han Yen and Tyrant also attacked at the same time. One of them had the War Devil body, while the other had the Tao Light Buddha body. No one dared to be negligent in dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. They immediately used their strongest attacks. Chapter 1650. The northern and southern dynasties' facial expression changed slightly. Without any hesitation, they unleashed their monarch physique. Only now did they understand that they had indeed underestimated these people. These people were all abnormal geniuses among abnormal geniuses. Except for Jiang Qin, although the foundation of the others wasn't as good as him, they were still incomparable to ordinary geniuses. If they joined forces, they would definitely be able to cause a certain amount of damage to him. The one that surprised the northern and southern dynasties the most was Jiang Qin. In their point of view, Jiang Qin was the greatest threat to them, even more so than Long Shan. Although Long Shan was an immemorial battle spirit, he could still fight him with his monarch technique. As for Jiang Qin, although he could still suppress Jiang Qin's cultivation base was only at the half-step immortal emperor realm, which was 2 levels lower than them. The scariest thing about Jiang Qin was his speed of advancement. His growth was just too fast, and his combat strength that made people speechless. The northern and southern dynasties felt that if Jiang Qin advanced to the early immortal emperor realm in the near future, they wouldn't be a match for him at all and would be suppressed by him. Such a situation was undoubtedly unacceptable to the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had always been invincible at the same level. Even if they had to kill someone at a higher level, they wouldn't say anything. In the entire immortal world, except for Long Shan, he hadn't found anyone who could fight him at the same level. But now, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was inferior to him, yet he was able to turn defeat into victory. This indicated that Jiang Chen was stronger than him in terms of talent and luck. This made the northern and southern dynasties, who had always been arrogant and aloof, unable to accept it. Hong. In the sky, Long Shersan's iron staff pressed down fiercely. The northern and southern dynasties felt an unprecedented pressure. They had to use more than half of their strength to fight against Long Shersan, and also to deal with Jiang Chen and the others. For a moment, they felt somewhat inferior. Rumble, finally, the infinite energies collided with each other. The entire sky was shattered in an instant, tearing countless huge holes in the void. The destructive energy was just too enormous. The Qilin Divine Arm, True Dragon Palm, Battle Devil Physique, Tao Light Buddha Physique plus the Supreme Dharma Seal of Buddha Sect, Long Shersan's Battle Saint Technique, the Huang Dog's innate ability, and the special abilities of Yang Lang, Mo Wuqing and Lan Lingji. When all of these attacks were combined together, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Even if the northern and southern dynasties had the ability to transcend the heavens, they would still be beaten like dogs. Wow! Under such a violent and powerful attack, the northern and southern dynasties' emperors finally could not endure it anymore. They vomited a mouthful of blood, their golden hair disheveled, their golden robes about to be torn, and even their celestial armor was about to be summoned. Ha! To think that the northern and southern dynasties would have such a day. Look at yourself in the mirror and see your current appearance. Are you still so arrogant? The Huang Dog cackled. He was excited to see the bear-like appearance of the northern and southern dynasties. In the distance, there were still some people who hadn't left. When they saw the scene, they were petrified with their mouths wide open. My God! The legendary reincarnation of the great emperors. The northern and southern dynasties were beaten to such a state. This is way too powerful. This group of people is just too ferocious and heaven-defying, especially that Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. We'd better stay away from them in the future. Otherwise, we won't even know how we die. What a bunch of beasts. The northern and southern dynasties are really pitiful. Now that they are besieged by this group of experts, their lives may be in danger. Don't look down on the northern and southern dynasties. The means of the reincarnation of the great emperors are beyond our imagination. Even if they can't defeat them, they should have no problem escaping. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too explosive. However, while they were shocked by the terror of Jiang Chen and the others, they were also shocked by the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. If it was anyone else, they might have been beaten into meat paste. Jiang Chen, you dare to violate my prestige as an emperor? You're dead meat. The northern and southern dynasties shouted. Although he was in a sorry state, his arrogant aura of an emperor didn't weaken at all. This is the person with the strongest sense of superiority I've ever seen. Beat him until he's convinced. Han Yen stood up and an unparalleled demonic sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword moved, the demonic might rippled out for 1,000 miles, slashing towards the northern and southern dynasties. At the same time, Jiang Chen and the others also unleashed an even stronger attack than before. Everyone had already made up their minds. Even if they couldn't kill the northern and southern dynasties today, they would teach them a lesson and beat them until they couldn't show any signs of superiority. Rumble. Boundless merciless light flickered, filling the sky. Every ray of light contained destructive power, representing death. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure the people in the light would have to endure. The bodies of the northern and southern dynasties' emperors were bent, but they still didn't suffer any serious injuries. The armor of immortals on their bodies was an extremely powerful defensive immortal weapon. It could withstand a very powerful attack. If it wasn't for the armor of immortals, the northern and southern dynasties would most likely be seriously injured. However, to be able to force the northern and southern dynasties to use the armor of immortals, Jiang Qin and the others could be proud of themselves. Jiang Qin, the northern and southern dynasties will remember what happened today. Next time, it will be the day you die. The enraged voices of the northern and southern dynasties rang out. He transformed into a beam of golden light and broke through the layers of defense, disappearing into the sky. Even though the Huang Dog had laid out an inescapable net, he still couldn't completely capture the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties fled, but there was no regret on the faces of the spectators. Instead, they were filled with excitement. They originally didn't intend to capture the northern and southern dynasties. For characters like the northern and southern dynasties, if they wanted to flee, they wouldn't be able to stop them. The reason why Jiang Qin acted was because he wanted to beat the northern and southern dynasties up, venting his anger and thoroughly shattering the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties. Ha, little Qinzi, beating the northern and southern dynasties so badly that they fled in defeat. Today can be considered as truly satisfying. Han Yan laughed heartily, feeling extremely satisfied. This man is too terrifying. No matter what, he will be a great trouble in my heart. Sooner or later, I will have a life-and-death battle with him. Jiang Qin retracted his dragon form. He had never underestimated the northern and southern dynasties. Whether it was in Saint Origin World or the current immortal world, the northern and southern dynasties were the opponents that Jiang Qin valued the most. They were his mortal enemies. Chapter 1651. The matter of Empress Xiao Yao had come to an end, but the journey in the Golden Horizon was far from over. Therefore, everyone was ready to part ways again. After all, there were too many opportunities in the Golden Horizon. There were so many people who possessed great fortune. If they all gathered together, they would waste a lot of opportunities, and some of them wouldn't be able to display their fortune. Everyone, there are still plenty of treasures in the Golden Horizon. Now that the inheritance of a great sovereign has appeared, I believe that other treasures will also appear one after another. It's better for us to go our separate ways and search for our own opportunities to strive for greater progress. Jiang Qin spoke. Everyone nodded, feeling that Jiang Qin's words were very reasonable. There were too many geniuses in the world. Everyone was working hard to improve themselves. There was no reason for them to enjoy their time together. This time, the emergence of Empress Xiao Yao had brought along many powerful geniuses such as Nanbei Chao, Zhang Yulang and Xia Xiaotian. They were all unparalleled geniuses. No one could be sure whether they would grow to an even more terrifying level the next time they met. If their opponents kept improving while they stagnated, the situation would be completely reversed. Before Sister Ning disappeared, she sent me a message saying that the gateway of the Golden Clan is about to open. When the gateway opens, the scene will certainly be much greater than the emergence of the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao. At that time, it will also be the time for us to gather again. Everyone, find your own way and disperse. Jiang Qin continued. When Wu Ningzhu gave him the Fire of Sun, she said that the Fire of Sun would bring great benefits to him when the gateway opens. Therefore, Jiang Qin concluded that the secret of the Golden Clan that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years would certainly appear this time. At that time, it would be the true pinnacle battle of the Golden Horizon. At that time, he was afraid that there would be mighty half-step immortal venerables, making the competition even stronger. The Golden Clan that has been hidden for tens of thousands of years is finally going to appear. I'm really looking forward to it. Yang Lang's eyes sparkled. They didn't doubt Jiang Qin's words at all. Besides, they had a strong premonition that the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao had appeared. This itself was a sign that the opening of the Golden Horizon was different from the past. The real secret was about to surface. Or rather, it could not be called a secret. After all, it had been tens of thousands of years. No one knew what had happened here tens of thousands of years ago, and no one could imagine how tragic that ancient war was. What they cared about was the treasures left behind by the Golden Clan. That was what truly moved their hearts. Subsequently, everyone left one after another, including Tyrant and Han Yen. It wasn't that the brothers didn't want to reunite, but now wasn't the time. The Golden Horizon was a great opportunity for them. If they missed it, there wouldn't be a next time. Long San also left. He went in a direction alone, and no one knew where he went. In the end, only Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were left. De Huang, I'm going to enter the 33rd level of Zulong Tower and create my own immortal technique. Jiang Qin spoke out his thoughts. He felt that one couldn't always search for treasures on the path of cultivation. When the time comes, one must calm down and think about something. Sometimes, comprehension was more important. From the moment he obtained the Fire of Sun, he had the idea of creating his own technique. Plus, with Wu Ningzhu's instruction, only the Golden Clan could attract Jiang Qin in this Golden Horizon. Apart from that, Jiang Qin didn't have much interest in anything else. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the time before the gate of the Golden Clan opened to complete what he wanted to do. Don't be in such a hurry. I can sense the existence of a treasure not far away. Let's go and have a look. It won't be too late for you to go into seclusion after obtaining it. Wouldn't it be too stupid to leave the treasure alone? De Huang Dog chuckled at Jiang Qin. After the disappearance of the remains of Empress Xiaoyao, De Huang Dog had sensed the fluctuation of a treasure not far away, but he didn't say it out loud. Now that only he and Jiang Qin were left, he naturally had to go and have a look. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. He had never doubted De Huang Dog's treasure hunting ability. The treasure that could attract De Huang Dog's attention must be extraordinary. Let's go. Jiang Qin didn't hesitate. Under the lead of De Huang Dog, he flew towards the direction where the fluctuation of the treasure was. Just like what De Huang Dog said, if he didn't want the treasure that was clearly in front of him, wouldn't he be struck by lightning? Besides, the hidden treasure in the Golden Horizon might be a great harvest. Very soon, under the lead of De Huang Dog, a man and a dog came to the center of a dilapidated mountain range. The mountain range was really dilapidated. Not even a blade of grass grew here. There wasn't the slightest chi of spatial fluctuation in the surroundings, indicating that there wasn't any overlapping spatial zone here. Generally, such an ordinary place wouldn't attract anyone's attention. No one would come here. The absence of spatial fluctuation basically indicated that there wasn't any treasure here. There was a low hillside in front of them. Because it was too inconspicuous, it could only be called a sand dune. De Huang Dog stared unblinkingly at the sand dune, his thick tail wagging constantly. De Huang, don't tell me you're talking about this place. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. What kind of treasure could there be here? I thought there would be an immortal vault. A look of disappointment emerged on Jiang Qin's face. Idiot! Could it be that only the immortal vault has the real treasure? There's a treasure buried in this sand dune. Dig it up if you don't believe me. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Qin with a contemptuous look. Are you serious? Jiang Qin was skeptical. He strode towards the sand dune, waved his hand, and struck out an energy ray, directly shattering the sand dune. Sure enough, he saw an ancient scroll underneath. There's really something here. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Immediately, he grabbed the scroll with his big hand. It was just that this scroll looked incomparably dilapidated. No one knew how long it had existed. It exuded an ancient aura and was covered with dust. There wasn't anything special about it. It was the kind of thing that no one would notice if it was thrown on the street. Burn it with flame. The Huang dog's eyes also fell on the dilapidated scroll as he spoke. Are you sure? Jiang Qin looked at De Huang dog. This was such a dilapidated scroll, but De Huang dog actually wanted him to burn it with flame. One should know that his flame was not an ordinary flame. Not to mention the fusion of 4 flames, even if it was just one of them, a scroll wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would most likely be burned to ashes immediately. Chapter 1652. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, De Huang dog chuckled. Go ahead and burn it. If your flames can burn this old scroll, then you're awesome. Seeing how confident De Huang dog was, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the scroll in his hand must be a rare treasure. If it was an ordinary scroll, not to mention his raging flames, even ordinary flames would be able to burn it clean. Blazing flames sprayed out from Jiang Chen's hand and instantly covered the scroll completely. As De Huang dog said, no matter how the flames in his hand burned, the scroll did not show any signs of being destroyed. However, as the flames burned, the scroll began to undergo great changes. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog both widened their eyes and stared at the scroll without blinking. As the flames continued to burn, the originally tattered scroll actually emitted a golden light. Gradually, the previous tatters on the scroll faded and it became a brand new scroll. The golden light was dazzling, and an extremely powerful spatial aura was released from it. Alright, quickly open the scroll and see what's inside. De Huang dog said hurriedly. His words were filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen put away the flames, and a thought shot out from between his eyebrows and landed on the golden scroll. The scroll opened with a bang, and countless golden lights began to fill the air. Mysterious phantoms of words appeared in front of him. Each word revealed a strong spatial aura, as if it was in the boundless void. Just a bit of brilliance was enough to create an illusory void. One could well imagine how miraculous it was. Almost without thinking, this scroll must be something good. Jiang Chen quickly looked at the scroll and saw that at the top of the scroll, there were 4 big words written in a sonorous and forceful manner, Great Void Technique. Below the Great Void Technique were rows of mnemonics. Each word carried an ancient aura, as if it was imprinted on it. Jiang Chen only took a glance and was completely attracted by the mnemonics on the scroll. The Great Void Technique is an ancient secret technique. Jiang Chen said in surprise. He would never have thought that there was a peerless divine technique hidden in this shabby hill. If it wasn't for Big Yellow, Jiang Chen wouldn't have taken a second glance at the bottom of the hill even if he walked past the top of it. Kid, you've made a fortune. This is the Great Void Technique left by the Void Emperor. I didn't expect it to be buried here. The Void Emperor is really ambitious. De Huang dog was excited. The value of the Great Void Technique could not be measured by ordinary things. It was almost equivalent to the orthodoxy left by a great emperor. The Void Emperor. This was the first time Jiang Chen heard the name of the Void Emperor. However, from De Huang dog's tone, it was not hard to tell that the Void Emperor must be an extremely powerful figure. The Void Emperor was in existence at the same level as the immortal Execution King and the Great Emperor Zongxian. They were also figures of the same era. The Void Emperor relied on the Great Void Technique to dominate the immortal world and made a name for himself. To put it bluntly, this Great Void Technique is the most precious thing left by the Void Emperor. I didn't expect this guy to bury such a treasure so casually. Now that you've obtained it, it's a heaven-defying fortune for you. De Huang dog sighed. When mentioning the name of the Void Emperor, his words were filled with incomparable admiration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel deep veneration. The figure of that era was called the Ancient Emperor. Naturally, the things left behind by the Void Emperor would be extraordinary. However, the way the Void Emperor did things was completely different from the other great emperors. For example, the orthodoxy left behind by Empress Xiaoyao was so huge that it could easily cause a turbulence in the entire Golden Horizon. However, the Great Void technique that was left behind by the Void Emperor was buried in an inconspicuous place without any defensive formation. However, the more it was so, the more it showed the transcendent nature of the Void Emperor. He left his inheritance to the future generations, only to the Fated One. Anyone who obtained it would be considered to be the Fated One. Unfortunately, no one had paid attention to this sand dune for tens of thousands of years. Only Jiang Qin managed to obtain it. This was enough to show that Jiang Qin was the Fated One. Jiang Qin's eyes fell upon the chant of the Great Void technique again. He couldn't listen to De Huang Dog's words anymore. His entire being was attracted by the mysterious and abstruse chant. Even with his eyesight, Jiang Qin had to admit that the Great Void technique was powerful and magical. According to the introduction of the Great Void technique, there were two parts to a powerful secret technique. One was used for escaping, and the other was used for attacking. Once the Great Void technique was mastered, it meant that one had truly mastered the law of the void. There was no place in the world that one couldn't go. With this technique, one could travel thousands of miles and cross the void. Even if one was caught in an army of thousands, one could escape with ease, leaving the enemy at a loss. Once such a magical escape technique was mastered, it was equivalent to having the capital to protect one's life. One could go anywhere in the world. In addition, the Great Void technique also had another terrifying method, which was the illusion. When facing an enemy, it could create an illusion of the void and make the enemy directly lose themselves in the vast void. It just so happened that Jiang Qin was proficient in the Great Illusion Heart Sutra. When the Great Illusion Realm and the Great Void technique were combined, the influence it could cause to the enemy was really unimaginable. Ever since he ascended to the immortal world, Jiang Qin had rarely used the Great Illusion Realm. Although this Heart Sutra was ancient, its power was limited to the experts in the immortal world. Once it failed, it would cause great backlash and damage to the user. But now, it was different with the Great Void technique. The illusion created by the Great Void technique was already incomparably terrifying. One should know that this was a powerful secret technique left behind by the Void Sovereign. If it was combined with the Great Illusion Realm, the powerful influence on the enemy would be unimaginable. This Great Void technique is indeed broad and profound. It's unpredictable. It can be regarded as a rare treasure. I wouldn't exchange it for such a powerful secret technique even if I have to give you a whole treasure vault. Jiang Qin spoke. To put it bluntly, having obtained this ancient secret technique, Jiang Qin's trip to the Golden Horizon was absolutely not in vain. This secret technique could absolutely be regarded as the greatest benefit that Jiang Qin had obtained. It was even more precious than the tinder of the fire of Sunday. Jiang Qin had made too many enemies. He had offended 7 out of the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu alone. If he didn't have any life-saving means, it would be really hard for him to survive in the future. I think you shouldn't think about creating your own flame technique for the time being. Spending some time cultivating the Great Void technique is the right choice. You have too many enemies, and all of them are very powerful. If you successfully cultivate the Great Void technique, it will be equivalent to obtaining a real life-saving means. At that time, you can go anywhere in the vast world. De Huang Dog said with a smile. Even without his words, Jiang Qin was very clear about the importance of the Great Void technique. Compared to creating his own flame technique, cultivating the Great Void technique was indeed the most important. Especially when the gate of the Golden Clan would open soon. At that time, the geniuses would gather. Who knows how intense the battle would be? He didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter in the mysterious remains of the Golden Clan. With the Great Void technique, he would have one more life-saving means. You're right. I'll go to the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower now and cultivate this Great Void technique in seclusion. I'll be able to enter the rudiments before the gate opens. Jiang Chen said. With the dragon transformation skill as his foundation, cultivating any technique would be incomparably easy for him. However, Jiang Chen also knew that it was very difficult to cultivate a powerful Great Sovereign secret technique like the Great Void technique. He didn't expect to fully comprehend it. Even if he could only enter the rudiments, it would already be incredible. At least, it would be enough for him in the Golden Horizon. It just so happens that I have absorbed 3 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. I need some time to digest it. After that, my cultivation base will advance again and reach the late Immortal Emperor realm. At that time, even ordinary half-step Immortal Venerables won't be a match for me. The Huang dog spoke with incomparable confidence. The advancement of this dog's cultivation base had never been measured by common sense. His speed of improvement was just too fast. Even Jiang Chen couldn't catch up with him. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog entered the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower with a sway. Now that Jiang Chen had obtained the Great Void technique, he couldn't wait any longer. He wasn't interested in the other benefits of the Golden Horizon at all. After cultivating the Great Void technique, he would wait for the Golden Gate to open. One had to admit that the 33rd level was absolutely the most suitable place for cultivation. The 33rd level was simply a treasure land. It just so happened that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to cultivate the Great Void technique overnight. This 33rd level was completely tailored for Jiang Chen. Chapter 1653. The Huang dog found an empty space and lay on the ground, for 5 months. Soundly. However, it was enviable. 5 months in the Zulong Tower Jiang was Chen only 5 cross-legged and began to scan the scroll with his divine sense. This was the power of the 30-fold time law. Void Sovereign didn't leave any imprint on the scroll, to be a true treasure, not even a trace of cultivation. In other words, cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds during this period of time. Anyone who obtained it could cultivate it directly without the approval of Void Sovereign. In addition to studying the Great Void could cultivate such a heaven-defying a great deal of effort to consolidate his cultivation base. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even be able to understand it. The Huang dog had already advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm. It would take them 3 to 5 years to study it. As he felt bored staying in the Zulong Tower, in order to cultivate such a great sovereign technique, one needed opportunity. No one knew where he went. Fortune, talent, and foundation. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Both of his eyes were radiating light of nothingness. If one looked closely, they would see that there were 2 void maps flickering constantly in his eyes. Those were the illusory realms of the void, but they looked incomparably real. Subsequently, an extremely ancient spatial force rushed out of Jiang Chen's body. For a moment, the entire 33rd level had turned into a real void, like a real world of void, but Jiang Chen knew that this was just an illusory realm. Voila! With the thought of Jiang Chen, the illusory realm vanished with a voila sound. Like a tide, it was sucked into Jiang Chen's body. Only then did the 33rd level return to its original state. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Sure enough, the Great Void technique is mysterious and divine to the extreme. I have cultivated it for 5 months, but I've only grasped a little of it. If I cultivate it to the grand completion stage, I will be able to create an unimaginably huge illusory realm. Even a great sovereign would be lost in it. Jiang Chen murmured. Despite his foresight and arrogance, he couldn't help praising the Great Void technique. He had to admit that Void Sovereign was indeed an unprecedented genius. No wonder he was an existence that was on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian. However, if Void Sovereign were to hear Jiang Chen's words, he was afraid that he would faint on the spot. What did he mean by using 5 months to grasp the basics? You motherfucker only used 5 months to grasp the basics of the technique. What more do you want from me? Void Sovereign was afraid that Jiang Chen would pass out on the spot. One should know that this was the Great Void technique, an ancient secret technique of a great sovereign. Even geniuses like Zhang Yulang and Xia Xiaotian would need at least 5 to 6 years to grasp the basics of the Great Void technique. Only when they reached the true immortal venerable realm would they be able to cultivate the Great Void technique. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, was merely a half-step immortal emperor. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be qualified to touch the Great Void technique, but not only did Jiang Qin touch it, but he was also able to exert the power of the Great Void technique in just 5 months. This couldn't just be described as heaven-defying, but super-heaven-defying. He was simply inhuman. This was something to be very proud of, but it was also very normal for Jiang Qin to be able to achieve this. After all, he had the protection of the dragon transformation skill, which allowed him to cultivate everything at an incomparably fast speed. The dragon transformation skill itself could evolve the power of various combat techniques. Therefore, with the dragon transformation skill, any technique was a piece of cake to Jiang Qin. In the following time, Jiang Qin didn't continue to study the Great Void technique because he knew very well that with his current ability, it was already his limit to cultivate the Great Void technique to this level. It was almost impossible for him to fully control the Great Void technique. Jiang Qin didn't ask for quick progress. He knew that the most important thing in the path of cultivation was to proceed step by step. The power of the Great Void technique would certainly increase along with the continuous improvement of his cultivation base. Nothing could be forced. However, Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry to come out of seclusion. He chose to continue his seclusion. Because he had obtained the seed of Fire of Sun, his cultivation base had advanced to the terrifying peak of half-step Immortal Emperor, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor realm, but this step had become an insurmountable gap. In these 5 months, Jiang Qin had been trying to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm, but he found that his cultivation base seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Jiang Qin felt that his foundation wasn't solid enough, so he had to work hard to consolidate his foundation and strive to break through this barrier. Just like that, another 3 months had passed. Jiang Qin had been in seclusion in the 33rd level for a total of 8 months. During these 8 months, a lot of major events had happened in Golden Horizon. Various ancient tombs and ruins had emerged one after another. Many geniuses had gone crazy. The Golden Horizon only opened once every 5 years, but it had never been as crazy as this time. Too many immortal vaults had appeared, making countless geniuses unable to adapt to it. Especially after the remains of Empress Xiao Yao appeared, the entire Golden Horizon seemed to be in turmoil. All kinds of immortal vaults had surfaced. To put it bluntly, the opening of the Golden Horizon this time was absolutely the most powerful one in history, and also the one with the most benefits. Many geniuses had obtained great benefits. Countless geniuses had advanced their cultivation base. Compared to when they had just entered the Golden Horizon, it was a completely different concept. Although there were constant dangers and battles, and a lot of people had died, as long as they were still alive, almost all of them had advanced successfully. Currently, almost all the geniuses in the entire Golden Horizon were immortal emperors. There wasn't even a single half-step immortal emperor. Countless geniuses were advancing. Many of them had obtained the inheritance of an ancient immortal venerable and soared to the sky. I heard that Zhang Yulang has obtained the inheritance of an ancient demon venerable, allowing his cultivation base to break through again, reaching the half-step immortal emperor realm. How terrifying! Zhang Yulang's body contains the bloodline of an ancient life form. This time, he has become even more terrifying. No wonder he's a figure of the immortal court. Xia Xiaotian has also broken through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. I heard that several half-step immortal venerables have emerged in just a few days. Yiqing Tian of Mi Luo Immortal Domain and Feng Yunzi of Radiance Immortal Domain are just too terrifying. This is an era overflowing with geniuses. Too many benefits have emerged in the opening of the Golden Horizon. Countless geniuses are about to soar to the sky. Many people said that the Golden Gate is about to open. Now that the expedition to the Golden Horizon is about to come to an end, I wonder if the Golden Gate will open. It's very possible. If it really does open, I wonder if the rumored gold feather fan will appear. If it does, I wonder what kind of life and death battle will break out. I'm afraid that it will be much more brutal than the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared. Let's see. We have already obtained a lot of benefits. This trip to the Golden Horizon isn't in vain. When the Golden Gate opens, we will have to depend on our luck. If we can't, we shouldn't force it. The real treasures will be fought over by those peerless geniuses. It has nothing to do with us. Unless we don't want to live, we will have to compete with those half-step immortal venerables. The turbulence in the Golden Horizon was very severe, especially in the center of the Golden Horizon. Recently, there had been heavy movements constantly. Many people felt that the Golden Gate was about to open. This place carried the biggest secret of the Golden Clan. The gold feather fan that was even scarier than the Xiaoyao Qin was about to appear. No one wouldn't be moved by this. So, many of them had already begun to head towards the place where the movements were coming from. Long Shan had left the Golden Horizon alone and broke into a void hurricane grand formation. He was trapped inside for 7 days. On the 8th day, he found the exit and entered an ancient land. This ancient land had its own space. The air was filled with vicissitudes and ancient qi. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were signs of devastation everywhere. Eventually, he found a piece of saint bone at the edge of an ancient tomb. Even though the saint bone had been decaying for tens of thousands of years, there wasn't the slightest trace left on it. It was an arm bone. When it was dug out, it emitted a dazzling golden light, making people feel incomparably heavy. Long Shan knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the arm bone. His eyes were solemn because he could sense a familiar aura from this arm bone. This is the saint bone left behind by the ancestors of the Battle Saint tribe. I've felt a trace of summoning before this. It seems like it's an instruction from the ancestors. Long Shan was somewhat excited. He came to this world alone. Now that he had encountered the bloodline of the ancestors, there was no way he wouldn't be excited. In his point of view, it didn't matter if this arm bone was left behind by an immortal venerable or a great sovereign. It couldn't stop the reverence in his heart. Hong Long Shan. Unexpectedly, after Long Shan kowtowed to the arm bone, a deafening roar was heard. A large bluestone suddenly rushed out of the ancient tomb. The bluestone was as tall as a human. Just like the arm bone, there wasn't a single mark left on it for tens of thousands of years. Long Shan's eyes fell on the bluestone. There was a huge word engraved on the bluestone, life. That word seemed to have a certain magical power. It immediately attracted all of Long Shan's attention. Then, mysterious traces began to float around the word. Those traces contained the heavenly Tao technique and incomparably profound Tao. All the traces formed a picture imprint that remained in Long Shan's mind. Long Shan's fiery golden eyes shot out. Instantly, he became incomparably excited. The life symbol art. It's actually the life symbol art of the Battle Saint technique. It was left here by the ancestors. Long Shan couldn't help but be excited. Those mysterious traces were exactly the Battle Saint technique that Long Shan was familiar with. Chapter 1654. Seeking life in the midst of death was the most difficult thing to do. The life symbol art of the Battle Saint technique was the life that one would have a narrow escape from death. The fighting symbol art and exterminating symbol art were enough to deal with the enemy, but the life symbol art was reserved for oneself. At this moment, the reason why Longshan was excited was not only because he had obtained such a secret art of survival, but also because of the importance of the life symbol art to the battle saint technique. As the backer of the battle clan, no one knew about Longshan's feelings towards the battle saint technique. This was his greatest pride. It could perfectly display the imposing manner of the battle saint technique. Without the life symbol art, the battle saint technique would ultimately be imperfect. Now that he had obtained the life symbol art here, Longshan couldn't help but be excited. The life symbol art could perfect his battle saint technique to the point of perfection. This was a symbol and a meaning. This was different from the feeling Jiang Qin had when he obtained the Great Void technique. Longshan sat cross-legged in front of the great green rock. His fiery golden eyes could see through everything. He carefully comprehended the profound meaning of the life symbol art. He wanted to brand all the traces of the life symbol art in his mind, making it a part of his body, an existence like the fighting symbol art and exterminating symbol art. This was the same as Jiang Chen's cultivation of the Great Void technique. It wasn't an easy thing. Longshan looked at the great green rock. His eyes gradually became obsessed, forgetting the time and everything around him. Another 2 months had passed in the Zulong Tower. Including the previous 8 months, Jiang Chen had been in seclusion here for a total of 10 months, which was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. By this time, the journey in the Golden Horizon had basically come to an end. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. During this period of time, he had been constantly trying to break through the barrier that was blocking him, but it still ended in failure in the end. The dragon transformation skill hasn't evolved in a long time. It seems like this barrier is not my foundation, but the dragon transformation skill. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. This was the biggest bottleneck he had encountered so far. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, it had been constantly evolving. Each evolution would bring great benefits to Jiang Chen. The True Dragon Palm, True Dragon Fire, Azure Dragon 5 Steps, 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal, Zulong Tower. These powerful skills were obtained during the evolution of the Dragon Transformation skill. Ever since he had ascended to the immortal world, the Dragon Transformation skill had never truly evolved. Now, the obstacle that was stopping him from advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm was the Dragon Transformation skill. In these 10 months of seclusion, Jiang Chen clearly felt that the Dragon Transformation skill was showing signs of evolution. And it was this sign that had hindered Jiang Chen's advancement. Jiang Chen was almost certain that no matter how many benefits were given to him, it would be useless unless the Dragon Transformation skill evolved. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm in his lifetime. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen was looking forward to such a situation. After all, each evolution of the Dragon Transformation skill would bring him great benefits. If he could rely on the evolution of the Dragon Transformation skill to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm, it would undoubtedly be the best. However, it absolutely wasn't an easy thing for the Dragon Transformation skill to evolve. Jiang Chen needed great enlightenment and a certain amount of opportunity. Today, Jiang Chen had been in seclusion for 10 months, but there was no sign of evolution of the Dragon Transformation skill. It could be seen that the opportunity hadn't arrived yet. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was useless to be anxious. Unlike advancing his cultivation base, every evolution of the Dragon Transformation skill required opportunity. Jiang Chen was incomparably clear about this. After all, the few evolutions of the Dragon Transformation skill had given Jiang Chen a great deal of experience. I can't continue my seclusion anymore. I need to go out and find the opportunity to evolve the Dragon Transformation skill. I have been in seclusion for 10 months. 10 days have passed in the outside world. The trip to the Golden Horizon is coming to an end. I'm afraid that the Golden Gate will open soon. Jiang Qin tidied his clothes and walked out of the Zulong Tower in a flash. Let me test the Great Void technique. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. With a thought, the void energy around him began to vibrate. Jiang Chen's silhouette vanished with a swoosh. When he reappeared, he was already 100,000 miles away. 100,000 miles in an instant without the slightest spatial obstruction. Even if there are restrictions and formations in the surroundings, they still won't be able to stop the Great Void technique. How terrifying! With this technique, I'm afraid that not even an immortal venerable will be able to kill me. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. Although he had only mastered the superficial knowledge of the Great Void technique, it was more than enough for him. Given his current ability, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to kill him. Even if a mighty immortal venerable came to kill him, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to escape from that person's hands. Undoubtedly, the Great Void technique had given Jiang Qin a great life-saving means, which was much more useful than the Zulong Tower. After all, the Zulong Tower could only be hidden inside. If he encountered a true expert, he might be able to detect a trace of the qi of the Zulong Tower. In that case, it wouldn't be very effective for him to escape. Just like in the northern and southern dynasties, his eye of heaven could see through everything. Even if he hid inside the Zulong Tower, he still wouldn't be able to escape from the detection of the eye of heaven. However, the Great Void technique was different. It could allow him to escape in an instant, leaving no trace of the enemy. When Jiang Chen was being chased by the northern and southern dynasties for hundreds of thousands of miles, if Jiang Chen had the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Hong. The place where Jiang Chen appeared was still a barren land. The golden horizon was just too vast. There were barren lands everywhere. Chapter 1655. Seeing that King Ping was going to have a life-and-death battle with him, Jiang Qin couldn't have asked for more. Today, he had no intention of letting King Ping go. Hong. An extremely powerful qi was unleashed from Jiang Chen's body. That was the power of desolation, like a vast ocean, vigorous and powerful to the extreme. Jiang Chen had already transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he had to transform into his dragon form in order to deal with a late immortal emperor genius like King Ping. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for him. Seeing Jiang Qin transforming into his dragon form, the corner of King Ping's mouth revealed a sneer. This technique again. Jiang Qin, I have to say that this technique of yours that can increase combat strength is indeed enviable, but if you think that you can fight me with this, you're really overestimating yourself. You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Qin shook his head. The current King Ping had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Compared to when he had just entered the golden horizon, he had advanced by 2 levels. This was the time when he was bursting with confidence. Naturally, he wouldn't put anyone in his eyes, let alone Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, die. King Ping moved. Both of his hands drew a mystical arc in the void. Countless rays of dazzling light rushed out all of a sudden. These rays of light were like sharp, indestructible swords. This was the latest immortal technique that King Ping had obtained. It was incomparably terrifying. Once cast, those rays of light would turn into a huge energy net, intertwining with each other and instantly locking on the opponent's qi, leaving the opponent with no way to evade. The huge energy net had sealed everything in all directions. If it was an ordinary person, there was no way for him to evade it. As a matter of fact, to Jiang Qin, King Ping's attack wasn't worthy for him to evade, because it couldn't pose any threat to him. However, Jiang Qin really didn't plan to face it head-on. Just when King Ping's powerful attack had almost formed a circle and was about to trap Jiang Qin, traces of void qi emerged from Jiang Chen's body. With a slight sway of his body, Jiang Qin vanished without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Rumble, King Ping's ocean-like violent attack landed on the spot where Jiang Qin was previously, creating a huge hole in the void. It was evident how terrifying its destructive power was. However, it was a pity that such a terrifying attack only hit an empty spot, and did not cause any damage to Jiang Qin. What? How is this possible? King Ping turned pale with fright. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. He had clearly locked onto Jiang Chen's aura just now, but at the moment when his attack was about to hit Jiang Qin, the aura that was locked onto disappeared in an instant, quietly getting rid of his lock-on. In other words, Jiang Qin had easily escaped at the most crucial moment, rendering his powerful attack useless. King Ping, you can't even hit my man. What makes you think you can fight me? I really have no idea where your confidence comes from. Jiang Chen's figure appeared behind King Ping silently. The reason why Jiang Qin chose to escape previously was to test the power of the Great Void technique. Now, it seemed that it didn't disappoint him. He was able to escape from any lock-on. Such a heaven-defying technique was just too abnormal. Swoosh! King Ping hastily turned around and saw Jiang Qin standing calmly behind him. His facial expression turned incomparably ugly. As a late Immortal Emperor expert, he would be able to accurately capture and detect even the slightest fluctuation in the surrounding space. However, he couldn't sense how Jiang Qin appeared behind him. It was as if Jiang Qin was a ghost, coming and going without a trace. Moreover, if Jiang Qin wanted to launch a sneak attack just now, King Ping was afraid that he would have been hit by it. This was just too terrifying. It made King Ping feel a chill that came from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Qin, how did you do it? King Ping asked. He couldn't imagine how a half-step Immortal Emperor could be so silent in front of him. This made the way he looked at Jiang Qin instantly changed. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. You don't need to know. Jiang Qin said. His qi suddenly erupted. Scorching air waves erupted like a volcano. His first move was the Qilin Divine Arm. One of his arms turned into the head of a Qilin, carrying an incomparably intense flame, as though it was going to burn the void. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He appeared in front of King Ping in the blink of an eye. The Qilin Divine Arm locked everything, locked onto King Ping, and smashed at him. King Ping turned pale with fright, because Jiang Chen's movement was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. This was the horror of the Great Void technique. It had given Jiang Qin an incomparably terrifying boost to his speed. Under such a boost, it could directly disrupt the enemy's mind. Just like the current King Ping, he hadn't fully recovered from the shock of Jiang Chen's silent appearance behind him. Jiang Chen's powerful attack had already arrived in front of him. As a result, King Ping's mind was in a mess. Even if he wanted to fight back, he couldn't even display his perfect combat strength. In desperation, King Ping could only raise his palm to resist Jiang Chen's Qilin arm. However, the gap between the qi of both sides had widened. Plus, King Ping had just advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm and his cultivation base wasn't very stable. Plus, Jiang Chen's attack was extremely overbearing. King Ping might not be able to resist Jiang Chen's Qilin Divine Arm and True Dragon Palm even if he was in his peak condition, let alone now that his mind was in a mess. Bang! The powerful and violent attacks collided with each other. One of King Ping's arms was almost engulfed by the fire Qilin that had evolved from the Qilin Divine Arm. That was an earth-shattering energy that was enough to tear everything apart. It was so violent that it made one's soul tremble. Arg! King Ping let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the ferocious energy. One of his arms was completely twisted, dripping with blood, and his palm was completely torn apart. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast, like a shadow. Just as King Ping stabilized his body, Jiang Chen had already appeared in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably cold. That was an unimaginable coldness, like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. His tremendous qi shrouded King Ping. He was like a god of war that had descended to the world, forcing people to submit to him. No, this isn't possible. This is impossible. King Ping kept shaking his head. He couldn't accept such a reality at all. This was too much of a blow to him. He was incomparably confident that he had already advanced to the realm that he had been dreaming of in this golden horizon. He felt that he was already the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire. Even in the entire immortal world, he was already a well-known figure among the young generation, enough to dominate the young generation. King Ping felt that when he left the golden horizon and returned to Great Qian Empire, he would be the absolute ruler. After the crown prince was dead, he would be the next ruler. No one would be able to compete with him. King Fan was destined to be just a stepping stone for him, no threat at all. However, the reality was incomparably cruel. Just as he came out of seclusion in high spirits, he encountered Jiang Qin, a mere half-step immortal emperor, a guy that he thought he must kill, an ant that he could easily trample on after coming out of seclusion. But now, Jiang Qin had given him a heavy blow on his head. The first battle after advancing to the late immortal emperor realm after coming out of seclusion was such a crushing defeat. The glory that he had dreamed of didn't appear. All of his ambitions and revenge had been crushed by Jiang Qin. Even the dignity that he was proud of had been trampled on. How could King Ping accept such a cruel reality? The things that you think are impossible are the most normal things in Jiang Chen's eyes. Your pride, your nobility, your confidence, your shrewdness, and your conspiracy are nothing but a mirage in front of me. King Ping, do you have any last words? I will give you a chance to say them. Of course, what you said is useless because no one will help you complete it. King Ping said. King Ping, do you have any last words? I will give you the chance to say them. Of course, what you said is useless because no one will help you complete it. Jiang Chen said word by word. Every word was like a sharp knife stabbing into King Ping's heart. It was an insult. Jiang Chen was humiliating him unscrupulously, but he had no choice but to accept it. Jiang Chen, do you really think you can kill me? I admit that you are the most heaven-defying monstrous genius I have ever seen, but even if I can't defeat you, you don't have the ability to kill me. As soon as King Ping finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished into the end of the void in the blink of an eye. Not only was King Ping shrewd, but he was also a man who could let go of things easily. Since he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, he could only choose to escape. Keeping his life was more important than anything else. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as he was alive today, he would have the chance to take revenge in the future. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. If it was before, King Ping might have escaped, but now, Jiang Qin, who was proficient in the Great Void technique, could easily track King Ping's escape route. Swoosh! After casting the Great Void technique, Jiang Qin also vanished into the end of the void. When he reappeared, he was standing opposite King Ping. At this moment, King Ping's expression was really ugly because he was forced out from the void by Jiang Qin. In other words, Jiang Qin could accurately track his escape route, and he didn't even have the ability to escape from Jiang Qin. King Ping, you don't have a chance anymore. From the day you showed your hostility towards me on the day of the king conferring ceremony in King Fan's mansion, you should have known that this day would come. Even with all your schemes, you still couldn't do anything to me, Jiang Qin. In the end, you will die in the hands of me, Jiang Qin. The crown prince is like this, and so are you. I forgot to tell you that those who go against me, Jiang Qin, never have a good ending. Jiang Qinleng said. Chapter 1656. King Ping was in complete despair. His heart was filled with unwillingness. A person who had just advanced to the realm that he had been dreaming of was killed by someone else before he could even display his talent and strength. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand and experience that kind of feeling. Ha! King Ping burst into laughter. His laughter was very sad and stirring. Jiang Qin looked at him with an expressionless face. King Ping's laughter lasted for a full 3 minutes before it stopped. His expression began to turn gloomy. Jiang Qin, before I die, can you let me know the reason behind my death? King Ping asked. He didn't beg for mercy because he knew Jiang Qin very well. Jiang Qin was a person who was more ruthless than him. If Jiang Qin fell into his hands, he would never let go of Jiang Qin. Therefore, King Ping didn't beg for mercy. He knew that not only was it useless to beg for mercy, it would also make Jiang Qin look down on him. Since he was going to die, he would choose to die with dignity. Jiang Qin knew what King Ping wanted to know, so he said, King Ping, Jiang Qin, have to admit that you are indeed a person with deep shrewdness. However, I have never regarded you as an opponent because you are not worthy. You have schemed to get rid of me and King Fan. You didn't even hesitate to join forces with the hostile Crown Prince because you know that the threat of me and King Fan is far greater than the Crown Prince. As long as you get rid of me and King Fan, no one in Great Qian Empire will be able to compete with you. You will then be the absolute heir. Jiang Qin paused for a moment and continued, you made use of the few major powers of Corpse Yin sect that are hostile to me to besiege us when we first arrived in Golden Horizon. Unfortunately, before you made your move, we had already obtained the Blood Dragon fruit, improved our cultivation base and subdued a powerful Blood Demon King. The second time, you also made use of several major powers to besiege King Fan, trying to lure me out. Unfortunately, you didn't expect the appearance of Long San, a peerless monstrous genius, an immemorial battle spirit comparable to the northern and southern dynasties. Today, I, Jiang Qin, have completely grown to the point where you can't deal with me. I think what you want to know the most is what method I used to give you the ability to escape. There is a great void technique in this world. I don't know if you have heard of it. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Qin's face. Great void technique. Could it be a peerless secret technique left behind by the legendary Void Emperor? King Ping's eyes widened in an instant, looking at Jiang Qin in disbelief. As expected of King Ping. You know more than others. You're right. Not long ago, I obtained the inheritance of Void Emperor and cultivated the Great Void technique. Therefore, it's not wrong that you can't escape. Jiang Qin said. So that's how it is. Jiang Qin, it seems that you are indeed a man of great luck. I really shouldn't have made you my enemy in the past. Besides, you're very smart. Everything that I have done can't be hidden from you. Today, I, Yang Buping, have no regrets to die in your hands. After saying that, King Ping closed his eyes directly. Even though he was still unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He finally understood the situation. Under the pursuit of the Great Void technique, it was no surprise that he could not escape. At this moment, King Ping did not have too much resentment towards Jiang Qin. At this moment, King Ping didn't have too much resentment towards Jiang Qin. After all, they were enemies. The winner takes all, and the loser is the thief. Now, he was feeling somewhat regretful. He had seen through Jiang Qin's potential, but he didn't think that Jiang Chen's potential would be this terrifying. Although he was self-righteous, he still had self-awareness. What qualification did he have to fight against a monstrous genius who had obtained the inheritance of Void Sovereign? Just like what Jiang Chen had said in the beginning, Jiang Chen had never regarded him as an opponent, because he wasn't worthy. Jiang Chen didn't waste any more words. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at King Ping's glabella, taking his life. The Crown Prince and King Ping were dead. It looked very sad, but Jiang Chen's heart didn't fluctuate too much. He had killed too many people along the way. Countless sects, countless geniuses, and his enemies had fallen one by one, becoming the stepping stones on his way forward. Jiang Chen's heart was like a boulder. This was the world where the weak were prey to the strong. This was the rule, the law of survival. Jiang Chen couldn't change it. Therefore, he could only become an expert. I've been in seclusion for 10 months this time. 10 days have passed in the outside world. I'm afraid that the trip to the Golden Horizon will end soon. I wonder what has happened in the Golden Horizon in these 10 days, and where are De Huang and Monkey now? Jiang Chen thought. The Golden Horizon was ever-changing. Although it was only 10 days, too many things could happen. Although Jiang Chen had the Great Void technique, he didn't dare to be careless in this Golden Horizon. Subsequently, Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and flew towards the center of the Golden Horizon. But just as he flew thousands of miles away, the entire Golden Horizon suddenly trembled. The void around his ears buzzed. That was a great tremor, even greater than when the Xiaoyao Qin appeared. The Golden Gate is about to open. Jiang Chen was startled. Then, he saw a dazzling golden passageway appearing not far away. Not only that, Jiang Chen also saw many other golden passageways appearing at the same time, in different directions and places. I heard from De Huang that there are 18 passageways in the Golden Clan. It seems that it's true. Now that all 18 passageways have opened at the same time, it's equivalent to opening the door to the Golden Clan. Any passageway can lead to the mountain gate of the Golden Clan. Jiang Chen sighed. The scene in front of him was too spectacular. The golden passageways that appeared in the void had almost covered every place and space in the entire Golden Horizon. Such a huge movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. At this time, many people were waiting for the opening of the Golden Gate. Therefore, the moment the 18 passageways appeared, everyone's attention was immediately locked on them. Look, the golden passageways have opened. They must be the passageways leading to the remains of the Golden Clan. I never thought that the legend of tens of thousands of years has finally surfaced. That's right. It must be related to the Golden Clan, an ancient clan that has been silent for tens of thousands of years. It's almost a legend. Rumor has it that the Gold Feather Fan is in the Golden Clan. I wonder if it will appear this time. It's very likely. Since the Xiaoyao Qin has appeared, it won't be too surprising if the Gold Feather Fan appears as well. The opening of the Golden Gate this time is different from the appearance of the Xiaoyao Qin. Now that the expedition to the Golden Horizon has come to an end, everyone has been waiting for the arrival of this moment. Therefore, there must be a lot of geniuses. I believe that as long as they are still alive, they will step into this passageway and enter the remains of the Golden Clan. Even the slightest benefit from such an ancient clan will bring them endless benefits. This will be a peak event. Countless monstrous geniuses will appear. If the Gold Feather Fan appears, it will surely set off a reign of terror. Who will be the inheritor and who will control the Gold Feather Fan will become a heaven-defying symbol of the young generation. It's said that many experts of the Immortal Court have advanced to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. Their terror is unimaginable. There's also the Northern and Southern dynasties, Longshan, and that Jiang Chen can't be underestimated. Let's not talk so much. Let's hurry up. If we're too slow, I'm afraid we won't even get a hair. Tens of thousands of people were shocked. Silhouettes began to scramble towards the golden passageways that were closest to them. Many of them were incomparably excited. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. Some of them knew that they had already gained a lot of benefits in this expedition, so they were prepared to keep the peace, because they knew that they weren't going to participate in the upcoming war. Therefore, they were going there with the attitude of watching a show. If they could gain some benefits, they would. If they couldn't, they wouldn't feel regretful. To them, it was already an incomparable honor to be able to witness the legendary ancient clan with their own eyes. They would also have the capital to brag to others after they left this place. Swoosh! The Huang dog appeared out of nowhere and came to Jiang Chen's side. His eyes were looking at the golden passageways, exuding an extremely complicated feeling. The golden gates are about to open. Jiang Chen said. Yes. I've already expected the appearance of the Xiaoyao Qin. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Let's go and have a look. The Huang dog said and flew towards the golden passageway. Jiang Chen followed closely behind. A man and a dog soon vanished from sight. After entering the golden passageway, one could feel the blazing aura of the Golden Clan. They possessed the bloodline of the Golden Crow and were creatures of the heavens and earth. No one knew what had happened here tens of thousands of years ago, or why a clan was annihilated and eventually fell into silence. Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out. He looked at the Huang dog and guessed that the Huang might know the reason. Countless figures rushed into the golden passageway. The moment had finally arrived. No one wasn't excited. The appearance of the Xiaoyao Qin had already caused an unimaginable shock. Moreover, now that the gates of the Golden Clan had opened, everyone wanted to know what had happened tens of thousands of years ago. Han Yan, Tyrant, Yang Bufan, Lan Lingji, and Yang Lang all entered the golden passageway from different directions. Long San was still sitting cross-legged beside the huge green rock, constantly comprehending the profound meaning of the life symbol art as though the golden passageway couldn't affect him at all. At this moment, Draconic San's entire body was undergoing a tremendous change. His black hair had turned into a mix of black and white. That's right, black and white. That was the change caused by the profound meaning of the life symbol art. During this period of time, Long San had been constantly comprehending life and death. His hair seemed to symbolize life and death. At this moment, every strand of Long San's hair was like a sharp sword, piercing into the void as though it was going to pierce through the entire void. Chapter 1657. After Jiang Qin and the Huang dog stepped into the golden passageway, they were surrounded by blazing light. The fire of sun in Jiang Chen's body couldn't help pulsating, giving Jiang Qin a sense of familiarity with the environment here. There were countless people in every passageway. A large number of geniuses were constantly flying towards the passageway, heading towards the inheritance of the Golden Clan. No one knew what was going to happen next. The Huang didn't say a word. His entire body seemed very heavy. Jiang Qin originally had some questions to ask him, but after seeing his expression, he held it back. Very soon, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog arrived at the end of the passageway. When they appeared, there were already over 10,000 people here. This showed how much importance these people attached to the inheritance of the Golden Clan. Over 10,000 people had already appeared at the beginning of the passageway, and there were still more people rushing towards them. However, no matter how fast they came in, they could only stand there. In front of them was a vast expanse of void. There was nothing under their feet, as though they were standing on an unreal land. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on a huge golden barrier in front of them. The golden barrier had a circumference of 100 miles. Looking up, the barrier seemed to be as tall as the sky. They couldn't see the edge of it. They knew that this should be the gateway to the Golden Clan. The gateway was behind this barrier. If they wanted to enter, they would have to open the barrier first. However, no one dared to touch the barrier. After learning the lesson from the Xiaoyao Qin, no one dared to stand out. They were all smart people. They understood very well that the current situation indicated that the gateway of the Golden Clan hadn't opened yet. Once the gateway was opened, the golden barrier would vanish. So what they needed to do now was to wait for the barrier to vanish and for everything behind to appear in their eyes. The void was filled with a heavy ancient qi, causing them to feel a sense of oppression and indescribable discomfort. The temperature here was very high. The air was blazing hot. This might be the characteristic of the Golden Clan. After all, they had the descendants of the Sun Divine Bird. Although the temperature here was very high, it didn't affect the mighty immortal emperors much. They could easily endure it. As soon as the big yellow dog appeared, it fixed its gaze on the barrier and began to furrow its eyebrows. I see. So that's how it is. The Huang dog muttered to himself, his gaze constantly sweeping across the barrier in front of him, as if he had seen through something. This is Golden Emperor's last resort. As expected of a grand move. De Huang, what did you see? What happened here tens of thousands of years ago? Jiang Qin asked. He was eager to know the secret, and he was almost sure that the Huang dog knew something. However, the Huang dog turned a deaf ear to Jiang Chen's words, as if he couldn't hear it at all. His entire mind was attracted by the golden barrier. Nothing else could be seen in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin shook his head and gave up. There were many things that De Huang dog didn't tell him. Even the secret and origin of De Huang dog was a mystery to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin knew that it wasn't that De Huang dog didn't want to tell him, but because Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still weak. It wasn't the right time for him to know about it. Today, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm. With his dragon form combat strength, he was strong enough to kill a late Immortal Emperor. Even so, the Huang dog still didn't tell him anything. The more it was like this, the more curious Jiang Qin was. What kind of great secret was it that even he wasn't qualified to know? Seeing that De Huang dog was looking at it so intently, Jiang Chen's eyes also fell on the golden barrier, but he couldn't see anything. And suddenly, Jiang Chen frowned. He could feel a faint stream of air drifting behind him. Immediately, he casted the Great Void technique. Pooh! Just as Jiang Chen casted the Great Void technique, a cold longsword suddenly rushed out of the void. The longsword carried strong murderous intent. Its speed was so fast that it pierced through Jiang Chen's body. The owner of the longsword was a young man. His face was wearing a hideous smile. The smile on his face grew wider when he saw that Jiang Chen was pierced by him. However, the next moment, his smile froze, because he was horrified to find that what he pierced was merely an afterimage of Jiang Chen. Swoosh! The young man turned around abruptly and saw Jiang Chen looking at him with great interest. The current Jiang Chen had already transformed into his dragon form. This was Jiang Chen's combat form. At this moment, everyone in the Golden Shark knew about it. It was no longer a secret. Impossible. How could he be so fast? The young man was shocked and couldn't accept the reality in front of him. He had always been the most confident in his sneak attack. He was sure that Jiang Chen would be gravely injured even if he didn't die under his sneak attack. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen was not only unscathed, but also perfectly evaded the attack in an instant and appeared behind him. Such a terrifying technique sent chills down his spine. Sure enough, the people of Nanbei family are all useless. They only know some sneak attacks. Jiang Qin said in a sarcastic tone. He knew this man. Back when the Xiaoyao Qin was in turmoil, Jiang Qin had killed many people of Nanbei family. This Nanbei Jing had always wanted to catch him, but failed to do so in the end. What happened that day had infuriated Nanbei Jing and left a great shadow in his heart. Someone brutally killed a genius disciple of his family in front of him, but he could only watch it happen. He couldn't even do anything to stop it. This made Nanbei Jing's heart feel as if it had been congealed into a knot. If Nanbei Jing had been thinking about killing Jiang Qin all the time, he knew very well that if he killed Jiang Qin, he would not be able to do so. Not only could he avenge the geniuses of Nanbei family, he could also raise his own prestige. Everyone knew of Jiang Qin's current fame. Whoever killed Jiang Qin would become a well-known figure. Therefore, when Nanbei Jing saw Jiang Qin as soon as he entered this place, he decisively chose to attack. He was very confident in his sneak attack, but he didn't expect that he would fail. The current Jiang Qin seemed to be more difficult to deal with than when the Xiaoyao Qin was born. A person's growth was so fast that it was really shocking. Jiang Qin, you've killed so many people of our Nanbei family. Nanbei family will definitely take your life. Nanbei Jing Lengleng said. I'm afraid my life has nothing to do with you, because you're going to be the next person of Nanbei family to die in my hands. I, Jiang Qin, will never be lenient when it comes to killing you. Jiang Qin's killing intent burst out. Chapter 1658. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Nanbei Jing burst into laughter on the spot, as if he had heard a very funny joke. He understood what Jiang Qin meant. Jiang Qin was going to kill him. Unfortunately, how could he be killed so easily? If he died in the hands of a half-step immortal emperor, what face would he have left? However, at the next moment, the smile on Nanbei Jing's face froze instantly. He sensed an extremely dangerous qi coming from his back. At this moment, his heart almost stopped beating. He didn't even think about who was the one who was going to attack him. Immediately, he executed a rapid evasion. Bang! Arg! Even though Nanbei Jing's movement and reaction were very fast, he still failed to evade the attack. The attacker was none other than De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had circulated all the strength in his body, instilling all of it into his head, and slammed at Nanbei Jing. De Huang Dog's speed was as fast as lightning. Furthermore, the current De Huang Dog was already a late immortal emperor expert. Even Nanbei Jing wasn't a match for him. Even if he faced De Huang Dog head-on, he wouldn't be able to defeat De Huang Dog. Moreover, De Huang Dog was launching a sneak attack from behind. Along with a shrill cry from Nanbei Jing, half of his body was smashed by De Huang Dog. The remaining half of his body dodged the attack. It looked extremely tragic. How dare you sneak attack in front of Master Dog? You really don't know how to write the word death. De Huang Dog spat at Nanbei Jing. One had to admit that Nanbei Jing was truly a tragedy. Although he was good at sneak attacks, he had chosen the wrong target. Jiang Qin, who had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Great Divination Art and Great Void Technique, wasn't someone that could be dealt with by sneak attacks. Any slight fluctuation could be accurately sensed by Jiang Qin. What was more tragic was that there was a De Huang Dog behind him, who was the ancestor of sneak attacks. However, Nanbei Jing just ignored the existence of De Huang Dog. The fact proved that any opponent who looked down on De Huang Dog would end up in a miserable situation. Nanbei Jing was an example, and there were many other examples in the past. Aw, damn dog. The screams of the northern and southern dynasties were heart-wrenching. At this time, a few geniuses of Nanbei family appeared and hastily protected Nanbei Jing. Among these geniuses, there was a late immortal emperor, the rest were intermediate immortal emperors, and only one was an early immortal emperor. This showed how strong the foundation of Nanbei family was. As for that young Master Chao who was the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he had yet to appear. No one knew where he had gone. The commotion here immediately alarmed everyone. Innumerable eyes looked over, but there wasn't any surprise in their eyes. The grudge between Nanbei family and Jiang Qin had long been known to everyone. It was perfectly normal for them to kill each other as soon as they met. However, Nanbei Jing's ending was truly a little miserable. Scary. That dog is even scarier than before. And there's also Jiang Qin. I have no idea what kind of heaven-defying technique he has cultivated to be able to dodge Nanbei Jing's sneak attack so easily. AI. It seems like as long as Jiang Qin is around, there's no peace. He's a troublemaker. He has offended too many people and powers. Wherever he appears, there will be killings and battles. But I really admire him. If it was someone else who had offended so many people and powers, I'm afraid that he would have been dead by now, but he's still alive and well. Many people have died in his hands. He's a man with great luck. So many experts have tried to kill him, but none of them could. Furthermore, he was allowed to grow continuously in the golden horizon. Now, he has grown to the point where it's very difficult to kill him. Let's wait and see. This time, there will be even more intense battles after the opening of the Golden Gate. There are too many people who want to kill Jiang Qin. Now that so many half-step venerable experts have appeared, I wonder if Jiang Qin can keep his life. Countless voices of discussion rang. Jiang Qin had already become a famous figure. Wherever he went was bound to set off a storm. Just like now, he had already started fighting with the geniuses of Nanbei family as soon as he appeared. Jiang Qin, you are courting death. Another late immortal emperor of Nanbei family gritted his teeth and spoke. His name was Nanbei Zhong, a figure as powerful as Nanbei Jing. It was imaginable how angry he was when he saw Nanbei Jing being injured like this. The other geniuses of Nanbei family were also glaring at Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog viciously, without concealing their killing intent. We'll know who will die in a while. Since all of you have come, let's lock on and kill them all. Since your Nanbei family is still my enemy, it's only a matter of time before you are annihilated. Jiang Qin spoke plainly. In the entire immortal world, he was afraid that only he, Jiang Qin, would dare to say that he would annihilate an ancient family. De Huang, kill them all. Jiang Qin yelled at De Huang Dog. One man and one dog turned into two rays of light, lunging at the geniuses of Nanbei family. Jiang Qin would never show any mercy when dealing with Nanbei family. De Huang Dog cackled. He liked such a massacre the most. He had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, which made him almost invincible in this golden horizon. Even those half-step immortal venerables wouldn't be able to kill him, let alone these geniuses of Nanbei family. Kang! Jiang Qin too drew out the heavenly saint sword. After comprehending the Great Void technique, he could appear anywhere in a flash. In terms of sneak attack, Nanbei Jing was far inferior to Jiang Qin. The Great Void technique was much scarier than the 9 phantom wolves. Pooh! Arg! Along with a miserable wail, an intermediate immortal emperor genius was slashed in half by Jiang Qin's sword and died on the spot. He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. They weren't on the same level at all. On the other side, De Huang Dog rushed over. Nanbei Zhong had no choice but to fight against De Huang Dog. After all, De Huang Dog was a late immortal emperor. If the others went up against him, they would die. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's means was also a disaster to the others. Ah! Ah! Miserable wails lingered. In just a few blinks, all the geniuses of Nanbei family had died under the sword of Jiang Qin. All of them were slashed in half by Jiang Qin. Their deaths were incomparably miserable. Nanbei Jing, who only had half of his body left, looked at Jiang Qin with horror in his eyes, as though he was looking at the god of death. Chapter 1659. Jiang Qin, what are you trying to do? Nanbei Jing, who only had half of his body left, looked at Jiang Qin walking towards him step by step. His voice began to tremble. His heart was now filled with infinite fear, especially after witnessing the killing methods of Jiang Qin. As a first-class genius of Nanbei family, he had never thought that he would die one day. He had never seen such a terrifying figure like Jiang Qin. What am I trying to do? What an incompetent question. Jiang Qin shook his head and didn't want to talk nonsense with Nanbei Jing. He waved the long sword in his hand and beheaded Nanbei Jing. Then, his identity brocade pouch automatically fell into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen had already obtained too many brocade pouches, but he didn't check the benefits inside them, because he knew very well that once the geniuses who came to Golden Horizon obtained a great benefit, they would find a deserted place to refine and absorb the benefits to improve their cultivation base and combat strength. No one would keep the benefits for themselves. Therefore, it was afraid that there wouldn't be any high-grade benefits in these brocade pouches. Plus, Jiang Qin didn't care about their treasures at all. After killing Nanbei Jing, Jiang Qin continued to advance towards Nanbei Zhong with the long sword in his hand. As long as he encountered the people of Nanbei family, Jiang Qin would never let them go. This Jiang Qin is truly a peerless monstrous genius. Isn't his rate of improvement a little too fast? His cultivation base seems to be the same as 10 days ago, still at the half-step immortal emperor realm, but I have a feeling that he is much more powerful than 10 days ago. Could this be an illusion? It's not an illusion. Such a figure is improving all the time. We can't use common sense to estimate him. Nanbei family is really miserable. So many powerful geniuses have died in the beginning. The death of Nanbei Jing is an incomparably huge loss to Nanbei family. Now, it seems that Nanbei Zhong isn't any better. He can't defeat that dog at all. I'm afraid that he will be in danger if he's attacked from both sides. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The massacre has already begun even before the gate of the Golden Clan is opened. We'd better stay away from Jiang Qin in the future. This man isn't easy to deal with. Killing intermediate immortal emperors is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Although they knew that Jiang Qin was ferocious, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Many of them warned themselves that they must never make such a killing god their enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't end well for them. Nanbei family was one of the two ancient major families in East Xuanyu. They even had the reincarnation of a great sovereign in the northern and southern dynasties. But in the end, their geniuses still ended up dying tragically. Even the reincarnation of a great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties had to flee with their tails between their legs 10 days ago. Go! Nanbei Zhong yelled all of a sudden. Immediately, he turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Nanbei Zhong wasn't a fool. After falling into the hands of De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin, he knew that he wouldn't be able to keep his life if he stayed here any longer. Nanbei Jing would be his end. You can't run away. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin immediately locked onto Nanbei Zhong's qi and escape route. The heavenly saint sword slashed out a heavenly river-like sword light, forcing Nanbei Zhong out of the void. How is this possible? Nanbei Zhong turned pale with fright. He couldn't imagine how Jiang Qin was able to lock onto his position so precisely. One should know that a late immortal emperor expert had a very precise control of spatial force. It could be said that it had reached the acme of perfection. It would be incomparably easy for him to escape if he wanted to. But now, Jiang Qin seemed to be able to find his position directly, leaving him no chance to escape. Nanbei Zhong couldn't help but be astonished by this. This was the mystery of the Great Void technique. How could an ordinary secret technique be compared to the inheritance left behind by the Void Sovereign? How difficult would it be to escape from the Great Void technique? Jia Jia, the Huang dog let out a sinister laugh. He rammed his indestructible head at Nanbei Zhong. He could now see that Jiang Qin had already mastered the Great Void technique, which was a very rare thing. Bang! Nanbei Zhong was already in a daze. Adding on the fact that the Huang dog's attack was too fierce and fast, he was sent flying. The Huang dog's head hit Nanbei Zhong's chest, causing a huge dent on his chest, spurting out blood along the way. Swoosh! Jiang Qin's speed was even faster. Like a shadow, he caught up with the injured Nanbei Zhong in an instant. The heavenly saint sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. While Nanbei Zhong was still in midair, he was slashed into two halves by Jiang Qin. Blood sprayed across the sky. It was an extremely miserable scene. Countless people were shocked. A late immortal emperor's supreme genius was killed just like that. Such a scene was just too shocking. Amazing. I'm afraid Nanbei family is going to die of anger this time. So many geniuses have died. Such a loss is huge to any major power. Nanbei family is going to go crazy this time. I can see that there are still people of Nanbei family standing in the surroundings, but as long as they aren't fools, they won't choose to come out at this time. Jiang Qin has already matured. Plus, he isn't fighting alone. He has the help of a group of monstrous geniuses. These people can't be underestimated. No one wasn't shocked. As soon as the passageway opened, the geniuses of Nanbei family and Jiang Qin were all killed, including two late immortal emperor geniuses. At this moment, one of the golden passageways shook violently. An incomparably powerful qi rushed out of it. A young man like a peerless war god appeared in the sky. The qi that was radiating from his body made countless people feel tremendous pressure. That was the qi of a half-step immortal venerable. Just this realm alone had already surpassed everyone. They weren't on the same level at all. The incomer was none other than Zhang Yulang, the supreme expert of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. He had finally advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. His brows were filled with endless arrogance, looking down on everyone. It was the feeling of looking down on all living beings. As soon as Zhang Yulang appeared, he saw Jiang Qin, the Huang dog and the mangled corpses of Nanbei family. His eyes immediately shot out two flames. Jiang Qin, it seems like you are getting more and more excessive. Chapter 1660. Is it too much? I don't think so at all. Zhang Yulang, I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, you will end up the same as them. The people of the immortal court are no different from anyone else in front of me. My enemies will all end up the same. If Nanbei family is my enemy, I will annihilate this ancient family. If the immortal court is my enemy, I will replace it. Jiang Qin completely ignored the strong killing intent radiating from Zhang Yulang's body. His tone was extremely arrogant. Even though the person standing in front of him was a half-step immortal venerable of the immortal court, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Such domineering and earth-shattering power seemed to be incomparable to Nanbei Chao. Jiang Chen's every movement exuded a strong superior qi, like a peerless monarch who would eventually become the strongest in the heavens and earth. Hua! Jiang Chen's words immediately set off a great uproar. It was already very impressive to say that he would annihilate an ancient family, but someone actually dared to say that he would replace the immortal court. How much courage did he need to say that? They had seen arrogant people before, but none of them were as arrogant as him. This bastard is truly lawless. No one has ever dared to go against the immortal court. Who dares to speak ill of the high and mighty immortal court? How dare he say that he wants to replace the immortal court? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. AI. He's too arrogant. How dare he say such disgraceful words? No one has ever dared to go against the immortal court. He must be tired of living. Awesome. I admire him. He's the first person who dares to say such domineering words. This alone is enough to earn my admiration. Countless sighs were heard. Jiang Chen's words had raised the eyebrows of everyone. He was clearly courting death. Could it be that he was going to publicly challenge the immortal court? Could it be that he was going to become the #1 expert in history? Jiang Chen, this sentence alone is enough for you to die 100 times. How dare you go against the immortal court? Who gave you such audacity? Zhang Yulang was infuriated. As a genius of the immortal court, this was his proudest achievement. He was respected wherever he went. But now, a nobody dared to challenge a genius in public. This was simply ridiculous. Ha! Cut the fucking crap. Kill me if you have the ability. If you don't bullshit here. Put away your nobility and don't use the immortal court to pressure me. In front of me, Jiang Chen, an enemy is an enemy. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He was wild and unruly. He had reached a state of lawlessness. He didn't even put the immortal court in his eyes. I'll kill you right now. Zhang Yulang was infuriated. He unleashed the qi of a half-step immortal venerable all of a sudden. Just this powerful qi alone was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. Everyone's eyes were full of pity when they looked at Jiang Chen. They had no idea how Jiang Chen was able to withstand Zhang Yulang's attack. One should know that killing a late immortal emperor and fighting a half-step immortal venerable were two completely different concepts. Kid, can you do it? The Huang dog looked over at Jiang Chen. Don't worry. It won't be a problem. Jiang Chen nodded. His eyes sparkled. He wanted to use Zhang Yulang's technique to test the true power of the Great Void technique. All right. The Huang dog was incomparably confident in Jiang Chen. In the face of Zhang Yulang's next attack, he immediately dodged and left. He also wanted to see to what extent Jiang Chen had cultivated the Great Void technique. He believed that given Jiang Chen's means, it wouldn't be a problem for him to dodge Zhang Yulang's attack once he mastered the Great Void technique. Zhang Yulang took a step forward. An incomparably dazzling palm sealed the void and pressed down on Jiang Chen. Countless people were shocked. The attack of a half-step immortal venerable was indeed extraordinary. It was hard to imagine that Jiang Chen could withstand such a terrifying attack. Hong Long. Jiang Chen didn't even see how he dodged it. The giant palm fell with a loud rumble. The void was completely torn apart, and Jiang Chen's entire body was enveloped in it. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. Zhang Yulang had a cold smile on his face. He knew the power of this palm strike. Even a late immortal emperor would be crushed into powder, let alone a puny Jiang Chen. Overestimating yourself. In my opinion, the geniuses of the immortal court are just a so-so. A voice was heard from another direction. Everyone turned to the direction where the voice came from and saw Jiang Qin standing there calmly. It seemed like Zhang Yulang's destructive attack didn't cause any harm to him at all. What? Zhang Yulang's expression changed dramatically. Just like Nan Beijing, he couldn't believe what had just happened. My God! How did this bastard do it? This is heaven-defying. I saw it clearly just now. He was clearly covered by Zhang Yulang's palm. That palm had sealed the surrounding void. How did Jiang Qin escape? It seems like Zhang Yulang's fierce attack didn't cause any harm to him. Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. I'm afraid that Zhang Yulang will be dumbfounded this time. Jiang Chen must have acquired a heaven-defying escape technique that allows him to travel through the void without any hindrance. That's just too scary. If he has really mastered such a heaven-defying technique, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Golden Horizon will be able to kill him. No one wasn't shocked. They had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Not only did Jiang Qin have terrifying combat strength, but he also had a heaven-defying escape technique. Not even Zhang Yulang could do anything to him. Who else in the entire Golden Horizon could kill Jiang Qin? Interesting, but it's just an insignificant skill in front of me. Jiang Qin, do you really think that you can save your life just because you have acquired some escape technique? You're too ignorant. After a brief moment of shock, killing intent burst out of Zhang Yulang's body once again. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Jiang Qin with his current ability. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Golden Horizon anymore. You disciples of major powers always talk too much nonsense. If I were you, I wouldn't say a word more. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Courting death. Zhang Yulang gritted his teeth. Overwhelming qi waves rushed out of his body like a tidal wave. This time, he used his powerful qi to completely seal all the space within 100 miles. Even the surrounding people were trapped in it. Under such pressure, countless people were frightened. If Zhang Yulang wanted to kill them, they would die without a doubt. They were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to resist. Chapter 1661. In the face of Zhang Yulang's powerful attack, Jiang Chen's expression began to turn grim. After all, he wasn't a match for Zhang Yulang in terms of cultivation base. The gap between them was still relatively large. Jiang Chen's biggest reliance in fighting Zhang Yulang was the Great Void technique. Currently, Zhang Yulang had completely gone mad. He had completely sealed off the entire void, forcing Jiang Qin to take it seriously. However, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid. He believed that the Great Void technique would definitely be able to deal with it. Jiang Qin was incomparably confident in this ancient secret technique left behind by the Void Sovereign. Although the earth-shattering energy attack wasn't Zhang Yulang's strongest attack, its lethality was enough to shock the world. This was the powerful attack of a half-step venerable. Although Zhang Yulang was just a half-step immortal venerable, he was afraid that even an ordinary early immortal venerable wouldn't be a match for him. Therefore, Zhang Yulang was infuriated. He would feel ashamed if he couldn't kill Jiang Qin given his cultivation base. Jiang Qin, let's see how you're going to dodge this. Zhang Yulang's voice shook the sky. He was determined to kill Jiang Qin in one blow to establish his prestige. At this time, Jiang Qin closed his eyes and cast the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Void Technique at the same time. He found that all the surrounding space had been firmly sealed by Zhang Yulang. There was no way out. Buzz. However, the Great Void Technique was still very powerful. The spatial force outside Jiang Chen's body rippled and buzzed. He could feel a tremendous force pressing down on him from all directions. It was the destructive force of a mountain. Great Void Technique, Invisible Escape. Jiang Chen murmured. With a sway of his body, he vanished once more. He had penetrated the spatial seal of Zhang Yulang and entered the deep spatial zone. It was an extremely dangerous act to walk in the spatial crevice. One should know that even a mighty venerable wouldn't dare to step into the spatial crevice. Once one was transported into the turbulence of the spatial zone, one would never be able to get out. However, Jiang Chen, who had cultivated the Great Void Technique, dared to do so. His comprehension of the spatial crevice and spatial law was just too strong. He could precisely control the stability of the spatial crevice and find the exit. Hong Long. A large area of the spatial zone was destroyed. Even the golden barrier that shot up into the sky buzzed, seemingly in danger of being torn apart. This was absolute destruction. Any living being that was caught in it would die tragically. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They widened their eyes and stared ahead. Many of them felt that Jiang Chen was going to die for sure. I'm afraid he's going to die this time. Zhang Yulang has sealed everything. It's useless even if he has a heaven-defying means of escape. This is a destructive attack. All living beings will die tragically in it. I wonder if Jiang Chen can walk out of it alive. I don't think it's possible. It would be too heaven-defying if he could escape from such an attack. AI. What a pity. A peerless monstrous genius has fallen just like that. Jiang Chen is too arrogant. He didn't even put a ruthless figure like Zhang Yulang in his eyes. He even dared to challenge the immortal court. He has overestimated himself. Many of them began to sigh. Most of them felt that Jiang Chen was dead for sure. There was almost no possibility of him surviving in such a situation. Jiang Chen was merely a half-step immortal emperor. If he could still survive in such a situation, it would be too heaven-defying. However, after Zhang Yulang made his move, he knitted his brows again. Others might not know, but he could clearly feel that his attack didn't seem to have killed Jiang Chen. This was his intuition. At his cultivation base, intuition was usually very accurate. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen was dead, a patch of the void was torn apart by a bare hand. A figure walked out leisurely. Who else could it be if it wasn't Jiang Chen? What? Innumerable exclamations were heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Jiang Chen as though they had seen a ghost. This was a miracle. No one knew how Jiang Chen did it. As a matter of fact, even Jiang Chen himself was somewhat surprised by the power of the Great Void Technique. He was in a very good mood now. With the Great Void Technique, it would be an absolute life-saving technique. Zhang Yulang, that's all you've got. Although you are powerful, you're still far from being able to kill me. Now, it seems like you can't even catch a strand of my hair if I want to leave. Jiang Chen spoke casually. After successfully escaping this time, he had become more confident in his means. He had no fear of Zhang Yulang anymore. How did you do it? Zhang Yulang didn't continue his attack, but asked curiously and in shock. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly, not bothering to answer Zhang Yulang's question. This scene happened to be witnessed by Han Yan, Yang Bufan, Tyrant, Grandmaster Hao Ran and the others. Each of them widened their eyes in shock. What kind of powerful technique did this kid use just now? His cultivation base hasn't advanced, but that technique is much more powerful than advancing his cultivation base. Grandmaster Hao Ran's eyes widened. He must have obtained some kind of ancient secret technique and succeeded in cultivating it in such a short period of time. Senior brother, Jiang Chen is full of miracles. You don't have to be too surprised no matter how heaven-defying things happen to him in the future. Tyrant said with a smile. That's right. We are already used to it. Han Yen walked up to the two of them and shrugged. Awesome. Grandmaster Hao Ran gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Yulang has already advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Such an expert is still very terrifying. It seems like there's going to be another earth-shattering battle when the Golden Gates open, said Yang Bufan. He had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. If he went out now, he would immediately become the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire. Plus, Jiang Chen had already swept away the obstacles for him by getting rid of King Ping and the Crown Prince. From now on, King Fan Prefecture would be the biggest prefecture in Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen, don't be complacent. I didn't use my full strength just now. If I want to kill you, no matter how powerful your escaping technique is, it's useless. Zhang Yulang continued to speak Lang. Is that so? Then try using your full strength and see if you can kill me. Jiang Chen had a cold smile on his face. He didn't put Zhang Yulang's threat in his eyes at all. Just you wait. When the Golden Gates open, I will kill you with my own hands. Chapter 1662. Zhang Yulang didn't cause any trouble for the time being. Naturally, Jiang Chen was happy to relax. After all, the Golden Gate hadn't truly opened yet. It wasn't the time for a direct conflict. With a sway, he came to the side of De Huang Dog and the others. He didn't retract his dragon form. This was his strongest combat form. There was no need to retract it as a life and death battle could break out at any time. King Fan, you have also advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Very good. By the way, King Ping has been eliminated by me. The Crown Prince is also dead. From now on, you will no longer have any obstacles in Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen spoke. Naturally, he was incomparably happy to see King Fan's tremendous improvement. Not only him, Tyrant had also advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen didn't feel surprised about Tyrant's advancement. He had the Sarira of the ancient Buddha in his body. He had been constantly refining it, allowing him to improve all the time. He simply couldn't be judged by the standard of ordinary people. King Ping has been killed by you. Yang Bufan was somewhat surprised, but he didn't feel too much about the death of King Ping. Although they were brothers, there was no such thing as kinship in the imperial clan. As the evil lord, he had long understood this point. He wouldn't be soft-hearted. He knew very well that even if Jiang Chen didn't kill King Ping would still deal with them sooner or later. Little Chenzi, what kind of powerful secret technique have you cultivated? You can actually evade Zhang Yulang's attack at will. Han Yen asked curiously. To be honest, I have obtained the Great Void technique left by Void Sovereign under the guidance of De Huang. This secret technique is incomparably terrifying. That's why I can deal with Zhang Yulang so easily. Even if I can't defeat him, I can still keep up with him. It's almost impossible for Zhang Yulang to kill me. Jiang Chen said. He didn't need to hide anything from these brothers. They all knew each other very well. If he still hid it from his own people, he would lose the meaning of brotherhood. What? It's actually the legendary Void Emperor. Little Chenzi, you're really lucky. Your luck is really amazing. Yang Bufan was shocked once more. As the Prince of Great Qian Empire, he had read the legends and records of the immortal world since he was a child. Naturally, he knew more things and people than ordinary people. He naturally knew about a powerful figure like Void Sovereign. He was an existence that was on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian. In those years, he relied on the Great Void technique to move unhindered in the immortal world and was reputed as one of the most powerful immortal sovereigns in the immortal world. The secret art he left behind was naturally extraordinary. The fact that Jiang Qin could obtain the Great Void technique was enough to show that Jiang Qin had extraordinary fortune. Rumble, as soon as Zhang Yulang's voice faded, one of the golden passageways trembled once more. A powerful silhouette walked out of it. The commotion he created was even greater than Zhang Yulang. He was none other than the supreme genius of Radiant's immortal domain, Xia Xiaotian. Xia Xiaotian looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but the qi radiating from his body was extremely overbearing. Currently, his cultivation base was the same as Zhang Yulang's, a mighty half-step immortal venerable. Incredible! The monstrous genius of the immortal court of Radiant's immortal domain. I heard that he's less than 20 years old. It's really unimaginable. Could it be that he had started cultivating when he was still in his mother's womb? He's too powerful. We can't use common sense to measure him. Xia Xiaotian is known as the rare monstrous genius of Radiant's immortal domain. He has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm at such a young age. Compared to him, we really can't be considered as geniuses. It's said that there are many monstrous geniuses who have advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm not long ago. Zhang Yulang and Xia Xiaotian definitely aren't the only ones. It seems like things are going to get really lively. The emergence of Xia Xiaotian immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. No one wasn't shocked by such a monstrous genius. Compared to such a genius, anyone would feel ashamed of their inferiority, feeling that they were an insult to the word genius. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Experts continued to emerge from the 18 golden passageways. The geniuses of countless major powers had gathered together. Many of them had made progress. This time, the number of immortal treasures unearthed in Golden Horizon was especially large. It could be said that the number was several times more than the previous times. Too many people had benefited from it. Late immortal emperors were emerging one after another, let alone those intermediate immortal emperors. Once these geniuses walked out of Golden Horizon, they would immediately alert the major powers where they were located. This was almost certain. Yang Lang, Shan Chong, Xian Zhong, Lan Lingji, Hua Shaoqian, Mo Wuqing and a large number of people had appeared. When they saw Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan, they immediately approached them. Such a large group of people had gathered since the emergence of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. Now that the most critical moment of the opening of the Golden Gates had arrived, they naturally had to work together. In the face of such a situation, nothing was more important than an alliance. Not only them, many other major powers and geniuses were also secretly working together. No one knew what was going to happen next. Why isn't Brother Shursan here? Lan Lingji looked around but couldn't find Long Shursan, so she couldn't help but ask. Along the way, Long Shursan's shadow had completely entered her heart. Although the aloof Lan Lingji was the saintess of exquisite paradise, she was still a woman after all. Such a woman usually wouldn't put any man in her eyes, but if a man really walked into her heart, everything would change. I don't know where that monkey has gone. Now that there is such a huge commotion in the Golden Passageway, he should be the first one to come, but he hasn't shown up yet. If I'm not mistaken, he must have obtained great benefits. I'm not sure where he is digesting them now. De Huang Dog spoke. One had to admit that his guess was incomparably accurate. Ever since Long Shursan obtained the cultivation method of the life symbol art, he had been sitting motionlessly in front of the large green rock. Don't worry. He will definitely show up. If Long Shursan isn't present in such a grand scene, wouldn't it be very imperfect? Jiang Qin smiled. Hong Long. Another rumble was heard from one of the golden passageways. Needless to say, another mighty expert had appeared. Judging from his chi, he must be a mighty half-step immortal venerable genius. Sure enough, a young man in snow-white clothes walked out, carrying boundless chi. Feng Yunzi, be it potential or foundation, wasn't any weaker than Xia Shaotian or Zhang Yulang. Today, he had also appeared in front of everyone with his half-step immortal venerable cultivation base. No one would dare to look down on such a monstrous genius. Chapter 1663. It's Feng Yunzi from the Immortal Radiance Realm. He's as famous as Xia Shaotian. It's said that he was accompanied by countless lightning bolts when he was born. Furthermore, the lightning bolts only hovered above the place where he was born. For a person like him to have a phenomenon in the sky on the day of his birth, he's destined to be extraordinary. Reaching the half-step immortal venerable realm at such a young age. How enviable. I wonder when I can reach such a realm. You. Save it. You're not even on the same level. You're already blessed by the heavens to be able to reach the intermediate immortal emperor realm. How difficult will it be for you to step into the immortal venerable realm? The emergence of Feng Yunzi, just like Xia Shaotian, caused a huge commotion. Both of them were powerful figures of the immortal court of radiance immortal domain. Both of them were extraordinary geniuses. Just the fact that they had reached the half-step immortal venerable realm at such a young age was enough to show disdain to the entire immortal world. They were the true elites of the young generation who could sweep across the world. No one could match them. After Feng Yunzi appeared, he glanced at the golden barrier, then found a place and closed his eyes to rest. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that the golden gate hadn't truly opened yet. It was covered by the barrier, but it didn't mean that the gate wouldn't open. It only meant that the time wasn't up yet. After Feng Yunzi's appearance, the golden passageway shook once more. Another powerful expert appeared. He was also a half-step immortal venerable. He was clad in linen clothes. He was tall and strong. His muscles were bulging like small hills, full of explosive energy. One look and anyone could tell that he was a strength-type expert. It's Yiqing Tian of Miluo Immortal Domain, also a figure of the Immortal Court. I heard that he has the bloodline of an ancient giant in his body. He can lift a towering mountain with his bare hands. His strength is astonishing and terrifying. It's very scary to be enemies with such a person. That's right. He's a very powerful figure with the bloodline of an ancient giant and the strength to move mountains. Ordinary people can't fight him. Too many geniuses have emerged in the golden horizon this time. I heard that apart from Zhang Yulang, Xia Shaotian, Feng Yunzi, and Yiqing Tian, there are two more half-step immortal venerables. Yes. They have just advanced not long ago. I think they are young Master Yulong of Ethereal Immortal Domain and Lu Xing of Miluo Immortal Domain. I wonder what kind of battle will happen when 6 half-step immortal venerables appear at the same time. Powerful characters appeared one after another. Many people trembled in fear. They didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky to be able to live in the same era as these people. For those who no longer had any ambition, being able to see these legendary supreme geniuses was already a very honorable thing. It should be known that it was almost impossible to see these people on ordinary days. It was too difficult. For ordinary people, personally witnessing the methods of this group of experts would be able to obtain some benefits. They would be able to obtain some insights from their heaven-defying and terrifying methods. More and more people arrived. The scene was much larger compared to the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao appeared. After the appearance of the 4 half-step immortal venerables, young Master Yulong and Lu Xing appeared one after another. The pressure radiating from the bodies of the 6 half-step immortal venerables made those with weaker cultivation base feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, it was a kind of pressure that came from the depths of one's heart. The 18 golden passageways were still open. It seemed like they would never close again. Everyone was waiting patiently. Some people were already impatient and wanted to attack the golden barrier in front of them. However, they were stopped by others. "Brother, I advise you not to act rashly. Many people have already died when the Xiao Qin appeared," someone kindly reminded. Although the golden barrier seemed simple, it was afraid that it would be the same as when the Xiao Qin appeared. Once anyone approached it, they would be attacked by the golden barrier and die a violent death. The things left behind by the mighty golden clan wouldn't be that simple. Unless one was tired of living, one would attack the golden barrier. Such a wait lasted for a full hour. During this hour, no one took the initiative to attack. With the lesson of the Xiao Qin, no one was willing to be the first bird to stand out. The trip to the golden horizon was about to come to an end. They had already obtained tremendous benefits. It would be too worthless if they lost their lives because of greed at the last moment. During this hour, Jiang Chen had been paying attention to De Huang Dog. All of De Huang Dog's attention was focused on the golden barrier. Jiang Chen had no idea what he was looking at, but he was sure that De Huang Dog must have seen something, because Jiang Chen had never seen De Huang Dog pay so much attention to something. Wang wang. Finally, the golden barrier began to tremble. The golden color on it began to dim, showing signs of disappearing. "Look, the golden barrier is about to disappear. The golden gate is about to open. The legendary ancient golden clan is about to reveal what kind of secrets are hidden." It said that the golden clan was incomparably terrifying during its heyday. They were known as the #1 clan in the immortal world. Even the immortal court didn't dare to touch them. Unfortunately, they were annihilated in the end. Rumor has it that the peerless sovereign weapon of the golden clan, the gold feather fan, is hidden here. I didn't believe it at first, but the appearance of the Xiao Qin has made me believe it. According to the records, the gold feather fan is forged from the sun divine feather. It can shake the heavens and earth. If I have the chance to see such a peerless sovereign weapon in my life, it will be worth it. Seeing that the golden gate was about to open, everyone became excited. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. After all, there were too many legends about the golden clan. Not to mention the legendary gold feather fan, it would be enough to obtain any treasure from the clan. As the golden barrier trembled more and more violently, it eventually dimmed and disappeared. Voila! Countless rays of golden light sprinkled down, hovering above the entire golden clan, obscuring everything inside, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. A huge golden gate appeared in front of them. Behind it was the remains of the golden clan. It was a completely sealed alternate space. Chapter 1664. Ha! The golden gate is open. Everyone, go in quickly. Someone yelled. They had been waiting for a long time. Now that the gate was finally open, many of them couldn't wait any longer. Immediately, a dozen silhouettes flew towards the gate. Poochie! At this moment, dozens of golden-armored warriors suddenly appeared at the originally silent golden gate. Each of them held an ancient sword in their hands. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the dozen or so people who had rushed up were all killed by the swords of those golden-armored warriors. Hua! The scene immediately alarmed everyone, causing an uproar. Those who were about to continue rushing forward hastily halted their steps and stared at the golden warriors in shock. Dazzling light burst out from the battle armors of the golden warriors, but their expressions were dull and their eyes were dull. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality in their bodies. They're dead souls. These are the golden warriors of the Golden Clan. They should have died a long time ago. Now, they have become dead souls and are guarding the Golden Gate, not allowing outsiders to step into their territory. There's nothing to be afraid of. These dead souls are all around the late immortal Emperor realm. It's impossible for them to stop us from entering. The dozen of them were too flustered and died unjustly. The Golden Clan is truly terrifying. Even the dead souls that they left behind are so terrifying. It seems like even though the Golden Gate has been opened, it's still full of danger inside. Innumerable eyes fell upon those golden warriors. In their point of view, these golden warriors were undead souls that had died tens of thousands of years ago. The undead souls of late immortal emperors wouldn't be able to cause too much of an impact to the geniuses on the scene. As long as these undead souls were eliminated, they would be able to enter the territory of the Golden Clan. It would be a very easy task to eliminate these undead souls. One should know that these undead creatures couldn't cast any powerful immortal technique. They could only rely on the mechanical combat swords in their hands to kill. As such, there was nothing to be afraid of. The geniuses who rushed forward were killed by these undead creatures because their cultivation base was too weak. If it was a late immortal emperor genius who attacked, the outcome would be completely different. Moreover, they had 6 powerful half-step immortal venerables on their side. It would be a piece of cake for them to take down these undead creatures. The appearance of these golden warriors caused the fire of the sun in Jiang Chen's body to jump violently. It was a very familiar feeling. Jiang Chen's heart was very shaken by the death of these golden warriors. He felt a trace of sadness in his heart. He couldn't bear to kill these golden warriors, even if they were just undead spirits. No, they are not undead. They are not dead. De Huang Dog suddenly said. De Huang, what did you say? Jiang Chen was shocked. They didn't die. This is a method left behind by the Golden Sovereign. I can smell the aura of the gold feather fan. Look at that golden light, it's emitted by the divine feather of the sun. The Golden Sovereign used the gold feather fan to seal this race, freezing time. After tens of thousands of years have passed, the golden race might appear again in this world. De Huang Dog spoke with incomparable astonishment. What did you say? The Golden Clan can reappear in this world. De Huang, what's going on? What happened here in the past? Why did Golden Sovereign seal a clan? Jiang Chen finally couldn't hold it in any longer. If he didn't get to the bottom of it, he wouldn't feel good. These golden warriors clearly had no vitality at all. They were completely undead spirits, but De Huang Dog said that they were not dead. This is the best way to preserve the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Too many people died in that war. The Golden Clan was almost wiped out. I don't know why the remains of the Golden Clan would appear at this time, but if I'm not wrong, this place will fall silent again soon. The next time it reappears will be when the Golden Clan revives. Little Chenzi, don't ask me what happened here in the past. It's not time for you to know yet. But I can tell you that without the Golden Clan, there would be no immortal world today. They are the heroes of the entire immortal world. The bloodline of the Golden Clan, which has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, must not be destroyed because of this. Today, you must defend this place at all costs. Don't allow anyone to enter the Golden Gate or kill a single golden warrior. De Huang Dog's tone was incomparably agitated. His words were resolute and resolute. He swore to defend this place with his life. Jiang Chen was moved. He had never seen De Huang Dog like this. What exactly happened in the past? The Golden Warriors didn't die. There must be the bloodline of the Golden Clan inside. This was the great work of Golden Sovereign who went against the heavens will to preserve the bloodline of this clan. If these geniuses were allowed to rush in today, the tens of thousands of years of hard work of Golden Sovereign would be destroyed in a day. Jiang Chen didn't know what happened, but he would support De Huang Dog unconditionally no matter what he wanted to do. Now that he possessed the fire seed of Sun, it was equivalent to possessing the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu had even obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. He was inextricably linked to the Golden Clan and couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. Therefore, Jiang Chen was willing to step forward bravely. He couldn't let Golden Sovereign's painstaking efforts be destroyed in a day. If the Golden Clan could really revive and return to the world in the future, it was unknown how big of a shock it would cause. But now, Jiang Chen didn't want to think about this because De Huang Dog had already rushed out and stood in front of the Golden Gate. His body had doubled in size, looking down on the crowd with disdain. He had the posture of a man who could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He said, "I swear to defend the Golden Clan with my life." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and appeared beside De Huang Dog. Han Yan and the others were shocked, but they had heard the conversation between Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Han Yan and Tyrant looked at each other and walked out without any hesitation. The time for them to fight side by side had arrived. Even though their opponents were incomparably terrifying, they didn't flinch at all. This wasn't the first time they had experienced being surrounded by enemies. "Jiang Chen, what are you guys doing? Why are you blocking the gate? Get out of the way, kill these undead spirits and break into the relic." Someone shouted when he saw Jiang Chen and the others appearing in front of the gate at this time. What a joke. There was actually someone who wanted to stop them from entering the relic of the Golden Clan at this time. Wasn't this person courting death? Everyone had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Anyone who tried to stop them would be making things difficult for everyone. That was a typical case of courting death. Chapter 1665. The remains of the Golden Clan haven't truly opened yet. It won't take long for it to fall silent again. If you enter, you will die inside. I'm trying to save you. I think it's better for everyone to give up on the Golden Clan and wait for the expedition to end. Jiang Chen spoke aloud. He really couldn't find a good excuse to stop the others, so he could only say so. However, Jiang Chen knew very well that the attraction of the Golden Clan was just too great. Even if he was telling the truth, it wouldn't be enough to stop these geniuses. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. It was impossible for them to stop them from entering the territory of the Golden Clan at all costs. At this moment, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Han Yan, Tyrant and Yang Bufan's faces were incomparably solemn, because they knew very well that the current situation was much more troublesome than the Xiaoyao Qin. At that time, only a small number of them made a move to stop Wu Ningzhu from obtaining the inheritance. Most of them were just there to watch the show. However, it was different now. There was a huge camp of 20,000 people, and all of them had the same goal, to enter the territory of the Golden Clan. If anyone tried to stop them, they would become the enemy of 20,000 people. At that time, they were afraid that all of them would rush forward together. No matter how confident Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to fight against 20,000 people. Jiang Chen, are you kidding me? How can you stop us from entering at this time? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Look at how many people are here. A spit from each of them is enough to drown all of you. Zhang Yulang sneered. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would make such a stupid decision at this critical moment. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, he wouldn't do such a reckless thing. But now, Jiang Chen was standing in front of the Golden Warriors, blocking their way. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. Do you know what you're doing? Don't waste everyone's time. You're making the whole world your enemy. Jiang Qin, I advise you to get out of the way immediately. There is no enmity between us. I don't want to attack you. Jiang Qin, I really don't know what you're thinking. Entering the territory of the Golden Clan is beneficial to both of us. It's also beneficial to you. You're extremely lucky. You might be able to obtain treasures inside, and your cultivation base might even improve by leaps and bounds. You should know very well that there are too many people who want to kill you. Everyone, let's not waste time talking to him. Let's attack and kill everyone who stands in our way. Kill Jiang Qin and the others, and those gold-tier warriors. The crowd was stirred up. Some people who weren't enemies with Jiang Qin began to gnash their teeth and reveal their killing intent. No one had expected that someone would do such a thing at the most critical moment. Blocking the path of 20,000 people? If you want to do something heaven-defying, why don't you check if you have the ability to do so? Jiang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. The situation before him was the last thing he wanted to see. However, he had to support what the Huang dog wanted to do. Moreover, he was almost certain that the Huang dog knew exactly what happened back then. This dog cherished his life more than anyone else. Now, he was blocking 20,000 people at all costs just to protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Since the Huang dog felt that it was worth it, then Jiang Qin would definitely follow suit. If the bloodline of the Golden Clan really reappeared in the world, Jiang Qin believed that he would remember today's kindness. In the beginning, Jiang Qin had the same idea as everyone else. He wanted to enter the ruins of the Golden Clan and search for treasures. He even wanted to see what the legendary gold feather fan looked like. However, when he found out that these gold-tier warriors weren't real undead spirits and that the bloodline of the Golden Clan could reappear in the world, Jiang Qin changed his attitude just like the Huang dog. He looked forward to the day when the terrifying ancient clan would descend again. Cut the crap. Whoever wants to enter this gate, Jiang Qin, will kill them. Jiang Chen's eyes turned blood red. The heavenly saint sword in his hand kept vibrating and buzzing. Jiang Chen's temper was like this. Since the opponent said that he was going to do something heaven-defying, he would do it today. Even if he had to make the whole world his enemy, Jiang Qin wouldn't hesitate and wasn't afraid at all. Ha! What an arrogant kid. You really don't know how the word death is written. In that case, I'll kill you right now to save time. The genius of ethereal immortal court, Lu Xing, burst into laughter and unleashed his half-step immortal venerable qi, preparing to attack Jiang Qin. Junior brother Lu, let me do it. Zhang Yulang stretched out his hand to stop Lu Xing, then took a step forward and said to Jiang Qin with a sneer, Jiang Qin, weren't you very good at dodging just now? Let's see if you still dare to dodge. If you do, I'll destroy those undead spirits and shatter the gate of the Golden Clan. As soon as Zhang Yulang finished speaking, an incomparably dazzling palm was thrust towards Jiang Qin. Damn it! Jiang Qin couldn't help but curse. He hated the fact that his current cultivation base was too weak. He wasn't a match for Zhang Yulang at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. Just like what Zhang Yulang said, the Great Void technique was useless at this moment. The Great Void technique was used to help him escape, but what he needed to do now was to stop these people. If he escaped, it wouldn't make any difference. Given Zhang Yulang's powerful means, he was afraid that all of those golden warriors would be killed instantly. Roar! The Huang dog was infuriated. He threw his head back and let out a roar. Terrifying waves of qi rolled out. His body began to change dramatically. Pieces of golden dragon scales appeared on his body, and dragon horns emerged on his head. In an instant, he had turned into a mighty dragon horse. After transforming into his dragon horse form, the Huang dog rushed towards Zhang Yulang's palm. Hong Long. A part of the void was completely smashed. The Huang dog unleashed his most powerful qi. Although he was only a late immortal emperor, ordinary half-step immortal venerables were no match for him. He wasn't even inferior to a peerless genius like Zhang Yulang. Under the impact of the Huang dog's head, the palm that Zhang Yulang had conjured was destroyed. The Huang dog was bounced back to his original spot, but due to his unfathomable strength, Zhang Yulang's attack didn't leave any injury on his body. Oh. Chapter 1666. What a powerful dog. It can actually fight against Zhang Yulang. Look carefully. How is this a dog? It's a real dragon horse, a powerful mutated breed with a super powerful bloodline. Not to mention leapfrogging, even leapfrogging and killing someone would be a piece of cake for it. Jiang Chen is already monstrous enough. Even the dog beside him is so heaven-defying. It seems like we must take this opportunity to kill them today. Otherwise, the immortal world will be plunged into chaos in the future. You're right. Either we get along well with such monstrous figures, or once we become enemies with them, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. We can't give them too many chances to grow. Otherwise, it will be our doomsday. Countless people were shocked, but the miraculous and powerful performance of Jiang Qin and the Huang dog had strengthened their determination to eliminate them. Today, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog were going to stop them from entering the territory of the Golden Clan, which meant that they were destined to be enemies. If they couldn't eliminate such heaven-defying enemies as soon as possible, they would surely become a huge threat in the future. That would be their doomsday. Tyrant, Yen, King Fan, today is destined to be a life-and-death battle. You don't have to participate in it. Jiang Chen said to the three of them in an incomparably solemn tone. Little Chenzi, what are you talking about? Do you still treat us as brothers? What kind of situation have we not seen before? Let's fight side by side. At worst, we'll just die together. As brothers, there's only this life and not the next. If we can fight side by side against the world, this life is enough. We won't have any regrets even if we die. The three of them looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. What Jiang Chen said made them unhappy. Although Jiang Chen was worried about their safety, compared to his own safety, his brothers were more important. What was a life and death brother? It meant that they had to face life and death together. If they couldn't live and die together, how could they call themselves brothers? If they just watched Jiang Qin and Big Yellow fight a bloody battle, how could they face their brothers in the future? Alright, let's fight side by side today. Jiang Chen's expression shook. He and the Huang dog glanced at each other, and they both saw the gratification and happiness in each other's eyes. In this lifetime, they would not be lonely. As brothers, there was only this life, but no afterlife. If they could not live side by side in this life, how could they hope for an afterlife? You bunch of bastards, how can you leave my brother Shirsan out of this? Just as Jiang Chen's voice faded, a voice suddenly sounded out from one of the golden passageways. Countless pairs of eyes looked over and saw a young man in yellow robe walking out from the passageway, appearing in this spatial zone. As soon as the newcomer appeared, his body was filled with an indomitable aura. The qi of an immemorial battle spirit was simply the representation of power. The current Long Shirsan had changed a lot. His hair was black and white, but it didn't look out of place at all. The colors seemed to conform to the heavenly Tao. Not only that, Long Shirsan's cultivation base had also improved tremendously, advancing to the late immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen and the others shifted their gaze to Long Shirsan and laughed. That's right. How could Brother Shirsan be absent at such an important moment? They knew very well that this monkey would definitely be the main force. The monkey seems to have obtained great benefits. His chi has changed. It's great that he can advance to the late immortal emperor realm. Given the power of his battle Saint Ape, he can sweep through everything with his late immortal emperor cultivation base. Not even Zhang Yulang is a match for him. De Huang Dog spoke, unconcealing his happiness and excitement when he saw Long Shisan's progress. Brother Shisan. Lan Lingji flew to the front of Long Shisan. When she saw Long Shisan again, her worries vanished completely. The sight of Long Shisan's black and white hair fluttering in the wind, his masculine, angular face and the vigorous chi of a man couldn't help but captivate her. Lingji, you stand back. Don't make a move later. Long Shisan spoke in an incomparably solemn tone. He had already known everything that had happened here. He also knew what Jiang Chen and the others were going to do. The reason why he stood out now was to support them without any hesitation. However, Lan Lingji was absolutely not allowed to participate in the battle. It was destined to be a fierce battle of life and death. Even though Lan Lingji was a late immortal emperor, once she joined the battle, she would only have a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, it didn't matter much if Lan Lingji joined the battle. She wouldn't be of much help. One should know that compared to Han Yan, Lan Lingji wasn't considered to be too powerful. And, you have to be careful. Lan Lingji nodded and returned to her original position. She was a smart person. She could naturally see the current situation clearly. She didn't know why Jiang Chen and the others would do such a thing, but she knew that they must have their own reasons for doing so. She wanted to join them in the battle, but she knew that it was meaningless. Even if all the experts of Exquisite Paradise and Great Qian Empire were to join the battle, it would only increase the number of casualties, let alone Lan Lingji. Humph. Zhang Yulang harumphed coldly. All of a sudden, he struck out his palm at Jiang Chen once more. At this moment, an iron staff rushed out of the void and collided with Zhang Yulang's attack, destroying it. Swoosh! Long Shisan's silhouette appeared in front of Zhang Yulang, holding the iron staff. His fiery golden eyes could see through everything. He spoke in an incomparably domineering tone. Do you think Master Monkey doesn't exist? Long Shisan, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. It won't do you any good. Even if you have the strength to fight me, you have to see clearly that there are 6 half-step immortal venerables here. How are you going to fight them alone? Zhang Yulang spoke with a frown. He was more or less afraid of this Long Shisan. The scene of Long Shisan fighting the northern and southern dynasties was still fresh in his mind. He was very clear about the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. If the northern and southern dynasties had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for them. Presently, Long Shisan had already reached the late immortal emperor realm, and seemed to be a lot stronger than before. He didn't want to clash with such a troublesome guy before he obtained any benefits from entering the Golden Clan. Are 6 half-step immortal venerables very powerful? All of you can come at me together. Long Shisan didn't have the slightest fear. His whole body was filled with the majestic chi of an immemorial battle spirit. He didn't put Zhang Yulang in his eyes at all. Just a puny late immortal emperor. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Lu Sheng was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. He was an incomparably arrogant person. The thing he couldn't stand the most was someone who was more arrogant than him, let alone someone whose cultivation base wasn't as strong as him. Chapter 1667. When the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao appeared, Lu Xing wasn't there. Therefore, he didn't know who Long Shisan was. In his point of view, no matter how powerful Long Shisan was, He was merely an immortal emperor while he was already a half-step immortal venerable. The gap between them wasn't small. How could he allow a puny immortal emperor to act arrogant and domineering in front of him? Long San gave Lu Xing a casual glance, then turned his head away. Such an attitude undoubtedly stimulated Lu Xing's self-esteem. He could see contempt in Long San's eyes. Courting death. An incomparably powerful fury burst out from the top of Lu Xing's head. His killing intent soared to the sky as he lunged at Long San. Given his status, how could he allow a puny immortal emperor to look down on him? That would be a great humiliation to him. He had to kill the other party to defend his dignity. Seeing Lu Xing lunging at him, Long San's hair fluttered in the wind. The iron staff in his hand radiated endless brilliance. His fiery golden eyes shot out two dazzling rays of light. His whole body was filled with combat intent. That was the strong fighting spirit of the battle clan. This clan was warlike by nature. They never knew what fear was. Hong Long. Long San swung his iron staff horizontally, tearing the void into two halves on the spot. Under countless horrified gazes, the iron staff collided with Lu Xing's attack. Thousands of ripples were stirred up. Those were the waves of the void. The chi of destruction was everywhere. Dang dang. Dragon San's whole body was full of primitive power and infinite strength. Not to mention Lu Xing, even Yi Qingtian, who had the bloodline of the ancient giants, was no match for Dragon San in terms of strength. Under this blow, Lu Xing was shaken back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. How dare you boast in front of Master Monkey with such little ability? You are not worthy. Long San's iron staff buzzed. He stood in the air, looking down at the world. What? This time, Lu Xing was truly astounded. He stared at Long San with incomparable horror in his eyes. He simply couldn't believe that this was true. He had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm not long ago and was supposed to be insufferably arrogant. But today, he was actually defeated by a monstrous late immortal emperor. This was a great humiliation. At this moment, Lu Xing wasn't the only one who was shocked. Zhang Yulang and Xia Xiaotian were also shocked. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still surprised to see that Long San was so powerful that not even a half-step immortal venerable was a match for him. Incredible. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter this guy had that allowed him to advance another level. What's more terrifying is that not even a half-step immortal venerable is a match for him. Isn't this a little too heaven-defying? I don't find it too surprising. He was able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties when he was just an intermediate immortal emperor. Now that he has advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, it isn't surprising for him to defeat a half-step immortal venerable. Humph. So what if he's powerful? Whoever blocks the path to the territory of the Golden Clan will die. Long San is no exception. Although he's powerful, there are 6 half-step immortal venerables on his side. If the 6 of them join forces to deal with him, I'm afraid that he won't be able to deal with them even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. That's right. Long San is indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to deal with the current situation. No one can stop the territory of the Golden Clan. Those 6 half-step immortal venerables are more than enough to kill Long San. On the other hand, our army of 20,000 can drown Jiang Qin and the others in an instant. They will only end up with death if they become the enemy of the world. The crowd was agitated. Even though Long San had displayed superhuman combat strength, it still couldn't stop the determination of the 20,000 experts to enter the territory of the Golden Clan. In their hearts, Long San was powerful, but even 2 Long San wouldn't be enough to deal with the current situation. Everyone, Jiang Qin and Long San are trying to stop us from entering the territory of the Golden Clan. This means that they are going to destroy our future. I suggest that all the half-step immortal venerables join forces to eliminate Long San. The rest of you will join forces to kill Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Kill those undead spirits and open the Golden Gate. Zhang Yulang yelled. As soon as these words were out, the people who had already been influenced by the benefits naturally couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Yulang shouted. As soon as his words were out, those who had been influenced by benefits naturally couldn't stand it anymore. One by one, they began to unleash their killing intent, especially those major powers who had enmity with Jiang Qin. Each of their faces was filled with a hideous smile. To them, this was the best opportunity to eliminate Jiang Qin. They had always wanted to kill Jiang Qin, but they couldn't find a chance to do so. After all, Jiang Qin had already grown to the point where it would be extremely difficult to get rid of him. Now that Jiang Qin was courting death, they naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. All right. Let's attack together. In order to defend our own interests, we must not let a puny Jiang Qin ruin our future. Let's attack together. Killing Jiang Qin will be as easy as blowing off dust. Don't be afraid, everyone. Long San has a half-step immortal emperor to deal with him. Only De Huang Dog is powerful, but he won't be able to withstand the attack of so many of us. Kill Jiang Qin, rush into the territory of the Golden Clan and find the Gold Feather Fan. Many of them were shouting. Some of them had immortal weapons in their hands. A large number of them began to approach the gate of the Golden Clan. The people of Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise, Celestial Flower Valley and Profound Yin Cult didn't make a move. After all, they had a good relationship with Jiang Qin. It was already embarrassing that they couldn't help him, let alone kick him when he was down. To these people, it wasn't that they didn't want to help Jiang Qin, but they knew very well that given the current situation, even if a few hundred of them joined the battle, it wouldn't help at all. The hundreds of major powers and countless experts of the three immortal domains seemed ready to take action. They weren't as bold as Jiang Qin and didn't have that heaven-defying domineering aura. They couldn't be the enemy of the world. Jiang Qin didn't belong to any sect, so he wasn't afraid of anything, but they had to consider for their own sections. Moreover, there were many experts of the Immortal Court involved in this battle. Once a life-and-death battle broke out, not to mention the number of casualties, offending the Immortal Court would only bring unnecessary trouble to their own sections. Therefore, Yang Lang and Lan Lingji could only watch on helplessly, becoming the most unwilling spectators. I'm afraid that Jiang Qin is in a very dangerous situation. Hua Shaoqian spoke worriedly. If all 20,000 of them scatter, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm afraid that they won't be able to survive no matter how powerful they are. Yang Lang's expression was incomparably grim, but Jiang Qin's attitude was firm. It seemed like a battle was inevitable. Chapter 1668. Countless chi waves surged as countless auras fused together, interweaving into a grand energy net. Such might was sufficient to destroy everything. Jiang Qin and the others were still standing in front of the Golden Gate. Although their faces were solemn, their expressions were resolute. The pressure of 20,000 people couldn't affect them much. Just like what Jiang Qin said earlier, as long as someone took a step into the Golden Gate, he would kill that person without hesitation. Everyone, be careful. Today is a life and death battle. What we need to do is to do our best. Jiang Qin said. Brothers, don't worry. I have a feeling that things won't be that simple. We will help the Golden Clan by some time. I'm afraid there will be more changes later. It will be a great turning point for us. Everyone, do your best. No one is allowed to die. De Huang Dog's tone was incomparably solemn. Although he wanted to protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan, he wouldn't let his brothers die for nothing. His intuition told him that it wouldn't be long before a greater change occurred. At that time, the change would absolutely be beneficial to them. I will set up the 5 elemental grand formation. The 5 of us will each defend one direction. Tyrant, you will take out the God-trembling monument to support the formation. Today, we will be fighting against 20,000 people. We must be heroic. It's enough to experience such a battle once in our lives. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit soared up to the sky. However, he wasn't reckless. He immediately activated the 5 elemental grand formation. He knew that in a large-scale battle like this, cooperation was the most important. Otherwise, they might not be able to hold on for long and their lives might be in danger. All right. Tyrant didn't hesitate. He immediately took out the God-trembling monument and fused it perfectly with the 5 elemental grand formation. This wasn't the first time he fused it with Jiang Chen's 5 elemental grand formation. Kill! Someone shouted with bloodshot eyes. He raised his immortal weapon and lunged at Jiang Chen and the others. There were more than 100 of them who attacked at the same time. Terrifying energy was like a vast ocean, bombarding Jiang Chen and the others, trying to drown them in this ocean of energy. Eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen bellowed. While utilizing the 5 elements' great array to defend, he did not forget to unleash the eternal immortal wind to attack. The wild eternal immortal wind swept out, sweeping towards the people in front of him. Those who got too close were directly swept away by the eternal celestial wind. Naturally, their fates were extremely miserable and they died on the spot. This was destined to be a bloodbath. Although the enemy's camp was huge and had a lot of people, they couldn't coordinate well with each other. It could be said that there wasn't any tacit understanding between different forces, but Jiang Chen and the others had a tacit understanding with each other. Each of them was more abnormal than the other. All of them were peerless monstrous geniuses. Except for Jiang Chen, the others were all late immortal Emperor Supreme experts. On the other side, Zhang Yulang and the others couldn't help but reveal a cold smile on their faces. Although Jiang Chen and the others seemed to be very ferocious, it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. What they needed to do now was to deal with Long San. 6 half-step immortal venerables approached Long San at the same time, besieging Long San from different directions. They seemed to have a tacit understanding of how to deal with Long San. Judging from the scene of Long San attacking Lu Xing, he was absolutely a monstrous genius. Since such a genius was blocking their way, they had to join forces to kill him. This could be considered as eliminating a great threat and danger. Long San, you have seen the scene today. You are doing something impossible. If you want to go against the heaven, you need to have the ability to do so. I advise you not to get involved in this. It's none of your business even if Jiang Chen and the others die. It won't be worth it if you lose your life because of this, Xia Shaotian spoke. He hadn't shown himself all this while. This was the first time he was going to deal with Long San. Lose my life. Don't you think too highly of yourselves? You want to take the life of Master Monkey with just the 6 of you. Young man, don't you think it's ridiculous? Long San sneered. It was impossible for him, Long San, to ignore the lives of his brothers. Furthermore, he had just advanced to the late immortal Emperor realm and comprehended the life symbol art. Fighting 6 half-step immortal venerables at the same time was an incomparably delightful thing. Long San, I am advising you out of goodwill, but you won't listen to me. Do you really think that you can deal with the 6 of us alone? Xia Shaotian was infuriated. A person like him was naturally arrogant and looked down on all living beings. He rarely talked so much with others. Usually, he would kill those he disliked. He felt that he was saving Longsher San, but since the other party didn't appreciate his kindness, he couldn't blame him for being impolite. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Anyone who stands in the way of the Golden Gate must die. No one can stop me, Feng Yunzi, from obtaining the benefits of the Golden Clan. Feng Yunzi's hair fluttered. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out a palm at Longsher San, striking out a heaven-shaking divine seal. Just the chi alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, Longsher San wasn't afraid at all. He kept the iron staff in his hand and struck out with the battle symbol art of the battle saint technique, clashing with Feng Yunzi's palm. Hong Longsher San. The void was immediately shattered. The incomparably arrogant Feng Yunzi was pushed back by Longsher San's palm strike. The terrifying battle saint technique was inherited from the ancestors of the battle clan. It was a powerful weapon in battle. Feng Yunzi's strength was on par with Lu Xing. How could he be a match for Longsher San in a one-on-one fight? What? Feng Yunzi's expression changed. He initially thought that Lu Xing was pushed back because of his carelessness. As a prideful person, he wouldn't want to join hands with outsiders to deal with someone whose cultivation base was lower than his. But now, it seemed that the opponent's strength had exceeded his imagination. The geniuses of the Immortal Court are only so-so. The 6 of you can come at me together. I, Longsher San, have nothing to fear. Longsher San laughed wildly. His black and white hair fluttered in the wind. Both of his hands kept conjuring powerful seals. The battle saint technique swept out. Facing the encirclement of the 6 geniuses, he chose to take the initiative. This man is too arrogant and incomparably powerful. Everyone, don't hold back and kill him. Chapter 1669. Zhang Yulang, Xie Xiaotian, Lu Xing, Feng Yunzi, Yi Qingtian, and young Master Yulong, 6 half-step immortal venerables from 3 different immortal courts had joined forces to deal with Longsher San, who was weaker than them. It wouldn't be a glorious thing for them if this news spread out. But now, the 6 of them couldn't care less. Their reputation was no longer important. What was more important was to kill the huge threat that was Longsher San and enter the territory of the Golden Clan. Longsher San stood in the encirclement of the 6 experts, which had formed a closed battlefield. Longsher San remained unmoved. In the face of the pressure from the 6 experts, his face was as calm as usual. There wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. It was a kind of natural confidence. Even though he was fighting against 6 experts alone, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His demeanor alone was enough to make people admire him. The more Longsher San behaved like this, the more determined they were to kill Longsher San, because this man was just too terrifying. They asked themselves if they were in Longsher San's shoes and were besieged by 6 half-step immortal venerables, they certainly wouldn't be as calm as Longsher San. This showed that they were inferior to Longsher San. Although they still put on a high and mighty posture in front of Longsher San, they were actually feeling inferior in their hearts. This made them jealous, and made them want to destroy Longsher San at all costs to establish their own nobility. Let me see how powerful he is. Yi Qingtian moved. The bloodline of the primordial giant burst out. The terrifying power was like a mountain. His body doubled in size and he punched at Longsher San with a fist as big as a hill. Usually, Yi Qingtian's punch was powerful enough to smash a mountain. Longsher San's punch was enough to smash a mountain. In the face of such a violent attack from Yi Qingtian, the corner of Longsher San's mouth revealed a faint smile. The bloodline of the ancient giant was undoubtedly powerful, but the bloodline of the battle clan was even nobler. He would never fear anyone in a competition of strength. Shirsan didn't even cast the battle saint technique and punched out as well. The two fists collided with each other at the fastest speed. Bang! That part of the void was immediately torn apart by the impact, creating a large hole. Cold spatial airflow seeped out from the hole, appearing very gloomy. This was the most primitive collision, a confrontation of pure physical strength. Dang dang dang. Yi Qing Tian suffered an extremely strong recoil. His majestic body took 3 steps back. His arm was trembling, and a trace of blood appeared on his fist. Yi Qing Tian was really shocked at this moment. He couldn't believe this reality at all. If Long Shirsan had used a powerful immortal skill to repel him, he might have been able to accept it. But just now, he clearly felt that Long Shirsan had used pure physical strength like him. Yi Qing Tian, with the bloodline of the giant, was most proud of his strength. He had never been defeated in a confrontation of pure physical strength. Today, he finally had a taste of it in front of Long Shirsan. The bloodline of the giant, compared to the battle clan, is only worthy of carrying shoes. Long Shirsan was extremely arrogant. The faces of the 6 people changed at the same time. This Long Shirsan was too terrifying. Up until now, Zhang Yulang, Lu Xing, Feng Yunzi, and Yi Qing Tian had all been defeated by Long Shirsan in a one-on-one fight. Especially Yi Qing Tian, who had failed to gain the upper hand in the field he was best at. This made them pay more attention to Long Shirsan. They now knew very well that it was absolutely impossible to defeat Long Shirsan alone. They had to join forces to have a chance to kill him. Don't hold back. Let's kill him together. Zhang Yulang shouted. Waves of qi surged all over his body. He pinched complicated seals in the void with both hands. Next, he was going to use all his skills to kill Long Shirsan. At the same time, the shadow of an ancient beast appeared above Xia Xiaotian's head. The shadow was extremely ferocious and evolved into a vision, bursting out an incomparably terrifying aura. It was an ancient creature that appeared at this moment like a totem. It was rumored that Xia Xiaotian had the bloodline of an ancient creature flowing in his body. Now it seemed that it was true. Feng Yunzi also moved. The heavenly thunder above his head crackled like a thunder tribulation, and a thunder dragon hovered. Young Master Yulong, Lu Xing, and Yi Qing Tian had also unleashed their most powerful attacks. The 6 of them locked onto Long Shirsan's qi, not giving him any chance to escape. Below them, Jiang Qin and the others were watching the battle, but they didn't seem worried at all, because they knew the terror of Long Shirsan better than Jiang Qin. Even though it was 1 against 6, he was still full of confidence in Long Shirsan. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he absolutely wouldn't be killed by them. Lan Lingji was incomparably nervous. Zhang Yulang and the others were peerless geniuses of the immortal court. Their cultivation base was higher than Long Shirsan's, and they were all mighty half-step immortal venerables. It was bound to be incomparably difficult for Long Shirsan to fight against the 6 of them. However, there was no use in being nervous. Lan Lingji couldn't be of any help at all. She wanted to rush forward and fight alongside Long Shirsan, but she knew that she would only be a burden if she did so. I must cultivate diligently. I mustn't be a burden in the future. Lan Lingji swore inwardly. She had already fallen in love with Long Shirsan. Besides, she could see that a figure like Long Shirsan was the same as Jiang Qin. It was only a matter of time before he became a big shot with limitless achievements. Naturally, the women around him mustn't be a burden. Now, she understood Wu Ningzhu's hard work very well. Even if a woman couldn't become a useful person to a man, she absolutely couldn't become a burden. On the battlefield, Long Shersan's hair fluttered in the wind. He had executed the battle saint technique to the extreme. Two vortexes appeared on both of his palms. One was black while the other was white. They represented the extermination symbol art and life symbol art respectively. These were the life and death techniques of the battle saint technique. When combined, one could see through life and death and unleash the origin energy of life. The extermination symbol art could attack the opponent while the life symbol art could protect the user from death. Kill! Feng Yunzi bellowed. The six of them lunged at Long Shersan at the same time. Layers of terrifying destructive energy interweaved into a huge energy net, engulfing Long Shersan. Such terrifying energy was unimaginable to ordinary people. Chapter 1670. Hot blood rumble, the heavens and earth shook. Long Shersan cast the battle saint technique, fighting against 6 enemies alone, displaying the true majesty of the battle clan. His attacks were bold and unrestrained, circulating the life and death battle art to the extreme, fighting against the 6 half-step immortal venerables head-on. On the surface, it seemed that Long Shersan was in a disadvantageous position, but if one took a closer look, they would find that every time he dealt with the opponent's attack, he was skillful and at ease. In the eyes of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, Long Shersan was enjoying the process of the battle. Under great pressure, he was constantly perfecting his battle saint technique. This was more important than anything else. Moreover, the current situation of the battle was very clear. Even if Long Shersan couldn't do anything to the 6 opponents, even if the 6 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to take Long Shersan's life. What a powerful battle technique! Jiang Qin said in surprise in the 5 Elements Grand Formation. This monkey's luck is off the charts. He has actually found the true essence of the battle saint technique. Now, he's using the pressure of the 6 experts to temper his combat technique. His entire being is improving constantly. I'm afraid that only Long Shersan can fight 6 half-step immortal venerables alone with his late immortal emperor cultivation base. De Huang Dog sighed endlessly. Even with his arrogance, he couldn't help but praise Long Shersan endlessly. There is still one person who can do it, the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin said. The war had already started, but the northern and southern dynasties had yet to appear. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the northern and southern dynasties had obtained great benefits. Even the movements of the 18 golden passageways did not attract his attention. Jiang Qin was almost certain that once the northern and southern dynasties appeared, they would definitely be as terrifying as Long Shersan, and their cultivation base would advance even further. That bastard better not show up at this time. De Huang Dog said. He was sure that the remains of the Golden Clan would disappear soon, so all they needed to do was to stop these experts from entering the remains. Currently, Long Shersan had restrained 6 half-step immortal venerables, relieving them of a great deal of pressure, but if the northern and southern dynasties appeared at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if Nan Bei Chao didn't show up, the current situation was still very unfavorable for Jiang Qin and the others. Almost everyone on the scene treated them as their enemies. When these people knew how to cooperate with each other, Jiang Qin and the others wouldn't be able to defend against them. Kill! Kill Jiang Qin! Someone yelled at the top of his lungs. The one who spoke was none other than Nan Bei too. As the first genius of Nan Bei family who clashed with Jiang Qin, Nan Bei too felt incomparably aggrieved. He still remembered that when he first clashed with Jiang Qin was just a small shrimp that he could do anything he wanted. It was Yang Bufan who saved Jiang Qin's life at the critical moment. It had only been a short period of time, but Jiang Qin had already grown to a level that he could only look up to. Although he had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he didn't even have the courage to stand up after witnessing the death of Nanbei Jing and Nanbei Zhong. Now that thousands of people were going to kill Jiang Qin, he was going to vent the anger in his heart. Hong Long. Innumerable experts launched their attacks. 7 colored energy rays bombarded the 5 elemental grand formation from all directions. Jiang Chen and the others were completely immersed in the ocean of energy. Even the domain created by the eternal immortal wind was torn apart. Their faces turned somewhat unsightly, including the Huang dog. They had no idea how long the 5 elemental grand formation could last. Judging from the current situation, it was almost impossible for it to last until the remains of the Golden Clan fell silent again. Go to hell. Grandpa Monk is here. Just at this moment, a loud yell was heard. Grandmaster Hao Ran turned into a stream of light and rushed into Jiang Chen's 5 elemental grand formation. I'm here to fight alongside you all. Grandmaster Hao Ran was also a hot-blooded man. He had long been stimulated by the heaven-defying actions of Jiang Chen and the others. Putting aside the fact that Tyrant was in the formation, the relationship between these two brothers was already very good. As for Jiang Chen, when Grandmaster Hao Ran fought with Jiang Chen, he had been deeply impressed by Jiang Chen's heroism and made up his mind to befriend Jiang Chen. Today, his friend and his junior brother were in danger, but he was just standing there and watching. This made Grandmaster Hao Ran feel incomparably uncomfortable. So, he rushed forward regardless of everything. Such an earth-shattering battle, such a passionate and heroic fight against the heroes of the world. How delightful was that? If he could participate in such a battle, his life wouldn't be in vain no matter what the outcome would be. Senior brother, why did you come in as well? Tyrant's face was filled with surprise. Grandmaster Hao Ran, it's not worthwhile for you to get involved in today's matter. If you lose your life in vain, what will I, Jiang Qin, do? Jiang Qin yelled. He didn't expect that Grandmaster Hao Ran would jump in at this moment. This was a situation of certain death. It was impossible for an intelligent man like Grandmaster Hao Ran to not see it, but he still appeared resolutely. This touched Jiang Chen's heart. There's also me, Mo Wuqing. I'm Yang Lang. I'm Shan Chong. For a moment, Mo Wuqing, Yang Lang and Shan Chong rushed into the 5 elemental grand formation, supporting it together. All of them were late Immortal Emperor experts. The addition of each of them would increase the strength of the grand formation. As a member of the devil religion, Mo Wuqing's temperament was already very violent. Now that their holy son had joined the battle, he naturally couldn't stand it anymore. Yang Lang and Shan Chong had joined the battle entirely for Jiang Qin. At the same time, they were shocked by Jiang Chen's boldness and insight. Sometimes, people's emotions were easily stimulated. Once they were stimulated, they wouldn't care about the consequences. Just like now, Yang Lang and the others had been infected by this fervor. They felt that if they didn't join the battle, they would have wasted their lives in this world. Ha! Good. Let's fight side by side today. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. With the addition of these experts, the 5 elemental grand formation became even more stable. Hong Long. Another violent attack hit the 5 elemental grand formation. More and more experts joined the battle. The situation was the same as the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao appeared, but the difference was just too great. Today's situation couldn't be compared to that time. What was better was that the cultivation base of the people who were supporting the grand formation was higher than before. Dong! At this moment, the golden warriors who were guarding the golden gate moved. They emitted a weak will and looked at Jiang Qin and the others with hollow eyes. Let them in. These golden warriors have sensed what we are doing. They want to join us and help us. The Huang dog spoke. Chapter 1671. Now, Jiang Qin finally believed that these golden warriors weren't truly dead, because there was no will other than killing. Although these golden warriors had been sealed, they could still sense a weak will. They could sense what Jiang Qin was doing and the existence of the fire of sun in Jiang Qin's body. That was the origin fire of their clan. That was why they were willing to lend a hand. After all, Jiang Qin was helping their clan. Each of these golden warriors had the strength of a late immortal emperor. With their support, the five elemental grand formation would undoubtedly become more stable. Jiang Qin would even be able to free his hands to kill the enemies in the camp. Tyrant, just like before, you will use the God-trembling monument and control the grand formation with the Huang dog. I will go out and destroy their camp, so that their forces won't be able to converge completely. Jiang Qin said to Tyrant and to Huang dog. All right. Be careful. Tyrant nodded. Don't worry. Now that I have the Great Void technique, it won't be a problem for me to kill thousands of experts. Jiang Qin smiled. With the Great Void technique, it was undoubtedly a life-saving measure. Although the camp in front of them was incomparably huge, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of it at all. The Great Void technique was enough for him to appear anywhere and evade the attacks of the enemies. Whoosh! The dragon wings on Jiang Qin's back spread out, turning into a ray of light and rushed out of the five elemental grand formation. The combination of the Great Void technique and the 9 phantom wolves made his speed insanely fast. Clang! With the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, Jiang Qin was the first to appear in front of Nanbei II. Today, Jiang Qin's cultivation base had reached the peak of the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor realm. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin had been in seclusion for 10 months and had comprehended the Great Void technique. By right, he should have advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm long ago, but because the dragon transformation skill hadn't evolved, his cultivation base remained stagnant. Although his combat strength hadn't advanced, it was constantly improving. If it was before, a figure like Nanbei II might be able to fight Jiang Qin, but now, it wouldn't take much effort for Jiang Qin to kill Nanbei II. Plus, with the combination of the Great Void technique and the 9 phantom wolves, Jiang Qin could appear in any place at any time. Whether it was a head-on battle or a sneak attack, he could dazzle his opponent. Nanbei II, die. Jiang Qin's qi was unparalleled, locking on to Nanbei II. The terrifying Heavenly Saint sword slashed down at Nanbei II in a heaven-splitting manner. Nanbei II turned pale with fright. Jiang Qin's unreserved attack made him feel a great crisis from the bottom of his heart and a sense of isolation. It was a state of isolation and helplessness. There were clearly many people around him, but Nanbei II felt that he was the one facing Jiang Qin. No one could help him at all. This feeling made Nanbei II feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't believe that Jiang Qin's strength had reached such a level that he felt his life was threatened. As a matter of fact, Nanbei II had just advanced to the late immortal conversion realm. His cultivation base was extremely unstable. Due to the current situation of the battlefield, Jiang Qin's attack was a deadly strike, showing no mercy. This sword strike had combined his most violent combat strength and lethality. How could Nanbei II be a match for him? In desperation, Nanbei II had to raise the sword in his hand to block Jiang Qin's Heavenly Saint sword. Hong Long. The surrounding void was torn apart in an instant. This sword strike of Jiang Qin carried the power of the fusion of 4 kinds of supreme flames. Nanbei II's battle sword was sent flying away by Jiang Qin. Nanbei II let out a miserable cry, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and hastily hid in the crowd. Nanbei II, if I want to kill you, it's useless no matter where you hide. No matter how many people there are, they won't be able to save you. Jiang Chen's voice was as cold and emotionless as the king of hell. As soon as his voice faded, his body appeared behind Nanbei Yitu like a ghost. The 5 late immortal emperors had joined forces to deal with Jiang Chen, but they couldn't even catch a trace of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was like a wandering soul, traceless and visible at any time. What? Nanbei Yitu exclaimed once more. He felt the threat of death from Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to kill him. Moreover, the opponent's speed was just too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. It was impossible for him to catch a trace of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't give Nanbei Yitu any chance. The terrifying sword thrust forward once more. Nanbei Yitu dodged desperately, but even so, he was still stabbed by the Heavenly Saint's sword. One of his arms was chopped off, spurting out blood. Save me! Save me quickly! Nanbei Yitu was terrified. While fleeing for his life, he shouted for help. It was still the same feeling of isolation. There were clearly tens of thousands of people here, but Nanbei Yitu felt that he was facing Jiang Chen and no one could help him. When the 12 late immortal emperors heard Nanbei Yitu's cry for help, they began to besiege Jiang Chen. They had sealed the spatial zone, almost turning it into a death prison. Even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's body vanished in a flash. This death prison had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. The place where Jiang Chen appeared was right in front of Nanbei Yitu. This time, Nanbei Yitu was completely dumbfounded. He began to despair. He felt that even with his late immortal emperor cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of Jiang Chen's hand. The opponent's speed was just too fast. He had no idea how Jiang Chen did it. The joint siege of a 12 late immortal emperors had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. Without any superfluous words, Jiang Chen raised the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand and slashed at the injured Nanbei Yitu. Terrifying sword qi interweaved into a large net, enshrouding Nanbei Yitu completely. Along with a shrill scream, Nanbei Yitu's head was chopped off by Jiang Chen. He died on the spot. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to anyone of Nanbei family. After killing Nanbei Yitu, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time and rushed towards the army of tens of thousands of experts. Encircle Jiang Chen. He must be killed. This bastard is too terrifying. Someone yelled. A large number of late immortal emperors began to pay attention to Jiang Chen. Each of them was filled with murderous intent, pouncing at Jiang Chen. Everyone had seen the process of Jiang Chen killing Nanbei Yitu. They deeply felt the terror of Jiang Chen. Such a man was just too heaven-defying. If he couldn't be killed, he would be a real disaster. Hong Long. The scene was in chaos. The spatial zone where the Golden Clan was located had turned into a magnificent battlefield. Blood and flesh were splashing constantly. Chapter 1672. The heavens and earth rumbled. The spatial zone was broken layer by layer. Jiang Chen was like a homicidal maniac. He rushed into the crowd. Although he was alone at first, it was like a disaster to the 20,000-strong camp. The united camp was broken apart by Jiang Chen. Screams were heard constantly. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, there would be deaths. The Great Void technique is truly powerful. No wonder the Void Sovereign could dominate the world and fight against existences like the immortal Execution King. Now, I'm relying on the Great Void technique to move unhindered in the camp of tens of thousands of people like the autumn wind. Jiang Chen was excited. The scariness of the Great Void technique had made him even more confident. Previously, 40 to 50 late immortal emperors had besieged him at the same time, but none of them could catch a trace of him. Jiang Qin, you have killed the people of my Yu family. My Yu family will never forgive you. Damn Jiang Qin. You have killed my brother. You are dead meat. From now on, the invincibility school will surely eliminate you, Jiang Qin. Innumerable angry voices were heard. The people of various major powers were killed in Jiang Qin's hands. The experts of the ancient families and terrifying sects were gnashing their teeth. Jiang Qin's battle with the major sects of the immortal world had created an irreconcilable enmity between him and the major sects of the immortal world. It would be impossible to resolve it in the future. Ha! Jiang Qin laughed wildly, not putting these threats in his heart. He had offended too many major powers. He didn't mind offending a few more. Plus, he couldn't care less about protecting the bloodline of the Golden Clan. He couldn't just stand there and not fight back. Since he was fighting back, he was destined to face death. Jiang Qin laughed wildly, not putting these threats in his heart. He didn't put too much thought into it. However, the current situation was still very unfavorable for Jiang Qin, even though he was trying his best to destroy the enemy's camp. Although he was trying his best to destroy the enemy's formation, there were just too many of them. His strength alone wasn't enough. Although there were so many experts in the 5 elemental grand formation, Tyrant and the others couldn't cooperate well with the Golden Warriors. The Golden Warriors didn't have spiritual wisdom. Although they were useful to the grand formation, they weren't as useful as expected. Currently, the 5 elemental grand formation was in a precarious situation under the frenzied bombardment of thousands of experts. Cracks were constantly appearing on its surface. Although Tyrant and De Huang Dog were repairing these cracks, their speed was still slower than the speed of destruction. On the other side, Long San was fighting 6 half-step immortal venerables by himself. He was so excited that he couldn't care about anything else. Plus, it was already incredible that Long San was entangling 6 half-step immortal venerables alone. He had no time to help De Huang Dog and the others. Jiang Qin understood that Long San's role was the most important and useful in this battle. Without Long San, the 6 half-step immortal venerables alone were more than what they could resist. I wonder when the Golden Clan will fall silent again. This can't go on. We won't be able to hold on any longer. Jiang Qin sighed and shook his head helplessly. No matter what the outcome would be, it was fine as long as they had tried their best. As the saying went, do one's best and leave the rest to heaven's will. Sometimes, the outcome couldn't be controlled. Buzz. Buzz. Just as the battle was reaching its climax, a loud rumble suddenly broke out from the interior of the Golden Clan. Countless rays of dazzling brilliance sprinkled down, filling almost every corner of the spatial zone. Any movement in the Golden Clan would affect everyone's heart. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky. Even Long San and the others who were fighting the fiercest and most ferocious stopped their actions and looked up at the sky. The chaotic scene quietened down instantly. It was afraid that only the mutation in the Golden Clan could achieve such an effect. Hong Long. The sound of trembling was incomparably violent. A huge crack appeared in the sky above the Golden Clan. Then, an ancient mirror appeared. The mirror was 30 meters wide and was engraved with complicated dragon patterns. Ancient, noble, and grand. All the words that could describe it couldn't truly describe the chi that was being emitted by this mirror. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mirror. The golden surface of the mirror radiated a simple and unadorned brilliance. This mirror was really ancient. No one knew how long it had existed. What a mystical mirror. I wonder why it would appear in the Golden Clan. Someone was surprised. It's the Great Thousand Mirror. The Great Thousand Mirror didn't break. It's still intact. The Huang dog exclaimed and shouted the name of the Great Thousand Mirror. What? It's the rumored Great Thousand Mirror. It said that this mirror was created by dozens of great emperors in ancient times. It can project the image of a world and contain the universe inside it. It said that the Great Thousand Mirror can illuminate the myriad of worlds and purify people's souls. It contains a huge world inside it. There aren't many legends about the Great Thousand Mirror. However, this mirror is definitely mystical. I didn't expect an ancient divine mirror to appear here. There are indeed treasures everywhere in the Golden Clan. First, it was the Xiaoyao Qin. Now, even the Great Thousand Mirror has appeared. I believe the gold feather fan is also here. Jiang Chen and the others are actually trying to stop us from entering and searching for treasures. They're simply courting death. Everyone was shocked. The legend of the Great Thousand Mirror began to spread. It was a divine mirror that could illuminate everything. Look, there seems to be an image in the Great Thousand Mirror. Someone suddenly yelled. Innumerable eyes looked over and saw that the image in the mirror was extremely blurry, but as immortal emperors, their eyesight was incomparably sharp. Even though the image was blurry, they could still roughly see what was happening. The images of the Kiliakazam mirror flickered back and forth, and it was clear that a world-shaking, earth-shattering battle was taking place. The entire world was being destroyed, and figures could be seen everywhere. Each and every one of them was incredibly powerful, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, capable of destroying heavens and extinguishing the earth. The entire interior of the Kiliakazam mirror had become an enormous battlefield. This is a projection, an image from tens of thousands of years ago. That's right. This is the image of the great battle that happened in the past. It has been imprinted in the Great Thousand Mirror for tens of thousands of years. That's why we can see it. What kind of tragic battle happened tens of thousands of years ago? I can see the shadow of a great sovereign. That's a peerless great sovereign who could cross a world with a single step. Every move of his has the demeanor of a great sovereign. Chapter 1673. The projection of tens of thousands of years ago had appeared. Everyone held their breath. Many of them had guessed that the image left by the Great Thousand Mirror was the unprecedented war that took place tens of thousands of years ago. What exactly happened here? Would the Kiliakazam Mirror reveal the secrets involved in the destruction of such an ancient great clan? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He stared unblinkingly at the image in the Great Thousand Mirror. The image was sometimes clear and sometimes blurred, but it was already very good that it could be preserved for tens of thousands of years. On a lofty mountain, a burly middle-aged man was holding a golden fan and waving it forward. The whole world seemed to be about to be fanned. A large number of experts were directly killed by this fan. This fan had killed at least tens of thousands of enemies. Unfortunately, the enemy could only be seen as a shadow. They couldn't see their form at all, and they didn't know why the war started. Golden feather fan, that's golden sovereign. My God, so domineering. Legend has it that the golden feather fan can move rivers. It's unimaginable. That's the projection of Golden Sovereign, the leader of the Golden Clan, an ancient great sovereign who could stand shoulder to shoulder with immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zhang Xian. What a fierce war. Golden Sovereign personally took action and displayed the golden feather fan. But why can't we see the enemy's face clearly? Could it be that the Great Thousand Mirror can't display the enemy's face clearly? The shadow of the Golden Great Emperor from tens of thousands of years ago. Even now, it was still enough to make one feel admiration. That was a bearing that surpassed everything. The scene changed. A woman dressed in red was hugging a zither in her arms. The zither was covered in raging flames, and the woman's peerless beauty was suffocating. She stood in the air and looked up at the dark tunnel in the sky. It was a huge hole in the void, and it was unknown how far it extended. It's Empress Xiaoyao. Look, she's holding the Xiaoyao zither in her arms. Someone shouted. They had never seen Empress Xiaoyao before, but they had seen the zither in her arms. Not long ago, the Xiaoyao zither appeared and was obtained by Wu Ningzhu. That zither was exactly the same as the one in front of them. It was the projection of tens of thousands of years ago. Who else could be holding the Xiaoyao zither other than Empress Xiaoyao? As expected of the peerless elegance of a generation. No wonder she was the all-powerful empress back then. What happened back then? Did the powerful empress really die? A person like that lived as long as heaven and earth. It's hard to believe that he really died. The kiliacosm mirror left behind an afterimage, but no sound came out. Who knows what happened back then? Everyone was shocked by the peerless beauty of Empress Xiaoyao and the incomplete picture. Eventually, Empress Xiaoyao jumped into the dark tunnel with her zither in her arms. No one knew where it led to. The image changed to that of an old Taoist priest with a godly whip in his hand, shouting at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be transmitted through the kiliacosm mirror, and yet, despite the tens of thousands of years that had passed, it was still possible to sense the grief in his voice. What happened? What was going on? Why were those ancient emperors, the omnipotent immortal emperors, so tragic? Jiang Qin couldn't keep his composure at all. In the projection of the kiliacosm mirror, there were tragic scenes everywhere. Mountains and rivers were destroyed, blood was splattering, flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Many shadows could be seen. An ancient war was going on. The only shortcoming was that he couldn't see the faces of the enemies. Jiang Qin looked at the Huang dog and saw that the Huang dog was dumbfounded. He stared at the scene in the kiliacosm mirror in a daze, as if he was immersed in an ancient memory. Jiang Qin clearly saw that the corners of the Huang dog's eyes were moist. This dog's heartstrings were really touched. De Huang, tell me, what happened? You must know. Jiang Qin came to De Huang dog's side and transmitted his voice using divine sense. If De Huang dog still didn't tell him, he was afraid that he would go crazy. However, De Huang dog still shook his head and didn't say a word. After a long time, De Huang dog finally spoke. Little Qinzi, you saw it. Even a great emperor is about to fall. It's not time for you to know yet. Suddenly, the scene changed again. A young man in a cloak stood in the air. He looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but his cultivation had reached a heaven-defying level. This was actually a powerful ancient emperor. The young man was surrounded by countless enemies and was surrounded by death. A golden horn appeared on his head as he roared towards the sky. His body began to transform. Unfortunately, the scene in the kiliacosm mirror disappeared. No one could see what happened after that. That's a young great emperor. No, it's a demon emperor. He seemed to be surrounded, but we can't see what happened after that. How tragic. Even a great emperor is about to die. How tragic was that battle? No one knows what happened back then. The things left behind by the kiliacosm mirror are also incomplete. Many people sighed. That unprecedented battle wasn't something they could imagine or accept. However, at the last moment before the young great emperor disappeared, the Huang dog suddenly became agitated. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. He saw something that others couldn't see from the kiliacosm mirror. Jiang Qin and the others were shocked. They looked at the Huang dog and suddenly felt their hearts aching. They saw tears streaming down the Huang dog's face, and his roars were filled with endless sorrow. They had never seen the Huang dog like this before, but they could guess that the scene in the Kiliakosm mirror must have stimulated the Huang dog's heart. Very quickly, the Kiliakosm mirror continued to change images. After a few minutes, the Kiliakosm mirror started to buzz and shake violently. People realized that the Kiliakosm mirror was about to disappear. At this moment, the Huang dog suddenly flew up. He flew past everything and headed towards the Kiliakosm mirror. The Huang! Jiang Chen and Han Yen shouted loudly, but the Huang dog couldn't hear them at all. He seemed to have found his target and was rushing forward recklessly. What's De Huang doing? That's a mirror. Not good. The Kiliakosm mirror is a spatial world. De Huang is going to enter it. Tyrant and Han Yen were shocked. Their faces were filled with worry. In the blink of an eye, the Huang dog rushed into the Kiliakosm mirror and vanished. Then, a divine light shot out from the Kiliakosm mirror. Its target was none other than Jiang Qin. Chapter 1674. These were the last words left behind by De Huang dog. Then, De Huang dog vanished along with the Great Thousand Mirror, as if he had never been there. De Huang! Jiang Qin roared at the place where the Great Thousand Mirror disappeared. At this moment, tears flowed down from Jiang Chen's eyes. His heart was about to stop beating. He could feel the sorrow buried in the depths of De Huang dog's heart. In Jiang Chen's mind, every bit of time he spent with De Huang turned into images. You would never know how important something was to you until it was lost. Jiang Chen's heart was in pain and sorrow. Jiang Chen suddenly felt like he had completely lost De Huang. At this moment, he finally understood that De Huang had long become an indispensable part of his life. Without such a role, his life would become bleak. Jiang Chen lowered his head. Apart from the mystical feather, there was also a talisman in his hand. Jiang Chen knew that this talisman was the last thing De Huang left for him. It was the only thing he could rely on to find De Huang in the future. Jiang Chen carefully kept the talisman in Zulong Tower. Desolate ancient land, De Huang. I will definitely go there. Wait for me. Jiang Chen said with incomparable determination. Although he didn't know what kind of place the desolate ancient land was, it wasn't important. He would know it sooner or later. The Huang dog didn't tell him many secrets because his cultivation was still too low. Yan Qinyu was missing, Wu Ningzhu had entered the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, and now the Huang dog had left him. Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably gloomy. Little Chenzi, where did De Huang go? Han Yen and Tyrant came to Jiang Chen's side and asked at the same time. Their relationship with De Huang dog was like that of life and death brothers. Now that De Huang dog had left, their hearts were naturally heavy. He has gone to a faraway place. Don't worry, we brothers will meet again. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the feather in his hand. The feather was golden in color and there were traces of flames on its surface. That was the fire of Sunday. This was the Sun Divine Feather, a feather that was peeled off from the gold feather fan. It was 3 meters long and weighed thousands of kilograms in Jiang Chen's hand. It's the Sun Divine Feather. The treasure in Jiang Chen's hand is the Sun Divine Feather. It came from the Great Thousand Mirror. That's right. It must be the Sun Divine Feather that was peeled off from the gold feather fan. A divine feather is priceless. If we can get it, this trip will be worthwhile. Kill Jiang Chen and snatch the Sun Divine Feather. He's just a half-step immortal emperor. He's not qualified to get the Sun Divine Feather. The Sun Divine Feather is a divine object, a part of a peerless sovereign weapon. Only those who are capable can have it. How did Jiang Chen get it? The quiet scene turned chaotic in an instant. No one knew what method the Huang dog had used, but a divine feather was thrown out from the Great Thousand Mirror at the last moment. It immediately set off 1,000 ripples. That was a peerless divine object of the Golden Clan. It affected everyone's heart. Whoever could control the Sun Divine Feather would be able to dominate the world. Jiang Chen didn't care about such a threat. The Sun Divine Feather kept jumping in his hand, trying to break free. Jiang Chen hastily circulated the fire of sun to cover the Sun Divine Feather. The Sun Divine Feather seemed to have sensed the qi of the origin of the Sun Divine Feather. Immediately, the Sun Divine Feather stopped moving and established a subtle connection with him. However, Jiang Chen felt that even if he had gained the recognition of the Sun Divine Feather, it would still be very difficult for him to exert the power of this feather that weighed thousands of jin. Just at this moment, the immortal mark in the depths of Jiang Chen's qi si throbbed again. Jiang Chen was startled. The Sun Divine Feather had actually activated the immortal mark. One should know that the immortal mark had never been activated ever since Jiang Chen ascended to the immortal world. Buzz! The immortal mark throbbed violently. Jiang Chen didn't know the origin of the immortal mark, but with the help of the immortal mark, the Sun Divine Feather and Jiang Chen actually had a close connection. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the Sun Divine Feather was about to become a part of his body. Compared to the recognition just now, the fusion was more important. The recognition only meant that Jiang Chen could use the Sun Divine Feather, but with the help of the immortal mark, Jiang Chen could exert the greatest power of the Sun Divine Feather. This was the Sun Divine Feather that had been peeled off from a peerless sovereign weapon. Its destructive power was simply unimaginable. Jiang Chen, hand over the Sun Divine Feather and I'll spare your life today. Xia Shaotian shouted at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen, the Great Thousand Mirror and the Sun Divine Feather have appeared. There must be great treasures in the Golden Clan. Many great sovereigns have fallen in their tens of thousands of years ago. Now that the Golden Clan has appeared, there must be treasures everywhere. Do you really think you can stop us? Zhang Yulang said loudly. At this time, many people's eyes had turned red. Their minds were about to be corroded by greed and desire. Just as Zhang Yulang had said, they had seen the scene in the Great Thousand Mirror clearly. Many great sovereigns had fallen in there. Now that the relic had appeared, anyone who stood in their way would become the enemy of all. Jiang Chen, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to get out of the way. Otherwise, you'll die. Feng Yunzi's qi was unparalleled. At this time, they no longer cared about Long San. The Sun Divine Feather had attracted all their attention. They were not stupid enough to fight a life-and-death battle with Long San at this time. Upon seeing this, Dragon San began to feel somewhat worried. The current situation wasn't favorable to Jiang Chen. Previously, Jiang Chen was able to pin down the 6 great experts by himself because the 6 great experts had placed all their attention on him, treating him as their biggest threat and wanted to get rid of him. Now, the 6 experts had changed their target. They did not want to fight a life-and-death battle with him at all. Even if Long San was very capable, he could only stop 2 of them. The remaining 4 would go to kill Jiang Chen. Long San might not be able to stop them. Facing the pressure of 10,000 experts, Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered wildly. His qi soared to the sky. He was holding the Sun Divine Feather in his hand, looking down on the crowd. Before De Huang left, he told me to protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan at all costs. Today, as long as I, Jiang Chen, am here, anyone who takes a step closer to the gate will die. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. At this moment, he had turned into a killing god. The sun divine feather in his hand was blazing with flames. Many of them frowned, looking at the sun divine feather in Jiang Chen's hand in fear. "Don't tell me that this bastard has mastered the sun divine feather," someone said. "Impossible. The sun divine feather is a great sovereign weapon. He's just a puny little half-step immortal emperor. How could he possibly master it?" Chapter 1675. The situation was already out of control. The temptation of the sun divine feather was just too great. This was different from the Xiaoyao Qin. The Xiaoyao Qin was the weapon of a great sovereign. It had already locked onto Wu Ningzhu as its successor. They couldn't do anything even if they wanted to, but the sun divine feather was different. After all, the sun divine feather was a divine feather that was stripped from the gold feather fan. It had automatically rushed out from the Great Thousand Mirror and didn't lock onto anyone as its successor. In other words, the sun divine feather was an ownerless object. Jiang Chen was just lucky enough to get it before everyone could react. There were too many experts and geniuses here. There were also too many people who thought that they had great luck. In their point of view, even if they couldn't get the sun divine feather, it wouldn't fall to a puny little half-step immortal emperor. More importantly, Jiang Chen was now guarding the Golden Gateway, preventing them from entering. The situation was already very clear. There were treasures everywhere in the territory of the Golden Clan. Jiang Chen was blocking their way. That kind of enmity was greater than killing a wife and child. Another point was that Jiang Chen had killed plenty of geniuses of major powers in order to guard the Golden Gateway. The enmity between them and a heaven-defying figure like Jiang Chen had been established. If they didn't kill him now, it would be incomparably difficult to kill Jiang Chen after they left the Golden Horizon. Don't talk too much nonsense with him. Just kill him. Zhang Yulang was the first to attack. He believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to evade now, because as long as Jiang Chen evaded, he was confident that he could break the 5 elemental grand formation and enter the territory of the Golden Clan. Seeing that Zhang Yulang was about to attack Jiang Chen, Long Shisan also moved. The Battle Saint technique was about to stop Zhang Yulang. "Let him come over." Jiang Chen shouted at Long Shisan, indicating that Long Shisan didn't need to stop him. He had already completely fused the fire of sun and the immortal mark to control the sun divine feather. Now that Zhang Yulang was about to rush over, Jiang Chen could test the power of the sun divine feather. Shua! Jiang Chen made his move. The sun divine feather swept towards Zhang Yulang. Rumble! This attack caused the world to tremble. The void space was directly torn in half. The divine feather of the sun became the most terrifying killing weapon in the world. The fire of the sun filled the air, and even the void space seemed to be burning. Not good. Zhang Yulang knew that this wasn't good. An extremely cold feeling emerged from the depths of his heart. That was the taste of death. He didn't think that Jiang Chen could really cast out the power of the sun divine feather, but now it seemed like he was gravely mistaken. Given his current strength, he would definitely die if he were to face the attack of the sun divine feather. He wouldn't have any chance of survival. Zhang Yulang didn't have the mood to kill Jiang Chen anymore. What he needed to do now was to escape from the sun divine feather. At this critical moment, Zhang Yulang exerted all his strength to escape into the void, but to his horror, he found that the entire void had been sealed by the sun divine feather. This place had become a cage of death. Eventually, the sun divine feather turned into a soaring sharp sword, carrying raging flames. It fell from the top of Zhang Yulang's head and cut his body in half. Arg! Zhang Yulang let out a miserable scream. His body that had been cut in half began to be burned by the raging flames. In the blink of an eye, it was completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind. Zhang Yulang was dead. Nothing was left of him. A monstrous genius, a peerless figure of the immortal court had died just like that. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Hua! The entire scene was in an uproar. Countless eyes fell upon the sun divine feather that was still burning in Jiang Chen's hand. Even Long San and the others were shocked speechless. Many of them felt that they were in a dream. Everything seemed unreal. My God! What did I just see? The mighty Zhang Yulang was killed just like that. Jiang Chen has really mastered the sun divine feather. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even if he has obtained the approval of the sun divine feather, given his cultivation base, how is it possible for him to display the true power of the sun divine feather? This is going to be troublesome. He has the sun divine feather. No one is a match for him. He can even kill a half-step immortal venerable with a single strike. If we are in his place, I'm afraid that we will also die. No one wasn't shocked. No one had thought that such a scene would happen. Originally, everyone was determined to kill Jiang Chen and the others, and then enter the territory of the Golden Clan to obtain endless benefits. Perhaps there was more than one golden feather falling from the gold feather fan. If they could get their hands on them, the benefits would be unimaginable. But now, Jiang Chen was like an invincible god of war standing in front of the golden door, and no one could take even half a step into it. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill the geniuses of the immortal court? No one in this world can save you now. Lu Sheng was also frightened, but he still yelled at Jiang Chen while gritting his teeth. The background of the immortal court still gave him the feeling that no one would dare to touch him. As a matter of fact, no one in the entire ethereal immortal domain would dare to kill the geniuses of the immortal court. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Lu Xing. Without saying a word, he dashed forward with the golden divine feather. Killing one was killing, killing two was also killing. Facing such a powerful enemy, the best way to deal with them was to kill them to avoid future troubles. Lu Xing was startled. He didn't think that Jiang Chen had already gone mad to such an extent. As if killing Zhang Yulang wasn't enough, Jiang Chen was going to kill him as well. He finally understood that it was obviously impossible to use the immortal court to oppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how dare you? Arg! Lu Xing resisted with all his might, but how could he be a match for the sun divine feather? His body was swept by the sun divine feather, instantly turning into a sea of fire and burned into nothingness. In just a few blinks, two people had died. Both of them were half-step immortal venerables of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. Jiang Chen had completely offended the immortal court. For God's sake, isn't this too fucking awesome? Grandmaster Hao Ran couldn't help but curse. His eyes were full of shock. I had never thought that the legendary sun divine feather would be this powerful. What's even more shocking is that Jiang Chen can fully control the sun divine feather. Not only that, he can also exert the power of the sun divine feather. This is unbelievable. However, using the sun divine feather consumes a lot of energy and strength. I wonder how many times Jiang Chen can use it. Yang Lang couldn't stay calm either, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen not only controlled the sun divine feather, but had also fused with it. In other words, the sun divine feather had become a part of Jiang Chen's body, and he could use it at any time without worrying about the exhaustion of energy. This was the truly heaven-defying part. Chapter 1676. In the opinion of Yang Lang and Imo Wuqing, the reason why Jiang Chen was able to display the power of the sun divine feather was because he had the seed of fire of Sunday. That was how he was acknowledged by the Sun Divine Feather. However, they didn't know that even if Jiang Qin had the seed of fire of sun, he would only be acknowledged by the Sun Divine Feather. It was impossible for him to display such power. Even if he used it, the energy consumption would be enormous. Given his current cultivation base, he could only use it once at most. This was the same as when the Huang dog used the immortal execution sword. As a matter of fact, it wasn't only the fire of sun that helped Jiang Qin, but also the immortal mark in his body. With the help of the immortal mark, Jiang Qin could use the Sun Divine Feather without limit. Zhang Yulang and Lu Sheng were torn apart. The two great geniuses of ethereal immortal domain had fallen. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. The remaining 4 half-step immortal venerables looked at Jiang Qin with eyes full of fear. Or to put it in another way, they were afraid of the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Qin's hand. Now, I'll give you all a chance. All of you withdraw from here and wait for the remains of the Golden Clan to return to silence. At that time, the gateway of the Golden Horizon will open once more. You all will return to your own sections. If anyone dares to lay their eyes on the Sun Divine Feather and the remains of the Golden Clan, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll kill you all without mercy. Jiang Qin stood in the sky, his body was covered in golden flames. He had turned into a peerless killing god, looking down at all living beings. Jiang Qin's thunderous voice was transmitted to everyone's ears like sound waves. He wanted everyone to know that he was absolutely not joking. He hoped that the deaths of Zhang Yulang and Lu Sheng would be a wake-up call to the others. If these people still wanted to continue, this place was destined to be filled with rivers of blood. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Qin's hand and the relic of the Golden Clan. Their eyes were filled with fear. They had clearly seen the scene of Jiang Qin killing Zhang Yulang and Lu Sheng. It was impossible for them not to be afraid. But even so, it could not conceal the greed and desire in their eyes. This was a great opportunity, and no one wanted to miss it. Both the Great Thousand Mirror and the Sun Divine Feather have appeared. The territory of the Golden Clan is an absolute treasure. It only opens once every 5 years. The next time it opens, most of us won't be qualified to enter. Plus, the relic of the Golden Clan has been hidden for tens of thousands of years. It has never appeared before. Today is the first time it has appeared, and it is very likely to be the only time it will appear. If we don't cherish this opportunity, we won't get a second chance. Jiang Qin has already used the Sun Divine Feather twice in a row. I don't think he can use it a third time. Given his ferocious temperament, if he could use it again, he wouldn't have said those ruthless words. Instead, he would kill us. So I believe that he can no longer use the Sun Divine Feather. Everyone, let's go. We must enter the territory of the Golden Clan. Someone in the crowd yelled. The one who spoke was a late immortal emperor expert. Jiang Qin looked over. The man was radiating a gloomy and cold qi. Judging from his clothes, he knew that he was a disciple of Corpse Yin sect. Jiang Qin hated this sect to the extreme. As soon as the words were out, the scene became restless. Many of them began to unleash their killing intent and qi. They all felt that the man was right. He's right. Jiang Qin is so ferocious. It wasn't easy for him to obtain the Sun Divine Feather. How could he let go of the opportunity to kill his enemies? He must know that he can't continue to use the Sun Divine Feather, so he purposely came to scare us. He wanted to use the death of Zhang Yulang and Lu Sheng to deter us. We almost fell into his trap. He's just a half-step immortal emperor. Even if his combat strength is strong, it's already shocking enough that he could use the Sun Divine Feather to kill 2 of them. It's impossible for him to use the Sun Divine Feather continuously. Not even an immortal venerable can do that. He's just threatening us. Don't be afraid, everyone. The inheritance of the Golden Clan has finally appeared. Once we miss it, we won't have another chance. Many of them had been blinded by desire and greed. Some of them had bloodshot eyes like wild beasts. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Once a man's will was controlled by desire, he would be no different from a wild beast. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a cold smile. Cold light began to radiate from his eyes. Icy killing intent kept overflowing from Jiang Chen's body. He would never forget the words that De Huang had left for him before he left. Control the Sun Divine Feather and protect the bloodline of the Golden Clan. It seemed like many people were going to die today. Kill. This was Jiang Chen's current will. He had no other choice but to kill. The Sun Divine Feather trembled violently. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's body was getting thicker and thicker. Wang wang. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound was heard from the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. Jiang Chen's heart quivered. He could feel the ancient killing intent from the depths of his soul. That's right. It was a substantial killing intent that came from the void and the ancient times. It's the dragon transformation skill. This is the sign of the dragon transformation skill evolving. Jiang Qin was overjoyed. The dragon transformation skill hadn't evolved for a very long time. The reason why he couldn't advance to the Immortal Emperor realm was because of the dragon transformation skill's inability to evolve. Now, the dragon transformation skill was reacting again. Jiang Chen was very familiar with this situation, because this wasn't the first time he had experienced it. Jiang Chen knew that it was his killing intent and indomitable will that had triggered the evolution of the dragon transformation skill. At this moment, the ancient killing intent transmitted from the dragon transformation skill had integrated into his body. Kill. 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 The killing intent was boundless. Jiang Chen seemed to see an ancestral dragon of slaughter circling and dancing in the depths of his soul. The eyes of the enormous ancestral dragon were devoid of any emotion. The ancestral dragon seemed to represent a kind of will, a realm, the Tao of slaughter. That's right, it was the Tao of slaughter. The dragon transformation skill was unique and unparalleled in the heavens and earth. Those who cultivated the dragon transformation skill were destined to slaughter non-stop. Today, Jiang Chen had triggered the hidden Tao of slaughter in the dragon transformation skill because of the incident with the Golden Clan. Jiang Chen knew that this was the profound meaning of the next evolution of the dragon transformation skill. It was the essence of the great Tao. The void of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had been stimulated by him. Roar! Jiang Chen's eyes turned red. All of a sudden, he let out a roar towards the sky. The dragon transformation skill didn't evolve immediately. Jiang Chen needed to express himself with the determination of slaughter and stimulate the evolution of the dragon transformation skill bit by bit. At this moment, all of Jiang Chen's will was to slaughter. Chapter 1677. Dragons were the spirits of heaven and earth, the noblest of existences. There were benevolent dragons, ferocious dragons, bloodthirsty dragons, courageous dragons, loyal dragons, demon-subduing dragons, unyielding dragons, tenacious dragons, and slaughter dragons. In order for Jiang Qin to complete the dragon transformation art, he needed to fuse the wills of all dragons, combining benevolence, kindness, loyalty, unyielding, tenacious, bloodthirsty, and slaughter into one. Only then could he be called the ancestral dragon of heaven and earth, the strongest. In order to protect the Golden Clan, Jiang Qin fought against the world and was besieged by tens of thousands of people. This was the Tao of slaughter in the dragon transformation art. What was killing? Honoring evil and promoting kindness could be killed, enemies could be killed, and those who stood in the way could be killed. There were countless slaughters in the world, there was no such thing as good or evil. As long as one's heart remained unchanged, everything could be killed. What Jiang Qin wanted to kill were those who wanted to kill him. The nobility of dragons could not be blasphemed, looked down upon, slandered, or humiliated. Otherwise, they would be killed. Jiang Qin continued to comprehend the Tao of slaughter. He knew that this was a great opportunity for the dragon transformation skill to transform. Today, a storm of blood was going to happen, and a world-shaking massacre was going to happen. Come, let's kill. Jiang Chen's killing intent was extremely dense. He roared, his voice like thunder from the 9 heavens. His eyes were bloodshot, and a blood-colored dragon hovered above his head. It was completely condensed from killing intent. With the Sun Divine Feather in his hand, he was the first to attack Feng Yunzi. Jiang Qin was bloodthirsty, but he wouldn't kill indiscriminately. He knew that the path he walked was the Tao of slaughter. There was no doubt that Feng Yunzi and the others had to die. Since he had decided to kill, he would naturally start with them. Not good, this guy is crazy. Feng Yunzi's eyes were filled with shock, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he used the 9 heavens thunderclap to attack Jiang Qin. Like everyone else, he didn't believe that Jiang Qin could continue to use the Sun Divine Feather. Even if he could, it wouldn't be as powerful as before. Therefore, Feng Yunzi felt that if he attacked with all his strength, it wouldn't be a problem to stop Jiang Qin. He might even have a chance to snatch the Sun Divine Feather. As it turned out, Feng Yunzi was overthinking things. Rumble, the powerful attack that Feng Yunzi had unleashed could not even withstand a single blow from the Divine Sun Feather. It was instantly destroyed. Following that, the Divine Sun Feather slammed heavily onto Feng Yunzi's body like a mountain. Feng Yunzi let out a miserable cry as he was smashed into smithereens. He could not be more dead. Shua. After killing Feng Yunzi, Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Xia Xiaotian. The killing intent in his body was getting denser and denser. The roar of the ancestral dragon came out from the depths of his soul, urging him to continue his slaughter. Die, Xia Xiaotian. Jiang Qin struck at Xia Xiaotian like a shocking god of war. Xia Xiaotian turned pale with fright. Upon seeing this, Xia Xiaotian's face turned pale with fright. Everything had happened too fast. He had never dreamt of such a scene. A perfect victory had turned into this in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qin had killed 3 half-step immortal venerables in an instant. Now, it was finally his turn. He was willing to believe that Jiang Qin had already unleashed the Sun Divine Feather, but judging from Jiang Qin's overflowing killing intent, he didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion. Run! Xia Xiaotian didn't have the courage to face the Sun Divine Feather head-on. It didn't matter whether Jiang Qin could continue to use the power of the Sun Divine Feather or not. In the face of death, all treasures were no longer important. Ka-cha! However, when Xia Xiaotian tried to tear open the void and escape, he was shocked to find that the spatial barrier had been sealed and turned into raging flames. The flames were so strong that he couldn't break open the power of the Sun Divine Feather. Qi-la! There was almost no chance of survival. The Sun Divine Feather carried Jiang Chen's unstoppable killing intent, slashing Xia Xiaotian into 2 halves. Immediately, the sun fire burned him into nothingness. 4 out of the 6 half-step immortal venerables had died in the blink of an eye, leaving only young Master Yulong and Yi Qing Tian. Young Master Yulong didn't choose to escape after witnessing Xia Xiaotian's tragic death. He was still very eager for the treasures in the Golden Clan. Plus, Jiang Qin, a half-step immortal emperor, had already used the Sun Divine Feather 4 times. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Qin could use it a 5th time. Yi Qing Tian, break into the gate of the Golden Clan. As long as we enter their territory, we won't have to be afraid of Jiang Qin anymore. At that time, we will obtain powerful treasures and kill Jiang Qin. Young Master Yulong yelled at Yi Qing Tian, then flew towards the Golden Gate. At the same time, he shouted at the crowd, Jiang Qin is exhausted. Everyone, let's break the Golden Gate together. Hong Hong. Following the provocation of young Master Yulong's words, countless people began to unleash their powerful qi, rushing towards the Golden Gate. The appearance of the Sun Divine Feather had driven many of them crazy. Even the death of 4 half-step immortal venerables couldn't awaken some of them from their greed. Once a man went crazy, he would disregard everything. Plus, they had the advantage in numbers. They believed that Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to use the Sun Divine Feather unlimitedly. They believed that no matter how powerful Jiang Qin's Sun Divine Feather was, it wouldn't be able to kill everyone. They were more willing to believe that they wouldn't be the one to be killed. This kind of thinking was no doubt very scary. Wang Wang. The killing intent in the depths of Jiang Qin's soul grew stronger. The crazy actions of these people made him go berserk. He carried the Sun Divine Feather and swept it towards young Master Yulong. At the same time, he shouted at Longsher San, Monkey, I'll leave Yi Qing Tian to you. Don't worry. I will definitely kill him. Longsher San recovered from the shock. He didn't want to think about why Jiang Qin could use the Sun Divine Feather unlimitedly, because it wasn't important anymore. What was important was that Jiang Qin had become stronger, which reduced the pressure on him. Now that there was only Jiang Qin left, Longsher San was confident that he could kill him. It seemed like 5 of the 6 half-step immortal venerables were killed by Jiang Qin. If he couldn't kill one of them, he wouldn't feel good. Hong. Longsher San struck out with the Battle Saint technique and pressed towards Yi Qing Tian. On the other side, Jiang Qin's Sun Divine Feather swept out. Screams were heard everywhere. At least dozens of people were killed by the Sun Divine Feather. In the face of such a situation, Jiang Qin's face was expressionless. He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. He had already become a god of slaughter. He had given these people a chance to leave quietly, but these people who had been blinded by greed and desire didn't care about such a chance. Chapter 1678. Arg! Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Blood splashed across the void. This was destined to be a bloodbath. Ah Yen, all of you retreat. Jiang Qin shouted at Han Yen and the others. Han Yen, Tyrant, Yang Lang and the others immediately left the battlefield. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. They didn't know how Jiang Qin was able to use the Sun Divine Feather so casually, but they were sure that they were no longer needed to guard the Golden Gateway. My goodness! Is he still a human? Grandmaster Hao Ran swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Little Chenzi might have completely fused with the Sun Divine Feather. That's why he can use it without limit. This is too terrifying. Little Chenzi's fury is like the end of the world to these people. Han Yen sighed. He knew Jiang Qin too well. There was nothing in this world that Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to do. No matter how earth-shattering it was nothing in front of Jiang Qin. Little Chenzi seems to be breaking through some kind of great Tao. The killing intent on his body is getting thicker and thicker. His entire being is going through an earth-shattering change. These people are too unlucky. They are going to become Little Chenzi's stepping stones, said Tyrant. His eyes were sharp. He had seen through something. It's too tragic. They can only blame themselves for being reckless. They know that Jiang Chen has mastered the Sun Divine Feather, but they still continue to rush forward. Yang Lang sighed. We can't blame them. The attraction of the Golden Clan is too great. This trip to the Golden Horizon is different from the past. From the Xiaoyao Qin to the Great Thousand Mirror, to the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Chen's hand, rare treasures kept appearing one after another. Everyone knows that there must be a great treasure in the Golden Clan, an unimaginable treasure. Under such circumstances, few people will stay calm. They will fight for even the slightest chance, said Shan Chong. Shan Chong said. He even began to suspect that if he had not stood on Jiang Chen's side today, would he have been like those people, fearlessly rushing forward. Temptation was sometimes a fatal thing. Lan Lingji, Hua Xiaoqian and the others were already scared out of their wits. Despite being the saintesses of major powers, they had never experienced such a horrifying battle. In their eyes, Jiang Chen had completely turned into a bloodthirsty killing god, completely different from the handsome white-robed youth. Even though they were spectators, they were still frightened. They didn't know the outcome of this battle and how many people would die. But one thing was for sure, Jiang Chen was going to become completely famous. He was going to make a name for himself through this battle and shock the three immortal worlds. However, after he left this place, would there still be a place for Jiang Chen in the three immortal worlds? Jiang Chen was completely immersed in killing. The killing intent that the dragon transformation skill gave him was very simple. As long as there was an enemy, he must kill. These people in front of him wanted to break through the Golden Gate, so they were his enemies, and he must kill them. Swoosh! Jiang Chen executed the Great Void technique and opened a path in the crowd, blocking young Master Yulong's way. His cold dragon eyes sent chills down young Master Yulong's spine. How can you use the Sun Divine Feather endlessly? Only now did young Master Yulong feel fear. You don't need to know. A dead man doesn't need to know too much. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he attacked mercilessly. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a huge fan and slapped at young Master Yulong. Arg! Young Master Yulong couldn't dodge the attack of the Sun Divine Feather and died tragically in the end. Then, Jiang Chen, holding the Sun Divine Feather, locked on a group of people. They were the people of the Corpse Yin sect. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen directly killed them. Suddenly, screams rang out and people were thrown off their feet. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. The Corpse Yin sect, the Divine Line sect, the Huangquan Gate, the Nanbei family, the Wuji Immortal sect, the Great Yun Empire, the Heavenly Jade Dynasty, the Invincibility School, and the Huang family of the Radiance Immortal Realm, all of these big forces that had established a hostile relationship with him had become Jiang Chen's targets and important targets. On the other side, Long Shisan had exerted his battle saint technique to the extreme, forcing Yi Qingtian to retreat continuously. As a matter of fact, Yi Qingtian wasn't that weak, but because he had been seriously affected by Jiang Chen's Sun Divine Feather, his mind was in chaos and he couldn't concentrate on the battle. This was undoubtedly very dangerous for Yi Qingtian. He wasn't a match for Long Shisan in a one-on-one fight. Now that his mind was unstable, it was even more impossible for him to fight against Long Shisan. If this situation continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was killed by Long Shisan. After obtaining the life symbol art, Long Shisan's battle saint technique was as vigorous as the tide. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Now, he was determined to kill a half-step immortal venerable to establish the dignity of his battle clan. Yi Qingtian had undoubtedly become his final target. Blood flowed like a river. Those were the blood of immortal emperors. Those who were massacred were the geniuses of the geniuses. They were all peerless monstrous geniuses. At this moment, Longsher San was chopping melons and vegetables. In the end, Jiang Chen stood alone in front of the Golden Gate, constantly waving the Sun Divine Feather. A large number of people fell and died tragically. This was the true meaning of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. Too many people had died. The onlookers' facial expression changed. So far, at least 2,000 people had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Among these 2,000 people, there were hundreds of members of major powers. Brutal. This is too brutal. Jiang Chen is going to cause a great disaster this time. Yang Lang kept shaking his head. It's indeed a great disaster. Killing so many people will surely shake the world. The three immortal domains won't be able to sit still. Countless major powers will hunt him down. Even the immortal court won't let him go. Shan Chong sighed. I've never seen such a peerless madman. I, Mo Wuqing, am completely convinced. If one can witness such an earth-shattering event like Jiang Chen, even death is worth it. Mo Wuqing's eyes glowed with devilish light. He now worshipped Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. There were some things that couldn't be done just because one had the strength. It required absolute courage and resolution. Jiang Chen's courage was terrifying. But just like what everyone was worried about, Jiang Chen had killed too many people. He had offended almost all the major powers he could, including the three immortal courts. This was enough to be recorded in the history of the immortal world. Since the ancient times, there had never been such a domineering madman. Jiang Chen was the first. Even the immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhang Xian, who dominated the 9 immortal domains, hadn't done such an earth-shattering thing like Jiang Chen. Chapter 1679. The Sun Divine Feather continued to sweep across the battlefield. A large number of geniuses were killed by the Sun Divine Feather. Blood flowed like a river. A massacre was taking place on this ancient battlefield. Many who didn't participate in the battle and those who had already woken up were looking at the cruel scene in horror. Apart from their stiff expressions, they couldn't say a word. The slaughter qi was spreading unstoppably. As long as the enemy didn't stop, the killing intent in Jiang Chen's body wouldn't disappear. It would only grow stronger and stronger. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had already begun to materialize. Voila! The Sun Divine Feather swept across the area. Screams filled the sky. A large number of people died tragically. Not even their dregs were left. This was destined to be a brutal massacre. 20,000 people wanted to break the golden door, but none of them could get within 100 meters of the door. Jiang Chen was the tiger that blocked their way. As long as he stood there, it would be useless no matter how many people there were. Those who rushed at the front would only die faster. Gradually, the number of people began to decrease. Many of them finally understood the situation and chose to retreat. After waking up from their stupor, they stood in the distance and watched the tragic scene in front of them. They felt a chill running down their spines and their bodies were soaked with cold sweat. My God! What was I doing just now? This is a devil. He can use the Sun Divine Feather without limit. We are still rushing forward recklessly. How stupid! Although treasures are important, they are nothing compared to our lives. Jiang Chen is blocking the way with the Sun Divine Feather. Who can enter the territory of the Golden Clan? That's just wishful thinking. Those people are still rushing forward. I don't know how many people are going to die. This is a peerless god of slaughter, a mad devil. He kills without blinking an eye. He doesn't even put the immortal court in his eyes. The major powers behind us don't even pose a threat to him. He's a fearless man who loves to kill everything. Whoever rushes forward will die. In his eyes, all living beings can be killed. It doesn't matter who rushes forward. The people who had retreated began to feel a lingering fear. Apart from the lingering fear, they were also a little lucky. They had been driven by greed and desire and were affected by the emotions of tens of thousands of people. They had no idea what kind of dangerous situation they had fallen into. Now that they had woken up, they realized what they had just done. They were simply playing with the Grim Reaper. Now that they could still stand here unscathed, it was their own fortune and luck. The slaughter continued. In just 1 minute, another 1,000 people had died under Jiang Chen's Sun Divine Feather. Up until now, in just this wave of attacks, 3,000 people had died at Jiang Chen's hands. This slaughter was simply unimaginable. More and more people recognized the reality. After they woke up, they immediately withdrew from the battlefield. Everyone was speechless. Such a scene made their scalps go numb. Stop. Everyone, stop. Stop attacking. Jiang Chen can use the Divine Sun Feather without any limit. If we keep attacking, we will all die. Someone suddenly shouted loudly. This shout was released with a powerful energy, shaking the minds of many people. Swoosh! Many people's expressions changed. The blood-red light in their eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. They immediately became sober. I don't want to fight anymore. Someone rushed to the front. Although he was sober in time, he could not save his life. The Sun Divine Feather was already in front of him. Everything was too late. The battlefield collapsed instantly. The people who were originally rushing to kill turned around and ran. The pungent smell of blood made them completely sober. Tears flowed down their cheeks. They were scared out of their wits. They just wanted to leave this battlefield as soon as possible. The treasures in the Golden Clan were no longer important. Saving their lives was the most important. It was more important to get away from Jiang Chen, this devil, as soon as possible. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's murderous aura swept out again. The Sun Divine Feather swept out again, killing a large number of people. Tens of thousands of people scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, they were all far away from the Golden Gate. The noisy battlefield also quieted down in an instant. Jiang Chen returned to his original appearance. He held the Sun Divine Feather in his hand and stood outside the Golden Gate expressionlessly. His cold eyes swept across the people around him. His murderous aura did not weaken at all. The murderous intent in the depths of his soul began to recede gradually. On the other side, the fierce battle between Long San and Yi Qingtian was still going on. Yi Qingtian had already released his giant bloodline and turned into a giant. But he was still no match for Long San. His body was covered with countless wounds and blood. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Rumble, Long San took advantage of the situation to attack. The Battle Saint technique was like countless sharp blades. It surrounded Yi Qingtian and hit off one of his arms. Yi Qingtian screamed. His mind was already in chaos. Otherwise, he would not have been so weak and easily defeated by Long San. At this moment, his face was full of fear. He could no longer control his fear after the tragic death of Zhang Yulang and the other 4 people. Now, he was beaten like a dog by the fierce Long San. He was in despair. Don't kill me. Yi Qingtian shouted loudly. He was begging for mercy. It was really difficult for a big shot like him to beg for mercy. However, Long San's murderous aura was soaring. He did not accept the other side's begging at all. He used the extermination symbol formula to kill Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, could not withstand such a destructive attack. His whole body was submerged in the destructive energy sea. He screamed miserably and was beaten to death by Long San. At this point, all 6 masters were dead. Zhang Yulang and Xia Shaotian died under the divine feather of the sun, which was not unjust. Yi Qingtian was killed by Long San with one move after another. Of course, it was not shameful for him to die under the battle saint technique. The whole space was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jiang Chen stood there like a god of death. He did not say a word, but no one dared to come forward. Innumerable people's faces were filled with grief, because many of their sect's geniuses had died in the chaotic battle just now. They died under the sun divine feather. In this battle, at least 4,000 geniuses had died in Jiang Chen's hands. This was an unimaginably huge number. To the countless major powers of the 3 immortal domains, this was an unimaginable loss. My brother was killed by him. This crazy devil. I regret it so much. I can't wait to eat his flesh. Don't say it. We will be in trouble if he hears it. We can only blame ourselves for this. When Jiang Chen got the divine feather of the sun, he reminded us not to have any ideas about the Golden Clan. We were blinded by greed. So what? This guy has killed so many people. Does he want to let it go? He has offended the major forces of the 3 immortal realms. Let's see how he can survive after we get out of the Golden Horizon. Chapter 1680. 4,000 people had died in this battle. Jiang Chen had offended all the major powers of the 3 immortal domains, including the 3 immortal courts. Although the people present didn't dare to continue their attacks, their hatred for Jiang Chen didn't diminish at all. In the entire history of the immortal world, there had never been such a frenzied person. Jiang Chen was the first one. However, with so many people dead, the world would be in chaos after they left the Golden Horizon. There would be no place for Jiang Chen to stay. This was almost certain. Among these people who died, the major powers of Corpse Yin sect had the highest number of casualties. Some major powers had almost been wiped out by Jiang Chen, such as Corpse Yin sect, Nanbei family, Divine Line sect, Huangquan Gate, and other major powers that had deep hatred for Jiang Chen. When they entered the Golden Horizon, there would be less than 30 of them left. The rest had either died tragically while searching for treasures or died tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen. When these major powers saw that there were only a few of them left, they were afraid that the higher-ups of these major powers would spurt out blood on the spot. At this point, it was useless to say anything more, especially the people of these major powers. Each and every one of them was hiding in the crowd. Not to mention standing out, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They knew very well that if they came out at this time, Jiang Chen would immediately rush over and kill them all. Others might not dare to do such a cruel thing, but Jiang Chen would absolutely do it without any hesitation. The scene was silent. Now, they could only wait for the remains of the Golden Clan to fall silent again. Then, the portal of the Golden Horizon would open, and everyone would leave. This would be considered as the end of the journey. Hong Long. Just at this time, one of the 18 golden passageways suddenly erupted with a loud rumble. Terrifying energy spread out from inside. It seemed like another powerful expert had appeared. The golden passageway hadn't closed since it was opened. The commotion caused by the golden passageway had long alarmed everyone in the Golden Horizon. It must be strange that someone only appeared at this time. Many gazes looked over and saw a golden-robed man with a head full of golden hair appearing in this space. The aura of this newcomer was too powerful, and his posture was extremely arrogant. His eyes flickered with light, as though he was looking down on the world. The northern and southern dynasties are here. Han Yen couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the newcomer. The current Nanbei Chao was much stronger than the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao appeared. Just like Dragon Shirsan, no one knew what kind of treasure he had obtained, but his cultivation base had already reached the late immortal emperor realm. Given his current cultivation base, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill half-step immortal venerables. This bastard has shown up at the wrong time. Tyrant put his palms together and chanted Amitabha, thinking that every time the northern and southern dynasties encountered Jiang Qin, it would be a tragedy. If it was in the past, they would certainly feel tremendous pressure from the emergence of a powerful enemy like the northern and southern dynasties. After all, this bastard was just too powerful. None of them were a match for him when they were at the same level as him. But now, they simply couldn't feel more relaxed. No matter how high-spirited the northern and southern dynasties were, the outcome was imaginable. They all knew the relationship between Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties. Since they had encountered each other here, how could Jiang Qin let go of this opportunity? After the northern and southern dynasties appeared, they immediately frowned because they could smell the pungent smell of blood in the air. They knew that an extremely tragic battle had just taken place here. Then, their eyes fell on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was also looking at them. Jiang Qin had a faint smile on his face and his eyes were filled with ridicule. However, the northern and southern dynasties didn't know what had happened here. They didn't care about Jiang Qin's gaze. After all, Jiang Qin had never been nice to them. Then, the northern and southern dynasties' eyes began to fall on the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Qin's hand. Their eyes instantly lit up. Sun Divine Feather. It seems that the Golden Clan is really a treasure. This bastard has even obtained the Sun Divine Feather. The northern and southern dynasties were shocked. They had the eye of heaven and could see through everything. Moreover, they were the reincarnation of the great emperor. Naturally, they could recognize the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Qin's hand. Jiang Qin, hand over the Sun Divine Feather in your hand. The northern and southern dynasties bellowed at Jiang Qin. The attraction of the Sun Divine Feather was just too great. It made the wise and far-sighted Jiang Qin forget to think about why it was so quiet and where the bloody smell in the air came from. He even forgot to look at the frightened expressions of the people around him. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties had always been self-centered. There was no one else in their eyes except themselves. He was just too arrogant. Even if he had appeared now, he wouldn't pay attention to others. He didn't even care why figures like Zhang Yulang and Xia Xiaotian weren't here. At this moment, there were only two things that he cared about. One was Jiang Qin, and the other was the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Qin's hand. Now that he had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he had the determination to kill Jiang Qin. He would never forget the scene of him being beaten up by the others. That was a deep hatred. He must kill Jiang Qin with his own hands in order to defend his dignity. Northern and southern dynasties, if you want the Sun Divine Feather, come and get it yourself. Jiang Qin spoke plainly. His words were full of provocation. The killing intent in his eyes shot out once more. He wouldn't let go of any chance to eliminate the northern and southern dynasties, just like how the northern and southern dynasties wanted to kill him. Humph! Young master must kill you today. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly and were about to lunge at Jiang Qin. Just at this moment, a genius of Nanbei family rushed out from the crowd and stood beside the northern and southern dynasties. Young Master Chao, don't do it. The genius's face was still full of fear. He used his divine sense to tell everything that had happened to the northern and southern dynasties. After listening, the facial expression of the northern and southern dynasties changed dramatically. The way they looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. If these words didn't come from the mouth of a genius of Nanbei family, he wouldn't believe it, but he knew that no one in Nanbei family would dare to deceive him. Ha! Northern and Southern dynasties, why don't you do it? Aren't you known as the monarch physique? Could it be that a dignified monarch will also feel fear? Han Yan laughed. How could he let go of such an opportunity to ridicule them? Humph. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.